Bowles that's driven away over mid-off, and she has done it with a boundary too. And England win by 6 wickets with all the time in the world to spare. It's been the most emphatic victory you could ask for.
Shrubsole in now. Bowles for Bowser! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
And look at the celebrations streaming onto the field. New Zealand cricketers who have won this World Cup.
Hello and welcome to what's been a sunny Edgbaston as the curtain goes up on the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026. Hosts England are starting their campaign. More teams, more matches, more prize money than ever before. It's a sport brimming with superstars, all hoping to lift the trophy held by New Zealand at the final at Lord's on the 5th of July. Hello, I'm Alison Mitchell with you as we build up to this opening match in half an hour's time. England taking on Sri Lanka. It's the first time a Women's World Cup has been held in this country since 2017, which was, of course, the last time England won a global women's trophy on a transformational day at Lord's. England have a 100% record in home World Cups. Can they keep up that standard? Well, I'm with two players who know exactly what it takes and what it feels like to win a World Cup on home soil, not least. Catherine Sciver-Brunt has done it 3 times, player of the match in the 2009 T20 World Cup final, and Alex Hartley, former England spinner, won alongside Catherine in 2017 and played a key role as the team's second leading wicket taker. Welcome to you both. The waiting is over.
Finally, it's like Christmas Day, isn't it? It feels like we've been waiting for this for ages. We knew years ago that we were going to have this T20 World Cup, and it's like, right, finally it's here. And I'm like, I was like a kid at Christmas. I've even gone and got my face painted, Ali.
You look just the part, Alex, you really do. Catherine, what will these players be feeling like as they stand on the cusp of this opening match?
Probably like me, to be fair. I'm quite nervous up here for them and equally just as excited, so I think there'll be a mixture of that massively.
Heads it
We're going to go straight to the toss.
Come on in. That's handy to start.
Won by
this
Sri
World
Lanka
Cup,
with
isn't
Mel
it?
Jones
What are you
here.
going to do and why?
We decide ball first. I'm pretty confident about my bowling unit, and as well as the condition is not. We doesn't know this condition, and yesterday rained, so we decide ball first.
First and foremost, congratulations, your 10th T20 World Cup, which is absolutely magnificent. Last 50 over World Cup, a very senior side for Sri Lanka. This one, very young. What can we expect?
Actually, we are going with young players because we need to build a good team in future. So we give opportunities for the youngsters. So selectors and the board officials decide to bring new team, and yeah, accept that, and we are going with this team.
Okay, new team, but also wonderful form as well. You beat England here in 2023, and you've won your 2 bilaterals this year as well. That must fill you with so much confidence.
Yeah, definitely. We won more games this year, but the most important thing, we have to execute our right plan, right time. So new game, and we know England are a really good team as well, so we need to execute our today's plan well. That's the most important thing.
Okay, let's talk about your team. Who's in and who's out? Give us a couple of big names.
Actually, we are going with a very young team, so new fast bowlers come to the side, and Vishmi Gunaratne back in the side after injury, and young Vimesha Dulani, she's very good batter, and she's coming to the team as well.
Okay, super excited to see you. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Nat, come on in. What would you have done?
I was going to bowl as well, so yeah, looking forward to getting out there with the bat first.
I'm going to start all emotional. Talk to me about your feelings. It's been a year since you've been in this side. It's your first tournament as a captain of a T20 side as well. England's never lost a home World Cup. What does that sort of instill in you?
Excitement, obviously a lot of pressure comes with that, but yeah, as a group we're really excited to create some new memories and really enjoy ourselves over the next few weeks.
You certainly have the crowd behind you, that's for sure. A little bit of tinkering over the summer. You had a wonderful lean in up against some big teams as well. Do you think you've really settled down onto that 11?
Yeah. Obviously selecting the first 11, I suppose the pieces sort of fell into place during the 2 series, and yeah, really excited with the 11 that we've got.
Can you remember your team?
Yeah, but do you want 1 to 11?
Oh, no, not really. Just a couple of big ones.
Yeah, we've got the 3 spinners, Sophie, Charlie and Lindsay in, and both all-rounders in as well.
There we go. All the best.
Thank you.
There you have it. Sri Lanka have won the toss today, and they're going to bowl first.
Well, we heard it there from Mel Jones with the 2 captains for England, of course, Nat Sciver-Brunt, who, well, there were some questions over how fit she would be for this tournament. Didn't start the 2 bilateral series, came in for the warm-ups. Catherine, of course, your wife, but we won't see her bowling, we will see her batting. Mm-hmm. How has that build-up been? And also the makeup of this England lineup. We now see Amy Jones go up to the top of the order.
Yeah, I think some changes that I foresaw a couple of months ago, kind of wanted it to happen. I've been with them the whole time, obviously following them around the country, doing all their bits and bobs, and Nat's been with the team even though she's not been playing. We wanted to, keep involved, keep chatting, part of all the meetings, strategies, etc. And there were some changes at the beginning and they've sort of reverted. and things like that happen when you're trying to figure things out. Sometimes it just doesn't fire, and I'm a big fan of that, Like, you don't just have to do what you've always done because once upon a time it worked. If somebody's in form now, put them where they're supposed to be, and that's what they're doing, and I am all over that. I love that.
Well, let me confirm for you the full England lineup then for this opening game against Sri Lanka. It is Amy Jones at the top alongside Daniel White-Hodge, and then we have Nat Sciver-Brunt then at 3, the returning captain, played in those warm-ups in her wonderful half-century against India. Alice Capsey at 4, Heather Knight at 5, Freya Kemp is there at 6, Danielle Gibson, the second all-rounder, there at 7. All 3 spinners are in, as you heard Sciver-Brunt say there. Charlie Dean, Sophie Eccleston and Lindsay Smith, and then Lauren Bell is the 11th. For Sri Lanka, they open with Vishmi Gunaratne, exciting batter, alongside Chamari Atapattu. England will be hoping to keep her quiet. Imesha Dolani is one of the batters that Atapattu mentions coming into the side. Harshita Samra Wickrama, Hansima Karunaratne, Kavisha Dilhari. Nilakshika Silva is the oldest player in their team at 36 years of age. Kaushini Nuti Angana, a right-handed bat. Sugandiga Dasanayaka, left-arm spinner. Malka Madara. Mitali Ayodhya is only 19 years of age. That is the Sri Lanka lineup, and they announced their 11 earlier this morning as well, which is a little surprising to do it before the toss, particularly an opening World Cup match. The England-Sri Lanka makeup, we'll take a sort of overview of the whole tournament as well in a moment, as I'm just going across the ground here at Edgbaston, and we're seeing the cast of Wicked lining up, which is the pre-match, pre-tournament entertainment, the West End show, celebrating 20 years. And they are, well, it's a very green scene, suffice to say, at the far end on a stage, as the crowd is still building here at Edgbaston on a sunlit evening. But England-Sri Lanka, England failed to make the semi-finals of the last T20 World Cup. Alex, Sri Lanka failed to win a match, but in fact Sri Lanka did beat England the last time they played them, albeit 2023.
Yeah, they did, and it was a bit of a shock, that result. I remember commentating on it, being like, how was Sri Lanka beaten us, as England? And it happened, I think it was Durham when they won the series, and everyone was a bit shell-shocked by it. They played so well at Chelmsford as well. I remember Chamari Atapattu just pummeling the ball, and she was hitting the flats at Chelmsford. I think she hit Kate Cross over one of the flats at Chelmsford. It was, honestly, she batted so well. They do heavily rely on her, and she mentioned at the toss that it's about time they bring through some youngsters, so they're giving them the opportunity. Do you know what? I kind of rate it. It's sink or swim kind of stuff, isn't it? Throw them into a World Cup and see how they get on. But yeah, England won't remember that loss. They'll remember how strong they've been against Sri Lanka in all the previous years.
Yeah, England have won 10 of the 12 meetings, so it's only those 2 most recent ones, a bit 3 years ago, where they have lost. And start of a tournament, there will be some nerves to account for. It doesn't matter how experienced you are, whether you are Atapattu at 36 years of age, whether you're Ayodhya at 19 years of age, whether you're Tilly Courtine-Coleman, not actually taking the field today, but part of it. But for these players, this sense of this tournament being the biggest and the best yet, will they be able to park that? Because it's not just another match, is it, where you turn up and you see everything around you, all the branding that turns this into a full-on ICC global event. Yeah,
they'll be able to park it at some point, but not right now. They'll certainly walk on there way too much. Emotions overflowing. Some will look up and take it in and go, whoops, I wish I hadn't just looked up. Some will have already got nervous all day and night on Instagram or whatever social you like. And now watching the fact that
this
Wicked has literally stopped what they normally do.
Yeah, it's weird that,
like, they've taken a day off Broadway to come and do this for us. That's a huge thing. So, just sitting in the change room and watching this for 10 minutes will be wild. So the emotions will be running wild. Everybody will experience different things at different times. All of them will be feeling sick. That never leaves you. I think the pit of your stomach, it never leaves you. But after a few balls, it will go. Some might feel it the whole time, but it generally just takes actually playing. And you just hope within that first 10 minutes while you're playing, you don't do it wrong.
Especially with the batting.
Yeah, you got to get through that first 10 minutes.
Well, England would have preferred to have been fielding first.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't they? Yeah. We're now seeing mascots carrying flags out onto the field. They're at the moment parading around the edge of the boundary while the cast of wicket are performing at the far end. But we will have all of this full ceremonial entrance to the tournament. We'll have the anthems coming up shortly. This is the biggest tournament. To mark your card around the schedule, the format, 2 groups of 6. So 12-team event, which is the biggest T20 World Cup there has been. 33 matches, so more matches than there have ever been. And there's the ambition to increase that as well by the time we get to the 2030 edition. So England are in this group 2, taking on Sri Lanka today. Then they have matches against Ireland, Scotland, West Indies and New Zealand. Sri Lanka then have to face New Zealand, West Indies, Ireland, Scotland. But to get your tournament underway with a win sort of goes without saying that, for all sorts of reasons, you're competing with the Football World Cup, you want to get your home support behind you. There's an added importance, isn't there, on this opening match? You don't want Sri Lanka to be a bit of a banana skin either.
Absolutely not. And I think, when you look at the groups, England have got the easier group per se, but it doesn't mean to say it's going to be a walk in the park for them. I think Scotland have got a really strong side. Obviously, their players play domestic cricket here in the UK. They've got Kirsty Gordon back playing for them as well. They're a strong side, so you want to play your best against them. The West Indies, we know how destructive they can be, especially now they've got Matthews and Dotting opening the batting together. That could be absolute carnage to watch. I mean, it could be brilliant to watch. And then obviously New Zealand, weirdly the underdogs, even though that they have the trophy. I feel like out of those teams, I wouldn't be surprised if Scotland could beat New Zealand if Sophie Devine doesn't come off. But this is a really important game because it'll set the tone throughout the World Cup. But what England will take confidence in is that 2017 World Cup where England lost that opening game. We didn't win and went on to win the tournament. So even if they do lose and don't get off to a good start, you can drag it back because there are enough games.
Yeah, almost the size of the tournament then aids that, doesn't it? If you need to find your feet and find that sort of momentum.
Yeah. Go on,
No,
sorry.
No, I was going to ask you, how strong do you think, looking at the other group, how strong are Australia now? Because they're 6-time champions in this format.
Yeah.
That group that they are in is a hefty group with India, South Africa, Pakistan, and the 2 qualifiers there are Bangladesh and the Netherlands, who have qualified for the very first time, which is great to see them feature.
Yeah, I would like to say I care, but I don't care that Australia won 6 times. I do not care because right now I feel like I'm in a whole different world. The teams that are in here, some never been here before. Someone said to me, Ster Callis at the hotel, and I was like, what the hell is Ster doing here? And I was like, oh my God, the Netherlands are playing. You've got people like Catherine Fraser for Scotland, who's an up-and-coming player. She's brilliantly talented, she's playing for Yorkshire. I'm so excited for some of these teams, honestly, there's going to be some upsets. I just have forgotten that Australia are brilliant because I don't think they're making it through to the semi-finals.
Fireworks, by the way.
Big call, but I don't think they're making it.
Alex, do you share that? Do you share that view? I mean,
No, I think
making big predictions at the start of the tournament, but one team's got to miss out, hasn't it? From say one of the 3. If you're thinking that one of Australia, India, and South Africa are going to go through.
Look at the big teams. There's many. There's at least 5.
It's the closest it's ever been, it feels, doesn't it?
And the Windies have upset twice. They've proved they can do that twice. They won Rogue One in the middle of all the Aussies, upsetting.
2016.
And then they made it to a final. They know how to upset people. They got it in them. But I'm not saying it's them, by the way.
No, I think Australia will make a semi-final. I think India won't make a semi-final. That's my big call from
the 50-over champions.
No, I think they turn up. The crowds are here for them.
That will be a big factor in this country.
2 sold-out games this tournament, and crowds give you 10%. Definitely. Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like when they want to switch it on, when Harmanpreet Kaur wants to switch it on, she will switch it on. Smriti, England won those 2 India games, right? Smriti didn't do anything. Smriti will turn up to this, and she'll probably be the leading run scorer, and she'll show you. Honestly, I think that's what's happening. It's going to be India, South Africa through, West Indies, England through, South Africa, England final. That's what's happening.
It's a refreshing position to be in, isn't it, when you're talking about a World Cup, when there are so many teams that can challenge, that can cause an upset as well. And in terms of ticket sales, I mean, we're looking around the ground right now, and there are a number of empty seats. This is not a sold-out opening match. The ambition is there to be the most attended women's T20 World Cup, most attended women's World Cup, which so far it has already surpassed that in terms of tickets sold. You look at the tournament in Australia in 2020, and your mind just immediately goes to the final, doesn't it, at the MCG?
Well, you throw Katy Perry in there, you're going to sell it out. Are they there for Katy Perry, there for the cricket? That's what I want to know.
Either way,
there
it
is also
created
that,
the buzz, didn't it?
But you forget about all the grounds that were empty in the lead up to that, and that's what happens. This actually, yes, there are empty seats, but I've been to men's games where there's been less people here than this, so there is actually...
You have to look at the broad context.
Correct. Yeah, there is actually quite a lot of people here, and if we only, in inverted commas, get 11,000 people, that's way more than we had in 2017 before the final.
We were sat here 30 minutes ago, we went, oh dear, like, are we sure? And then now
People are coming in.
this is a good sized crowd. I think it will keep building.
Well, I think I'm right in saying 11,000 tickets have been pre-sold for this match.
Roads are closed, people have got to finish work, they've got to sort their kids out. Give it 7 o'clock, we're going to have a good crowd.
And it's about the atmosphere the crowd creates. Correct. And that atmosphere will rise if England starts scoring and scoring well. This pitch, it looks sort of light, light brown, sort of mid brown colour from here. Quite a lot of runs I think have been scored on this pitch in the Blast, but across the men's and women. I think average score of 200 in the last week when matches are played here. So do you expect it to be a good scoring ground?
Yeah, and you know what? You can get wobble seam here quite often. Whenever I've played here, you got wobble seam. Whenever I've watched the girls online, I've seen them create wobble seam. It is what you make it. It is a good pitch. I'm loving seeing it in the centre of the pitch because it's 99% of the time off to one side, 40-metre boundary.
Well, it says everything, doesn't it, about the importance
somewhere.
And the focus that is placed on this World Cup.
Yes.
It is a prime event. It's no longer being pushed to the side.
Yes, the girls are number one priority this year, no matter what, during this event. So, thank the Lord.
as the way it should be. I'm not sure the wicket is drawing to a crescendo. That's just the first number, but there we go. Fireworks as well. Of course, in green, shooting into the sky. And now some gold to follow as well. Well, that West End cast, they're getting an almighty send-off. Now we've got green and white smoke across the window in the commentary box, filtering away over the ground. The lead actors are Emma Kingston and Zizi Strallen, player Elphaba and Glinda. So we can just about see them, I think, lining up for a curtain call and a bow, I imagine, through the haze of the smoke. There might even be another number, is that it? Are we now going to move on towards the flags? So 15 minutes until the start of this first T20 World Cup match, the King a bow. We have every ball of every game for you on BBC Sounds and on your smart speaker as well. If you say play 5 Sports Extra, we're getting the smell of the smoke into the commentary box.
So good.
Well, it's just like we're out there in the crowd with everybody else. Clips across the BBC Sport website and app. We've got highlights of every game on the BBC Sport website and app as well. And throughout the tournament, we're taking you inside the England camp as well with a series which is on iPlayer and YouTube. Those are shows that start off with Izzy Wong and Heather Knight. We take you behind the scenes with those two players first of all. So we are gearing up towards the start now as the anthems will be getting ready to be sung. The flags are now being walked out onto the outfield. Sri Lanka having won the toss and opted to field first in this opening match. The officials will also come out with the teams. Worth noting as well, it's the third consecutive T20 World Cup with an all-female match official panel. There is a real feel of like the girl power feel around these tournaments. So much emphasis on just how transformational sport can be. And England, of course, have made no bones about, and that's Siva Brunt in particular, about wanting to emulate what the Red Roses and the Lionesses have done in winning on home soil. A good sort of carrot to have, or can that become something of a bit of a weight around your neck to think you've got to follow in those footsteps?
Both, to be honest. Both. I think her quote, I'll spit my words out eventually, her quote was, "Pressure's a privilege," and it absolutely is. It really is, you know. There are so many people in the crowd today and so many people around the world that would pay to be in any of these girls' shoes and to be out there playing for their country, representing England, having the 3 lions on their shirt. It's one of the proudest things you can ever do as a young girl that's grown up wanting to play cricket. So with with that and with that expectation, knowing that the pride that you feel becomes a little bit of pressure or becomes pressure. And then obviously all the talk on the fact that England have never lost at home. They always win World Cups, cricket World Cups. You know, Catherine being at 2009, 2017, married to Nat, is probably at home going, you can't let us down here, love. And it does bring pressure, but also with it a whole lot of pride.
And what an opportunity, you know, again, when you flip it around and shift the idea of it being pressure to an idea of being, what a chance to have an impact on so many people, to in a way transform your own life by being a World Cup winner on home soil, but then transform the opportunities that will come for those after. It's been such a long gap, really, isn't it, since 2017? The game has changed since then. When you look at the money that is being earned, the sponsorship, the prize money for this tournament, the winners will take home the same as they did in the 2024 edition, which is 1.74 million. But the minimum participation as well is really significant for those lower ranked teams. Will take home £184,500 for having made it to the tournament.
Yeah, and for some of these nations that will be life-changing for them and their families, and that's what is so great about this tournament. It's really making people seen, it's giving exposure, it's giving hope, it's giving everything. It's giving everyone a chance to be better than what they were before, and in 10 years' time it's going to happen again. Half of our team were watching us in the 2017 final, were inspired to do the same thing. They've come out and said that is so magical. And there's girls in this crowd already who will play for England in 8, 9, 10 years, and they will say the same thing. And so the enormity of this is great. There's a lot on it in terms of that, but we could lose and people will still be inspired. I'm inspired right now. I actually can't believe what I've been seeing the last couple of days and what I'm seeing now. It just feels so alien to me, and I want to be down there so bad.
Well, let me paint the picture, because the World Cup trophy is on a plinth directly below us with a purple carpet in the colours. That's the theme, purple and green, of this World Cup. That carpet leads out to the trophy, gleaming silver on a plinth. Flamethrowers, little fireworks are being thrown into the air either side of that carpet. And now here come the two teams. The flags have been unfurled perfectly, stretching across the outfield. On the left, the red and white St George's Cross of England, and on the right hand side the colours of the Sri Lankan flag, the orange, the red, the green, and the two teams are filing out with mascots each alongside them, wearing purple bucket hats as well to keep with the theme. So England, bright red strips with blue flashes across the shoulder, lining on the left hand side, and then filing across to the right is Chamariata Patu leading her side with their navy trousers and bright yellow tops. England going with all three spinners for this opening World Cup match. Laura Wright is ready to sing the national anthems as this World Cup 2026 gets underway. on their feet for these anthems. England now link arms and standing shoulder to shoulder.
Well, quite the performance from a spectacular vocal display and performance from Laura Wright, who really does capture the moment, capture the mood in front of a spectacular crowd as well. I can see the supporters heading to their seats in the Holly stand. Henry Moran here alongside Catherine Sciver-Brunt. And you always get a little emotional at that moment, Catherine. I know you do. I could see in your eyes, standing there, seeing obviously Nat leading the team. But here we go, match 1 of 33. Will England be playing in that 33rd game on July the 5th at Lord's?
I thought I was hiding that pretty well. Can't hide anything here. Yes, they will be there. They'll be there. I have no doubt. I get emotional because the moment of it is so overwhelming, and I remember how it feels, and it's, you know, it's lovely.
Well, yeah, it's a special moment, isn't it? And when England were here, they were brilliantly supported in 2022 during the Commonwealth Games, and that was a special moment, if not necessarily a special result for England in the tournament. But it is that sort of home support that you know all too well from 2017 and the successes then, as we see two very experienced cricketers down there on the boundary edge who will be heading to the middle for England. Danny Wyatt-Hodge and Amy Jones, the England opening partnership. They've chopped and changed just a little bit and had a bit of a, I suppose, experimental time over the last few weeks, but they've set upon these two as your opening pair. And here comes Sri Lanka in the navy blue with the yellow detailing, sprinting onto the field, led by their inspirational captain, Chamari Atapattu.
Yes, the youth. They were running a lot quicker than the old team used to. I think there's a variety of youth there, as Chamari said, wanting to blood the next through, which I'm not necessarily a fan of. I still think you need some experience in there and some quality players. I think leaving Pereira out was a big call, but you know, we'll see how that goes. I'm just so happy to see these two walking out to the middle, and I wish them all the best.
Do you think it is England's strongest opening pair?
I do. At this moment in time, I do. I think there's obviously different varieties. I think Danny Wyatt-Hodge and Sophia Dunkley are our most destructive opening pair. But at the end of the day, you've got to go with who's in form and where people are best suited. I think Amy, you know, has been everywhere from 1 to 7 and can do different roles. Some people just cannot do other roles, do you know what I mean? So it's nice that she's been able to adapt and just come straight back to the top again.
Yeah, scored 64 in a warm-up against India, Amy Jones, and she's going to face the first ball of the Women's T20 World Cup.
Yeah, I think as a 33-year-old, the moment here where people...
Thank you very much indeed, Ellie Aldroyd, for those joining us on 5 Live. Lovely to have you with us for these opening stages alongside England World Cup winner and multi-time Ashes, World Cups, everything you like. Catherine Sciver-Brunt is alongside me. And what a scene this is before us as we get ready to see the first ball of this game. The sun is shining, those cold winds have drifted away, and we are ready to go with the first ball of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup of 2026. England put into bat first, and Catherine, it's now the moment we wait for the off from the umpires. The heart rate will be a little bit higher.
I wonder if they'll do a countdown. Sometimes they like to do a terrifying countdown that scares everyone, just to get the heart rate racing a little bit more.
Well, it's always the way that with cricket you find that everyone's ready. and then somebody will have to say, wait a minute, we haven't had the okay
We
yet.
haven't had 4 more adverts.
Or whatever might be causing the delay. But we have just seen the clock strike past 6:30. So I'm not quite sure why we haven't kicked things off. But Amy Jones comes down the track in the red of England in this uniform, a bit of a retro throwback look. And she's going to have a little conversation with Danny Wyatt-Hodge as the umpire at this end of the ground, Australian Eloise Sheridan, just comes and has a quick chat with Amy Jones and says...
She'll also be wondering...
Well, what does she say? Because
the eye line. Maybe my white T-shirt's not helping much.
Well, you're her best mate.
I know. That's why she can kick off, because she knows she can
well,
get me to do what she wants.
Something is distracting the duo out in the middle.
I'm too high, surely.
Yeah.
She is quite pernickety, though, Amy.
Right.
If something gets... Like, she's got to sort it. If I was... Yeah, she wouldn't move until it was sorted. Once it's in her head, that's it, at the end.
Well, something below us is distracting Amy Jones, the England opener.
Well, we've got a, you know, the adverts are all around the ground and on the sight screens, so it could be on this side as well. Obviously, we can't see that.
Yeah, so the sight screen, electronically powered.
Big red sign
for a well-known airline is currently beaming. And I wonder if that is which would understandably be a bit of a distraction in the eye line of the batter, but
I reckon they think that that's acceptable and that the black bit below it is what the players should be looking at. But like I said, Amy Jones will not take guard until it's sorted.
Cricket is a hilarious sport, isn't it? We've had a spectacular opening ceremony with the cast of Wicked from the West End and fireworks and all sorts of things, and now we've got a delay, because Amy Jones is now coming to chat to the umpire once again and saying, well, what's going on here?
She's not having it.
Is she within her rights to feel like that?
I would say. I mean, that's the brightest thing ever, right on this black sight screen.
It might be that England actually make the executive decision that Danny Wyatt-Hodge faces the first ball.
Because she's not bothered.
She doesn't really care.
Yeah, fair enough.
I tell you what it is. It's the reflection of a window. Somebody hasn't pulled the curtain across.
That's pretty bad, to be fair.
Yeah, well, cricket is the sort of sport where you think you've seen it all.
Do you know what it is? It's when you're in the nets. If there's something you can blame it on, you will. So it's best to take that away, and then if you get out first ball, it's literally just your fault then. You can't blame it on that.
Well, I know, in some ways, it's quite good to have an excuse, but that maybe that's how you and I think.
Well, that's what was that famous bit between Andrew Flintoff and the best all-rounder we've ever had.
Tino
ever.
Best? Oh, no.
Best all-rounder for South Africa ever, Callis. Remember, he was bowling 90 mile an hour.
It was here.
And he could not pick the ball at all.
I should say, by the way, as we wait for things to get underway, this is the first match of every single game that we will be bringing you on Test Match Special. You will not miss a moment across the course of the tournament. And we can't wait to bring it all to you, because it's going to be a brilliant few weeks. 2 groups of 6, Australia, Bangladesh, India, Netherlands, Pakistan and South Africa in one. England, Ireland and Scotland all in the same group, alongside New Zealand, Sri Lanka and West Indies. Still we wait. And this is getting increasingly frustrating. And actually, it's getting a little bit to the point of farce, I would argue. I think you do reach the sort of stage in cricket where you wonder, how has this been allowed to happen?
Yeah.
And we still wait, but...
What's the age of our little opener here? She seems to only have 12 caps to her name, and I don't imagine Amy Jones will have faced or ever faced her before, so also an interesting...
Yeah, Malky Madara, seam bowler, and we are ready to go. After all of that, just the 5 minutes late, we're ready. Here we go, start of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup, and the first ball is pushed gently into the offside by Amy Jones, who's from this part of the world, once on the books of Aston Villa, of all things, and she is facing a young bowler from Sri Lanka, Malky Madara, who is a seam bowler, so the long run up, pace on the ball, and
very
England
gentle.
will be doing their very best to try and get off to a flyer. Here comes Madara again. kicking up the heels, runs in now, and Jones gets a delivery which is on the pads. There could be trouble. Oh, throw at the non-striker's end, missed. But as England get up and running, there was just a little moment where Jones had to put the foot down.
Yeah, good fielding, but ultimately a good single. I think she would have been safe, just about. Very well timed, actually. The athleticness of that piece of fielding was great. It's good to see. She's the only person there, no mid-wicket out on the boundary, so had a lot of work to do and actually made a fantastic job of it. Make Amy and Danny think twice, I think, about the next one, but yeah, I would say it was a well-timed single.
Whenever England have hosted a World Cup, they've won it. Will this repeat the pattern? Danny White-Hodge then, right-hander, waits for the first ball that she will face in the tournament, and it swings in quite violently, but though there's half an appeal for EW, it was not doing the right things, going too far down the leg side, and they'll run through for a leg bye. So England 2 without loss early on in the innings, 3 balls gone. England will expect to win this game. Their head-to-head is very much in their favour. However, the last time these sides met in a series here, Sri Lanka won it.
Yes, indeed. The last 2, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think they've won their last 6 T20s in general, so.
This delivery is clipped in the air, into the leg side, enthusiastically roared towards the Hollies as England turn for a second. Amy Jones will pick up 2 runs to deep mid-wicket. And it's a wonderful scene out there, Catherine. It really is. You've got the green of the trees beyond the famous Hollies stand. Supporters bathed in sunshine.
Even though we're in the middle of a city centre, it doesn't feel like it, does it? Like you said, we're surrounded by a load of trees, and you don't normally get that anymore, do you? So it's a beautiful surrounding within one of the best grounds in the country, I believe.
4 without loss. Again, Jones targets the leg side. Again, she will pick out mid-wicket. This time just the 1 run. What have you seen?
I was just going to say, I don't think they've done their homework against Amy Jones. She's caught a lot of the time at mid-wicket, early on especially, and they've left that area vacant to an in-swinger. So I think that's, I'm not going to say village, I'm just going to say underprepared. But yeah, she's just bowling gentle, 60, 61 mile an hour, little innies, and to be honest, when she bowls outside off, it doesn't actually do much. So she's got to bowl straight or she's going to get punished.
White-Hodge gets a full delivery, which she will tap into the onside and get just the 1 run, I think. Jones wants a second that is not there, and that was a good decision. At the end of the over, 1 gone, England 6 without loss. You're listening to Test Match Special on 5 Sports Extra, where the Women's World Cup, the ICC T20, is underway. Every ball of every game available for you to listen to on BBC Sounds. We'll have podcasts throughout, we'll have highlights on the BBC Sport website and app, and we've got an England team who look a little more battle-hardened than I've seen them for a while, Catherine. I think they look quite a tough unit.
Yeah, we've got a good mixture here. We've got experience, we've got age, we've got youth, but ultimately you now can call Sophie Eccleston very experienced. She's very experienced. She holds a lot of caps on her name. She's still only, what, 26? Correct me if I'm wrong now, Sophie Eccleston. Yeah, that's a baby to me. So, yeah, I am loving this squad. I think they've actually got a lot of exposure to been playing in these WBBLs, WIPLs, and yeah, I think they bring a lot of depth into them. Even though it's a young squad, there's a lot of depth here.
It was a young squad for Sri Lanka, certainly. We've got Mitali, not Raj, who has played plenty of World Cup matches, but Mitali Yodhya in just her 4th T20 international, right arm over, extraordinary action, slingy like Lasith Malinga, and beats the bat of White-Hodge, who was rather startled for pace.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of discovery during this game, isn't there? They've almost gone for the surprise effect, Sri Lanka, and letting us figure it out along the way. So yeah, one of the actions in world cricket that's actually the most deceptive and hardest to face. So we'll see how this goes.
In again, and almost playing on. Very fortunate is White-Hodge as the ball goes skewing down to short fine leg. But yeah, I'm not convinced that Amy Jones or Danny White-Hodge would have ever faced a bowler quite like this.
Definitely not. There's a lot there's a lot there, and coming from such a low arm, so it will skid on. A bit more pace than from the other end, and a bit of a waist swing action. So, and it was late. It swung late, and I think that's what did Danny in the end. She went for the width, and then it turned into more. So, yeah, I actually quite like what I see at the minute. It's so hard to control the ball when you bowl from 3 o'clock. It's very difficult.
In once again, and that'll be wide, and that's exactly why, because when the arm is at the perpendicular, you can get a little more forgiveness in terms of the length, but the line can spray all over the shot.
Absolutely. It's like batting, isn't it? If you don't have a high left elbow, you're not using 100% of your bat. So if it's on the angle, you only get to use 40% of your bat. So yeah, it's the same thing. You can miss your line so easily.
In once again, and Jones thrashes that through the offside. It's a good-looking shot, but there is protection at deep backward point, so it'll just be one. The Holly stand increasingly jammed full of spectators, and you can just see there's a patch of yellow in the
Bananas?
middle. Well, they are, but there's only two left. There was a bunch, and now it's just a pair.
They've gone to get the next round in, I reckon. They'll be back.
The bananas have split.
I feel like you've been teeing that up.
I haven't.
You've been thinking about that for
I've
an
not.
hour.
That is just a.
That's a good one. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you found the joke appealing.
For God's sake!
What?
Another. Just keep them coming.
Oh.
Is there going to be a third?
Well, there might be. Might get a whole bunch.
For God's sake! Pretty quick you are. I think the wrong line of work. Stand up.
I think that would be a very, very short-lived career.
I'd come see you, but I'd be scared you'd call me out.
Oh, I would. Yeah, no,
definitely.
it'd be revenge.
It'd be savage.
Oh, there we go. The volunteer in the very bright pink T-shirt who thought, why is nobody sitting here right behind the bowler's arm?
It's a fantastic spot.
What a spot this is. I'll tell
This is
you.
where Wicked were.
Yeah.
Lush.
These fans don't know what they're missing. Next delivery is hit away in the air into the deep by Wyatt Hodge. It could bring a boundary. It's hopping and skipping, and away it goes. So there we go, the first boundary of the tournament, the first boundary for England, and it's 13 without loss. Away over the offside. It's a shot she loves to play.
The first ball, Mathali is over-pitched, and Danny Wyatt Hodge's eyes lit up. She was waiting for that. A bit of width. Definitely the length is what sparked the shot. And a classic over the top from Danny Wyatt Hodge, the one that we like to see.
New mum, Danny Wyatt Hodge.
She's tired.
Here comes Mathali once again. This is once more driven away through the offside, but this time all along the ground, and will be fielded by Shika Silva out there in front of the Hollies.
I was talking to her today. We had a coffee, and she said she's more excited about seeing Daisy tomorrow than she was about the game tonight.
Well,
they try not to get too excited about this, obviously, for obvious reasons, but yeah.
You're well within your rights to be as excited as you like when you got a new ball.
Well, you don't really get the excitement, you just get the draining effect.
In comes Mathali. Final ball of the over is clattered very crisply towards cover, but though it is fumbled, surely 4 runs saved. And at the end of the over, 2 gone, 15 without loss. It's been a gentle start, if nothing else. I should say, if you want to head inside the England camp by finding out a little bit more about the side, you can search Test Match Special on YouTube and iPlayer. And right now you can hear from Heather Knight, captain in 2017, as well as Izzy Wong chatting to Ebony Rainford Brent. We'll have, as well as that, episodes with the likes of Lauren Bell, Sophia Dunkley, which will be dropping every Monday throughout the tournament. Really recommend those as well, because it just brings the characters that you do so well in describing to life, but it just gives you that little sense of the characters and the people within that dressing room.
Yeah, I reckon a lot of the young players around the country would love to see what it looks like in a professional setup. Sometimes they come across unprofessional and actually just having a bit of a laugh, but yeah, when the training gets going, it is very serious.
Left arm spin, and Jones will clatter the ball off the back foot. Down the ground it goes, up towards the field of below us in the sunshine at long on. Karuna Ratne, we've got Nasanaka into the attack.
Yep, change of bowling. they've seen enough of the in-swing.
We've seen some inexperience with the two opening seamers. This is Sigandika Desanarika's 6th T20 World Cup, so she has been there and seen it all. Her jersey is just being buffeted by a breeze that blows through as the clouds come over briefly. And that's whipped off the pads, and wisely the single is turned down, went pretty much straight to Malki Madara, standing next to umpire Jacqueline Williams at square leg.
They've set their boundary sweepers are perfect for every over so far. So for me, it's a little bit defensive. I'd like to see a bit more attacking.
Well, there's something attacking. Smashed over the offside. It's going to just slow up a touch before reaching the boundary, and it will be a boundary save. That's good fielding out there at deep cover.
Good running.
Good running as well. 3 taken all round. That was good cricket. 19 without loss.
And what I say about they could be a bit more attacking is, as we know, Danny Wyatt loves hitting over mid-off and the entire offside. No matter where you like, actually, she will spew one over third. She runs them down to third man. She hits them over point aerially, no matter the pace of the bowler. So for me, it's about not leaving that open for her and actually closing off the leg side.
Jones on strike, tall figure, short sleeves, waiting in the sunshine and clipping the ball into the leg side for probably a couple if she's quick. And they are quick enough. And Danny Wyatt-Hodge, new mum, might be a bit tired, but she's herring through for that one.
Yeah, I think I would have for her a 3/4 extra cover and actually say hit me to the leg side, get her playing across, left armour, zipping that in flat into leg stump.
That's an Iker again. Bowling to Jones, who once more will target the leg side, this time just for one. You, in 2017, played against India and got a bit of a shock losing that opening game. Opening matches, how important are they to set the tone? Because obviously you went on to win the tournament.
Yeah, to be honest, I couldn't think of anything better than a good spanking, because it really does wake you up. It's the right good slap around the face and a bit of a reality check, to be fair.
Next delivery is a bit quicker, swinging in and worked into the onside. There's a phrase I wasn't expecting to hear in the 3rd over of the tournament. And the score 23 without loss after 3. 8 from the over, Jones on 10, Wyatt-Hodge on 11. I'm in need of a darkened room, I think.
I think we all are.
But it's, you know...
It was like so Smriti, we'd been used to what she'd been batting like. She's quality, but she wasn't really explosive. During that game, she just front foot pulled it for 6, and we were all like, what?
Yeah.
Where's that? Like, and then suddenly it was like, okay, fair enough, you're here. That was what we needed. We
no messing about.
Yeah, we absolutely need. Not that we weren't trying. It was just more like, what level do we need to try and get to now? Because it's not the level that we're playing at. So it was great timing, to be fair. And then, you know, the rest is history. Smashed everything from that moment on. So I say smashed. There was a few at the end there we scraped through.
Yeah, I'd argue that semi-final wasn't quite a...
No, but that's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah. Jamari Atapatu into the attack then. And bowls to Danny Wyatt-Hodge, who drops the ball into the onside.
Too easy.
And we'll get 1 run, 25 without loss at the start of the 4th. Atapatu, who will bowl sort of dibbly-dobbly, medium pace, right arm. Bit of off-spin in there as well.
Yeah,
playing in her 10th T20 World Cup.
Good effort, isn't it?
That is a great effort.
She's underestimated with the ball, I feel.
Moves in now, over the wicket, and Jones hammers that into the leg side, and will be frustrated she didn't pick the gap between the fielders.
I think she tried to hit it too hard, to be fair. I think I would have gone aerially with it. Send it into the new construction site.
Yeah, but that was always your mentality with the bat.
No, I think she's capable. She's so good off the back foot. Her and Nat are so alike in that way.
Atapatu to Wyatt-Hodge, drop and run. That's good running from England, not finding the boundaries, but happy just to pick up the singles and keep things moving.
Yeah, she came down the wicket, realised it wasn't quite there, and that's fair enough, because mid-on, mid-off are up. Chamari, she's, you know, quite clever, and seen her come in, drops it in short, and that was the best she could do with it.
Atapatu into Jones, who again wallops into the leg side. It's almost as if, as you say, she's got some personal grievance against the ball.
Amy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
that away from me.
Yeah, normally she sees that so early. That's how good she's off the back foot, and that boundary isn't the longest, but yeah, that'll come. It'll come.
Well, White Hodge is going leg side this time, or will pick up a single. So England dealing only in the binary in the over. 5 singles.
I think what it's making me feel like is that the balls must be skidding on. It must be quicker than what they feel. It feels like they've just hit the top of the bat on a few of those.
A murmur and a hum around Edgbaston as the clouds just roll over briefly. Jones goes big into the leg side, could be out. Oh, dropped, possibly for 6.
That is exactly what I wanted Amy to try, and it nearly paid off. She dropped back on the back foot early, knowing that Chamari was just going to keep that same line and length to get through the over. She went on the back foot, but she did get it behind square, so the boundary became slightly longer. And I think a slight misfield there, actually. She got her palm up in the air and just sort of parried it. We don't know for 4 or 6 yet.
4.
Signalling 4. So they must have had a good look at that. And yeah, a bit of a strange one there. I'd say Amy should be out. But yeah, good to see that she learnt from what she was doing. And, you know, I don't blame her if she'd have got out at that point.
So England moved to 32 without loss after 4. We've got 2 overs left of the power play, so that's when you're allowed the 2 fielders outside the circle. And those 2 fielders are on the offside in front of the famous Holly stand, which is absolutely spectacular. The bananas, well, 1 banana's returned. I wonder where 2 banana, 3 banana, 4 are.
They can't be wrecked already. It's only been 20 minutes.
Here comes Malcolm Vidara.
Yes.
This has gone very high in the air into the offside. That should bring a boundary, and it does, almost 6.
Honestly, this is baffling me because she could miss-hit the hell out of every shot and she will be safe. There has to be somebody deep on that offside to make her play something other than what she's comfortable playing. So it's just too easy for me. They can drop and run onto the leg side easy, or she can have a free swing at it.
Do you want your first stat? Yeah.
Give it to me.
Come on. White Hodge, strong when it comes to punishing full deliveries since the start of all T20, since the beginning of 2023, striking at 169, and anything wide, striking at 156. So
she loves creating width. She often moves to the leg side.
I mean, it's not necessarily surprising that a good opener punishes over pitched or short and wide.
Well, how many of us bring the offside up?
That's
Everyone.
true. Giving herself some room, finding the gap through backward point for 4 more. And the crowd are up and about. The 4 signs are being waved. The flames go up. And after a little bit of a tepid start, perhaps, England are suddenly starting to find their groove. This opening partnership between Jones and White Hodge, tasked with getting England off to a good start in the World Cup. Well, 40 without loss. You want to see the best of the action? BBC Sport website and app.
Sri Lanka are doing England a big favour here. They're really calming the nerves. We've got 2 boundaries in a row, plenty of width to a favoured part of the ground. Yeah, not the best idea.
Here comes Malcolm Vidara again to bowl to White Hodge, who this time targets the leg side. Out on that vast acreage in the sunshine, she'll get 1 run.
It's a bit sad actually, because obviously Danny's coming off the back of 2-3 disappointing performances with the bat in a row after having a couple of weeks off, and they could have capitalised on that. Instead, the way she just played that shot was confident. She's now advancing down the wicket and looking to go even bigger. So yeah, I think they've maybe done us a little bit of a favour there, Henry.
Mid on and mid off up, I think Jones is going to go down the ground. Well, into the leg side, and a couple of runs, no, just the 1. Good fielding.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Henry. I would have liked to have seen her use her feet a little bit and just create that length for herself. However, she stayed in the crease and the length was good enough to hit the splice, and the best she could do was lob it up towards wide mid-on for the single. So yeah, the keeper's up, and that always takes away that, but it shouldn't. If you're confident, you take that on.
White Hodge on 23 off 15 balls. Again, doesn't really time it, that one, with the pace taken off it. He's rather sort of over-hit and ends up being under-hit, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, she's given the signal of a leg cutter, so just that tiny change of pace has just done her a little bit. Yeah, it was actually nice, and it did stick in the wicket. It held a little bit and moved a couple of inches. So yeah, a nice little delivery there from young Malky.
Again, kicking up the heels, right arm over. That's far too wide, and that is going to be punished. It's short, it's wide, and it's hammered to the boundary. England 46 without loss after 5 overs. You're listening to Test Match Special, where we're bringing you every ball of every game of this ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Hello to our listeners down under on the ABC and around the world with the ICC app as well. Great to have you with us wherever you may be, and you're going to be joined in a moment by Alison Mitchell.
Can't wait to speak to you, Ali. Feels like it's been a while. I don't know where you've been in the world, but I'm sure you're going to let me know. You're a busy lady, aren't you, Ali? Where have you been?
Where have I been?
Yeah, where have you been in the world? I feel like I've not seen you for 1,000 years.
Oh, I didn't see you over the winter, I suppose.
I have been hunkering down, to be fair. Children make you do that.
I think you've probably been busier than I have.
They give you the fear. I always fear leaving the house for how much stress it could be. Just going for a simple coffee can be quite stressful.
Well, we're delighted to have you with us in the commentary box.
I'm delighted to be out of my darkened room.
46 runs on the board then for England in the first 5 overs of their opening T20 World Cup match. And it is the 19-year-old Mitali from the City end with this slingy action into Amy Jones. Over the wicket she bowls a straight ball and Jones works it into the leg side along the ground. And it is a dot ball. So we've got 5 in the ring on the offside here, 2 on the on. A sunny early evening here in Birmingham. So that crane is casting a long shadow right across the pitch, about a metre in front of Amy Jones right now. So one whole side of the ground's being redeveloped at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder what that's going to be.
I think they're putting in a hotel.
Yeah, I would have thought that. I was just thinking that's a great way to bring revenue into the club.
Italian chipped in the air just wide of mid-wicket. Out into the deep it goes. Adibadi chasing back with a slide. They come back for 2.
Would you have liked to have seen a bit of a flying salmon effort onto that?
In the infield,
that piece
edge
of
of the
fielding,
ring.
yes, from mid-wicket, I feel we'll have another look, but potentially within the reach there. And sometimes it's when it's sort of within the reach, you don't quite believe in yourself to take it. It's only when you try you think you can do more than what you realise. So I'd love another little look at that.
Mitali comes running in past the stumps now, bowls Fuller, worked into the onside, a smeary shot from Jones.
They've learnt. Mid-wicket is in.
Yes.
It's now creating some pressure. We've got some dot balls. Amy's hitting to a favoured mid-wicket, and we've just seen a ball go through there which could have been taken. So learned, but is it too late?
It's Fishmi Gunaratne who's in that spot. The 20-year-old opener. You'll see her opening up alongside Chamariata Patu in the run chase. Mitali in, a little bit of a width there to Jones outside the off stump, has her on the drive, doesn't connect cleanly, up towards extra cover, one of those 5 fielders on the edge of the ring to pick up. England 48 for none, 2 balls to come in this over.
I would like to see a bit more aggression from Amy there. I think that was I am going to say that's in the slot, and I would love to see her be confident enough to smack that over extra. If she gets it wrong, well, it's almost a deep point, so she's got a lot of area to go wrong.
Yeah, will Mitali go this time? Similar area, strikes it a little bit squarer this time, but misfielded at cover, and they're able to take 1. A parry to be picked up by extra cover, so a single taken. Jones on to 20, 49 without loss.
Yeah, almost the same thing there. Just hit it nicely, but nicely. That's all it was, nice. It timed well in the middle of the bat, but nicely. I'd like to see
a bit more aggression.
Even taking the risk and going aerial, I think would be very safe at this point.
I'm fascinated by the slingy action.
Yeah, it's actually quite stressful. I tried to bowl like that once, and I bowled a beamer at Claire Taylor's head, so that was the end of that.
Her arm does not by any means get up to the perpendicular. Whoa. Too wide that time, spilt by the keeper. Picked up on the edge of the circle, wide signalled by umpire Jackie Williams. So that extra brings up the 50 for England. 50 on the board, with 1 more ball still to come then in this 6th over. So this is a good opening partnership. Now we've got plenty of time to try and build on it. So the 50 coming up off 37 deliveries.
Yeah, it is indeed. It's a good start. You know, the nerves will be somewhat 30% less than they were. So I still think they both feel a tiny bit still scratches, still a bit of rust to work off there.
So here's the Additional ball in the over from Mitali, hit firmly but on the bounce to mid-off, running through quickly for the single, direct hit, could have seen Danny White-Hodge in trouble. She's put in the full dive, the ball missed the stumps, scrambled through for a single off the last ball of the over. 51 for Nunn after the power play. That's 6 overs done with Jones on 20 and White-Hodge off 28 off 18.
She was a goner. I don't even need to see the replay. I think she was still flying in the air when the ball would have hit the stump, so that was a bit of a suicidal run for me. It was one of those where, as a fielder, when the ball's hit to you and it bounces up sweetly, you don't have to do a thing. And she almost could have taken more time to hit the stumps, but yeah, that could be a step too far, I would say, on the old single.
Could have been a little bit of nerves on the part of the fielder,
Yes.
rather than just taking that extra split second to line yourself up.
And we have our weird, annoying drinks break at the 6 over mark, and then there's another one.
There is one after the 14 over mark as well. I think it might be something to do with adverts somewhere in the world. So the players are taking drinks.
We have many channels involved in this. I won't say them, obviously, but this is being projected around the world, globally,
and we are going global.
Lots of people
on the airwaves, in terms of people can listen to us via the ICC app wherever you are in the world.
I'd love to know the numbers.
BBC Sounds and your smart speaker as well if you're in the UK. I think you just said your smart speaker, play 5 Sports Extra,
nice.
and it brings us up magically today.
Weird.
So if you're moving around your house and you we're listening on a DAB radio or listening on your phone, but then you move from your phone to another room and need to get us on smart speaker, there's no escaping.
No.
We're everywhere. So Jones and White-Hodge so far going along well for England as a new opening pair. I mean, how will a thought really for Sophia Dunkley sitting on the sidelines for this opening match, but she hasn't been in form.
Yeah, it's a tough one also, like, for me to say, because she's such a good friend. I love Dunk to death, and I can see just how sad she is. She just looks deeply sad, and it is really sad. Who wouldn't want to be a part of this? She's a part of it, but this is what you want to be doing. You want to be walking on and feeling that those feelings that you get when you do this, and it's I am really sad for her.
And it's very difficult once an 11 is named and an 11 wins.
Yes, and they don't come. They're every 2 years. They do feel like they come quite often, but it's still you never know. Like,
there's a Champions Trophy next February. That's the next global event.
That's
actually.
quite annoying.
So that is a new annoying.
Yeah,
it's coming so
an extra
close.
trip.
For you, you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think the players would be quite delighted with another chance to play a global tournament, another chance to win prize money. It is, yeah. So that's
hot one.
Back end of February, last couple of weeks in February.
Yeah.
Right, ready to resume again after the drinks break. So a little bit more left arm spin from Dasanayake here. Danny White-Hodge on strike. 4 in the ring on the offside. Outside, we're beyond the power play now, so 4 fielders can go out.
Yeah, we have a long off this time and a long on, so.
And 2 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. Dasanayake in. Across White-Hodge, it's beaten the keeper, running away towards the sight screen. They're coming back for a second. Ball reaches the boundary, wide. So
they're killers, those.
That is a
killers. 5
start
wide
to the over.
5 runs straight off the bat. They kill you. They absolutely do. And do you know what? The keeper tried her best. It was a pretty bad ball. Danny got right in her way. It was very wide. There's nothing you can do once it starts running down that hill.
Yeah, it is a bit of a slope here, isn't it? Interesting. Towards the Holly stand, but that way certainly towards do you call that now the wicket stage? Down at the far end, in front of the sight screen.
The new
was.
end.
So 5 off the first ball of the over. It's being bowled again now, chipped in the air over the vacant mid-on region down towards the boundary. De Silva moves in to pick up, and a single is added. So 57 for Nunn. England put into bat by Sri Lanka. They would have loved to have bowled first here as well today, but they're going to have to defend a total and hope that they are hoping to get a significant target and they can get the first 2 points on the board in this T20 World Cup. Around the wicket with the left arm spin, a low sweep, timed brilliantly to bisect the 2 fielders on the boundary for 4. Perfect placement.
I was literally just going to say Amy's going to be eyeing up her favourite part of the ground, which is between cow and long on. Herself and Nat played that area so well off the back foot and off of playing the sweep. So that was guided perfectly off a sweep. And I do believe, even though we're out the power play, this is actually the time where they can start taking more risks. I think you'll see more reverse sweeps. Probably not go to paddles because there's not a lot of pace to work with here. But yeah, we'll certainly start seeing, I think, a few more risks taken.
A switch of angle here from Dasanayake. So with Jones on strike, she's opting to come over the wicket with the left arm spin. Trots up to the stumps, floats on outside the off stump, driven straight back down the ground. Danny White had to do a little hop to get over the ball then. Fielded by Atapatu inside the boundary in front of the sight screen. They've taken the single.
I think that was actually... I don't agree with this change plan. Like, you've got to be absolutely spot on, and you're taking out quite a few dismissals with bowling around the wicket, especially to be something that she does 20% of the time as well, so not very well practiced. With all the offside up, it's pretty risky.
Dasanayake in again, a charge, turns into a low full toss and beats the infield. Probably shouldn't have done. Gunaratne again as they come through for one.
Yeah, I'd like to see who that was actually.
Half-hearted.
Great piece of fielding, wasn't it? I think she got one hand on it. Number 9.
That's Emesha Delani with the wide-brimmed hat.
Good effort, saved 3 runs in the end. And now I think we've got a front foot no ball, which is
signalled by the umpire.
Started with a 5-wider.
This is an expensive over then. So we're having another look on the replay. The umpire's just held out her arm, alerted to the front foot no ball. The TV umpire will check these. So we've got a free hit. So Amy Jones doesn't have to worry about being bowled or being caught. That's Nike's in, bowls one out wide, and she batters it back down the ground aerially, which should go for 4 does. So good use of the free hit. But yeah, the over gets more and more expensive. 68 for none now.
I just really hope that has opened up Amy's shoulders a bit, because we're wanting her to take that next level, which is to hit the ball really aggressively. We don't need to see recklessness, obviously, but obviously she's got so much in her. That is, when the pressure's taken off, that's what she can do. So I would like to think that that's just going to spur her on, because what we've got to come, we bat to 10 today.
That's it. I'll tell you something about this power play in a moment as well, when they've got 51 for none around the wicket here, chipped in the air towards us, dropping safely in front of long on, who moves in off the boundary. Single taken. We've still got one in the over. England's 51 for none is the first time they haven't lost a power play wicket in the 7 T20 internationals have played this year, and it's just shy of the 53 for 1 they managed in the opening phase for their last T20 international in Taunton. So that is a good sign for England at the start of this World Cup. Hovering bat poised is Wyatt Hodge. Last ball of the over, drilled along the ground to extra cover. It's a dot ball. But from 51 to 69, that is an expensive over from Sri Lanka's point of view, and a good over from the England perspective. So Jones is 30 off 22, Wyatt Hodge is 30 from 21. We've had 7 overs. Then England, an opening stand, which is going from strength to strength. Alex Hartley's joined us. Welcome back, Alex.
I've just caught Catherine Sciver-Brunt adding up individually what's come off that over, and then at the end of said row of numbers it had the total, so she's done the maths in her head and got told the answer.
And then realised at the end 18
off the over. Brilliant start by England though, isn't it? This is really putting their foot down and showcasing what they can do at the top of the order. Yes, Amy Jones was put down on 12. It was a pretty simple catch actually.
Yeah, she was there, wasn't she? One-handed, deflected it, parried it into the ground. You could say saved 2 because it was going for 6 otherwise, but the fact she was on the edge of the boundary and was in position to take the catch. A bit more off-spin then coming from the City end. Kavisha Dilhari into the attack to the right-handed Amy Jones. Floats one up, comes off the inside half of the bat down towards long on, and a single is taken. Crowd has filled in very well here. A bubbling atmosphere, you might say. And the noise when the boundaries are struck has really been something. I'm loving the colour in the Hollies stand.
The Hollies is packed.
It is great.
Yeah.
I can see some luminous orange caps on the far side. Not sure who they belong to, if they're a particular group or if they're hard hats belonging to a set of builders. We've got the bananas in. Henry's mentioned those. In again here to Wyatt Hodge, aerial over the top of point. Running away too, said Holly Stand before. The ball spinning after it hits the turf as well, just helps it race towards the rope. Wyatt Hodge on to 34, England 71 for none in this 8th over.
I'm just getting so frustrated in the fact they haven't got anyone out on the offside to Danny Wyatt Hodge. As a spin bowler, you just cannot have the offside up. She's so strong through that offside. She'll happily give herself room, step outside leg. But if you are going to have the offside up, got to bowl over or around the wicket, depending on if you're right or left-handed. So now the off spinner is coming over the wicket. She has to come around the wicket with offside up.
Use of the feet this time. They'll chip into the leg side. Bowler in a follow-through, picks up and then flings the ball back towards the keeper, thinking maybe Wyatt Hodge might have been thinking of a single. But there wasn't one there.
Because her margin for error is so small against Wyatt Hodge here. If you come around the wicket, cramp her for room, get her to hit you into the leg side.
Here is Kavisha again, along the ground, drilled back to the bowler that time. Makes sure that Amy Jones is firmly pegged back at the non-striker's end as well.
Because even though that was a dot ball then, Wyatt Hodge has just practiced going over extra cover.
It's a strong shot for her. 75 for none. 3 more balls to come in the 8th over. Over the wicket here with the off-spin. A little quicker this time. Hoiked into the leg side. Aerially, 2 fielders out there. 1 bounce. Oh, the spin's beaten her. The spin has beaten the fielder and gone for 4. Well. That is Amesha Delani. Not a happy time for her in the field yet today. 78 for none. You've got to just give yourself a moment, haven't you, with those?
Oh, no. The worst thing that can ever happen to you as a fielder as well. You've dropped one's just spun right past you, and the captain moves you in the field. Now she's gone from deep square leg to short fine. Atapatu just said, get her out of there. Swapped at savage.
It's a low moment for a fielder, isn't it?
Oh, it's the worst.
Last ball of the over. Here is Kavisha. Angled it down the leg side. It's deep backwards square. Is it going to be cut off by the new fielder? Well, it's beaten the change of fielder, who's been switched into that position. But well placed, insufficiently behind square. Good pace on the ball. 82 for none after 8.
Yeah, really well played from Wyatt Hodge there. 3 boundaries coming off the over. A couple of dot balls, but she didn't let it frustrate her. This time, the ball just angling down that leg side, and a sweep shot that she's added to her armoury over the last couple of years. Quite a while ago, a few years ago, she wouldn't have been able to play that sweep shot, but now she's like, well, my bread and butter as well.
Tell you what, we could have 50 in the opening game here. Wyatt Hodge 42 from 26, Jones 31 from 23. England flying in these opening overs.
Yeah, this partnership of 82 has been absolutely outstanding, hasn't it? From the two of them, they've not done anything reckless. They've hit the bad ball. They've respected the good balls every so often.
Now back to medium pace here by the looks of it. Chamriata Patu is alongside Nilakshi Kasilva, who's, well, I'd say the same age as Chamriata Patu. She's a little bit older than her by days, but the 2 36-year-olds in the side have made a conscious effort to bring in some youth. I think there's been quite a lot of investment in Sri Lanka around their domestic system, school system, under-19s cricket. So I hope that this new crop of players can get a T20 World Cup win, because they didn't have any success at the last one in 2024. Here comes the bowler outside the off stump, dropped away into the ground out towards extra cover, single taken. 84 now. I think it's slightly behind. Very much a fan of your face paint, by the way.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
On the way into the ground?
No,
or did you do it yourself at home before you arrived?
I actually went to an activation in Manchester today about the World Cup. So we were promoting the fact that it's starting at Old Trafford tomorrow. So I thought I'd get amongst it and get the face painted for tonight's game.
Here is Silva over the wicket with the keeper standing up, and that's a swing and a miss.
The artist, do you call face painters artists?
I think she would be a makeup artist, or a face painting artist.
The artist asked if I would like some glitter added to the Union Jack on my face, and I said absolutely not, because it'll end up all over my clothes.
Probably correct.
Yeah.
And then that's all over you. Commentary table, then all over us.
And you've got a nice new white crisp t-shirt on there.
Silver in, chopped into the ground towards backward points, fielded securely and firing a ball back into the keeper with some intent, making sure no run is taken. Yep, I'm gleaming white shirt. It's probably not going to be white by the end of the day, but we'll try. Wyatt Hodge 42 from 28, 83 for none. England, the 9th over. opening game of the T20 World Cup. England next play Ireland and then Scotland in Leeds. Silver is in, straight delivery, whip behind, square to short, fine leg, throw comes in, it's a good one to the stumps. Amy Jones is home. Jacqueline Williams was positioned at square leg, and the keeper herself is popping the bails back onto the stumps. Good accurate throw in. Sri Lanka could do with a couple of moments of magic in the field when they've been a little bit loose.
Yeah, they need to just sharpen up a little bit. Whether or not the nerves, the occasions got to them out in the field.
Keeper bobs down again behind Jones, who's 32 from 24, looking to drive, hasn't quite timed it. Into the leg side down towards long on. Then moves Hansama Karunaratne to pick up. Sri Lanka in the field, a mix of baseball caps and wide-brimmed hats. I do like the wide brim. It's navy with a yellow rim running all the way around the edge. Very distinctive. Silver's shirt is rippling in a stiff breeze that's blowing across the ground here at Edgbaston. I think it's blowing more out, looking at the flags, yeah, it's blowing towards the Holly stand, so anything in that direction, we'll get a good helping hand at the moment. Bowls on an off-stump line, driven hard to extra cover, throw to the keeper's end. Amy Jones hasn't put in any dive. Is there some excitement here from the keeper? No, I think it's just the end of the over and she's gone sprinting all the way down to have a word with her bowler. But yeah, a couple of sharp singles taken by England in that over. We've had 9. England are 86 without loss.
Yeah, good over. Just 4 runs coming off it. England not managing to find a boundary. Really nicely bowled. I think Sri Lanka, needs to carry on building that pressure, building those dot balls. Or if they can't build the dot balls, only try and turn the boundary balls into ones. There's only been 13 dots so far in this innings that England have faced.
Yeah, it's where is that pressure going to build from? And that over there from Silver is a start. And how can the captain continue? She went for 9 off the first over that she bowled, so Chamrianta Patu coming back again with the sunglasses on.
England quite famously have been poor against spin in the last couple of years, and it's where they've lost consistent wickets. Think of the Women's Ashes, Alana King tearing through England. The last World Cup kept falling to the spin bowlers, but it's something they've really worked on.
It's good to see the fruits of it. Atapatu comes in, used the feet, chipping up and over. The non-striker down towards the boundary, plenty on it, but scooped up just about safely in front of the sight screen. They come back for the second, and the throw comes back in on the bounce to the keeper. So Wyatt Hodge moves on to 46 now from 31. I think it was a clean piece of fielding. It was a bit of if I describe that as a Mitchell Stark take.
Oh yeah, nice.
Because he was diving full length, and on this occasion, the fielder scooped up the ball two-handed and then used that one hand to steady herself, making a bit of room, carves this over the top of extra cover, and it runs away towards the Hollies for 4. Perfect from Danny Wyatt Hodge, just where she likes it, and she's brought up a 50 in the opening game of this Women's T20 World Cup. 50 from 32 balls, the first half century of the tournament, and it's an English one.
Oh, what a celebration as well.
She's just started to rock her bat, mimicking the rocking of the baby Daisy, born in the lead up to the tournament. Yeah. Wonderful moment.
Brilliant from Wyatt Hodge. Just carving the ball through the covers as she has done time and time again. That was the first boundary for 7 balls as well. So England had been tied down. They've been scoring freely.
Atapatu's fiddling with her field here, bringing long on up. She's got a fielder back now on that cover boundary.
It's a bit late though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a following the ball kind of ploy, isn't it? 2 fielders on the fence on the leg side, and Atapatu over the wicket here. Bit of width, reaching for it, up and over extra cover. 1 bounce and into the hands of the fielder, who moves to her left from long off. Through they go for 1. England 93 without loss. 3 more balls to come in this 10th over. A bit of a gallop down the pitch by Wyatt Hodge. Sun shining at Edgbaston, some high white fluffy clouds. As Atapatu moves in, and Jones waits for it, squeezes it past extra cover along the ground. No great power to that shot. It's just a single though, picked up in the deep. Oh, nearly could have been overthrows. Sort of half backed up and was left for a second fielder to back it up. Jones onto 34.
Nobody really wanted it there, did they, backing up? Always used to be my thing that I hated when you did the fielding drills and you were the one backing up, because you never really knew how the ball was going to skip off the surface.
To be eagle-eyed watching and waiting for it, don't you? Atapatu in slow ball, waiting for it. Hoiked high in the air and over the rope for 6. The first 6 of this T20 World Cup. And that's come off the bat of Danny Wyatt-Hodge. Brings up the England 100 at the same time. Flames are being thrown in the air around the boundary edge. What a start for England this is.
Such a good over. 14 runs off it, still a ball to go, and that was a brilliant shot from Wyatt-Hodge, going deep in a crease looking to pull the ball, but adjusts at the last minute and pulls it straight over mid-on rather than into the leg side.
Well, from a tight over, they're now capitalising. Atapatu in again, a whip of the wrists from Wyatt-Hodge through the vacant square leg region. Fielder comes in all the way from the boundary to pick up, and they go through for 1. Another productive over, 15 coming from it. I don't even have to add up this time. I've worked out on the scoreboard where it says the total of every over, which is useful. 10 gone, England, 101 on the board. An unbroken opening stand between Amy Jones and Danny Wyatt-Hodge. So just what England wanted to get their campaign underway. A half century for Wyatt-Hodge as well. Alex Hartley, a little bit more from you. The Bananas loved that half century and the 100 coming up, I tell you. I think there's some lifesavers up at the top with the yellow shirts and red caps at the top of the Holly stand. Plenty of colour. Henry Moran is coming in to join you.
Yeah, the Holly stand's absolutely heaving. It's so good to see so many people in for the opening game. We were a little bit worried at the start of how empty it was, but the crowd has definitely built after Wicked, I'd say, as well. So it's not like Wicked have attracted the crowd. Everyone's come for the cricket and they've had a wicked time.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was trying to work out what it was before. I was like, do I really like it? It's Wicked. 101 without loss.
There's so many we can do.
So many we can do. Here comes Ilak 4 off her first over. The second over starts with a single into the offside, and they're quick. One stopped away, met and missed. It was good running, and England putting the pressure on. They are looking at this point, Alex, in a very strong position. I mean, they'll be thinking at least 200.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And this was, England have got an easier run into the back end of the group stage, but this was the hardest of the 3 games that they will play. Sri Lanka, next it's Ireland, then it's Scotland.
Here comes Nick Shika, right arm over, bustling seam, and Jones goes massive into the leg side for 6. Not just 6. That has sailed a long way back. Goodness me, out towards the Holly stand behind square leg. It was swung away with violence, with precision. And Jones takes England to 108 without loss. Woof!
Oh, what a shot this is. Steps outside the off stump, slog sweep, but behind square. You say not just 6, that would have been a Kevin Peterson 12, Henry. That was over the advertising boards, into the stands. Very good from Amy Jones, getting in on the action.
And that was some shot. You can see the best of the action, BBC Sport website and app. You're wearing a very nice cricket sort of fleece knitted.
I've got my test match whites on, haven't I?
You have, which is unusual for the start of a T20 World Cup, Al. 108 without loss. This is too wide, and Jones will send that scurrying out towards deep cover where there is a fielder underneath a wide brimmed hat, and it will be picked up out there in the deep by Vishmi Gunaratne.
No, Henry.
What? Go on.
No. You've got a new notebook because you completed your last one.
Yeah.
You've already ripped a page out of it.
Yes, I have.
You've ruined it already.
I haven't. No, I just need to tidy it up a bit.
Just going to have to start again.
Oh, don't. Wyatt-Hodge is on 59 off 36 and waits now with the keeper standing up to the stumps. It's well outside the off stump, and it's sent away past backward point, but there is that fielder out there again in the deep. They'll push hard for the second that they'll get, and already 10 from the over with 2 balls left of it. 111 without loss. Well, what was nice about my last notebook, Alex, is that I got to the end of it without finding any nasty surprises.
Oh, that's a shame.
Isn't it? Because normally, dear listener, what we find is that Alex might have taken some artistic creativity to one of the latter pages, and there's always a nice, amusing surprise. As this is swung towards short fine leg, and actually a very good save. And save it was almost like a goalkeeper, wrong-footed. but the ball was parried at short, fine leg, and the boundary prevented by Ayodhya, waiting there at that fielding position, often reserved for those that aren't quite as adept at such matters. But you're not going to do that this time with my notebook, are you?
Well, the thing is, I've gone to an electric notebook, so I don't ever have a pen with me to misbehave with other people's notebooks anymore, which is a real shame.
It's a real... Well, there are pens around. You don't have to use your own. Final ball of the over sees Jones not quite timing it out towards the deep. She get a single. She moves to 42. And the score 113 without loss after 11. England motoring.
Yeah, so well between these two. They're starting to have some fun out there now as well. They've built a platform. They've got that partnership, 113 obviously, because England are without loss. And now they're starting to step outside the off stump, carve the ball through the covers, step right outside, sweep the ball into the leg side. It wouldn't surprise me if we potentially see a couple of reverse sweeps from Amy Jones on the way as well. But they're starting to now go, okay, well, let's have some fun, and if one of us gets out, it's not the end of the world. We've built that platform.
Yeah, and England have shown flexibility in their batting order in some of the warm-up matches, so if Freya Kemp gets pushed up the order, don't be surprised about that. Catherine emails tms@bbc.co.uk saying, hello team, I'm so happy the World Cup's finally underway, and also thanks to Catherine and Alex mentioning the tournament isn't a complete sellout. I've just bagged myself a couple of tickets to some games, including the semi-finals.
Yes.
Go on, Catherine. Start of a new over. From the far end, the city end of the ground, we'll see Amy Jones trying to find that gap out past deep mid-wicket. And a bit of relay fielding will prevent the boundary. Dasanayake, who had a very expensive second over that went for 18, is into a third with the left arm spin.
Yeah, she just got her fields wrong. The left arm spinner, Dasanayake, you can't... And she's got the same field now, but I don't think it's the right one, having cover up to either of these batters.
Yeah, Jones waits in the shadows now and goes hard through the offside, and that's exactly why, Alex. That's why you don't have that huge gap, because she's just going to come forward and moose it away through the offside. It's exactly what's happened. Moves to 48.
I'm just simple things that they're getting wrong here, and it's frustrating. So for me, against Amy Jones and Danny Wyatt-Hodge, I would love a deep extra cover or a deep cover that's a little bit straighter, and you can either bring square leg up or you can bring either your mid off or your mid on. I would personally go with square leg and make them try and sweep you.
Jones waits on the cusp of a 50. It's in the air. Oh, eventually is it taken? No. It's been dropped. And Amy Jones on 48, dropped by Dasanayake, the bowler. It was a simple enough caught and bowled. Perhaps the only thing distracting her would have been the fact that Danny Wyatt-Hodge, dressed in very bright red, was maybe half a yard to her right, but she should have taken it. 2, grabs at it, 3, and then down. Sun shines now as Jones comes forward, clips it towards long on a little more carefully after that life. England 120 without loss.
Poor drop. Poor drop.
It was a poor drop.
Yeah. Yeah, just seeing it on the replay again. It was really nicely bowled. The ball hitting the top of off stump is patted back to her. She tries to knock the ball into the leg side, and she should have taken it.
Danny Wyatt-Hodge, by the way, now the leading run scorer for England in T20 World Cup cricket. She's looking for more runs there. It's a horrible hack, though, into the onside. And she will get a single to move to 63 off 39. And sorry, she's gone past 2 in the top list. Forgive me, I've got that a little bit wrong, but she's now 3rd in the list. She's gone past in this innings Sarah Taylor and Heather Knight in the list, so only Charlotte Edwards and Nat Siva-Brunt ahead of her. She's on to 551 runs in T20 World Cup cricket. Jones, with that, will get a single down the ground, and on her home ground, Amy Jones brings up a half century, 50 off 34 balls. Never somebody that likes to steal the limelight too much. She just has a little shake of the hands with Danny Wyatt-Hodge and a gentle acknowledgement to the crowd. But it's been a very good innings. Yeah, there was the life, but 50 off 34 balls. So far, job very well done.
Yeah, a couple of lives for Amy Jones along the way, but she's capitalised, hasn't she? Dropped early on 12, and then was chanceless up until just a couple of balls ago, but striking the ball really nicely. Now's the time one of these two can really start to put the pressure on Sri Lanka.
Well, indeed. I think it's go time in a big way, as we see start of a new over, and the ball hammered out towards wide long on, where De Silva will field. And as we see, Kavisha Dilhari back into the attack, 13 coming from her first over. It's 123 without loss now.
England have got to get 200 here, surely.
Surely, you'd have thought. Dilhari, oh dear, what was that? That was a half tracker from the leg spinner, and it isn't quite put away.
No, it was a surprise delivery,
yeah, I
that
think
one.
so. It goes up towards long on, and White Hodge only picks up a single. It was extraordinary delivery.
Just drags it down.
Try once again. And this time Jones will go big into the leg side, out towards deep mid wicket, collected on the bounce, probably just a one run. Jones thinks about a second that isn't there, and it's 124 without loss, becoming 125 without loss. England going at exactly 10 and over, Alex.
Well, yeah, and Dilhari often bowls off spin, so that leg spin that she tried there just kind of surprised everybody.
Forward, meeting it is White Hodge, and she doesn't bother running. Why do you need to when you know the ball's going to the boundary? Clears the infield on the offside, out towards the building site. And that enormous crane looking down on the action, and it's action that sees England onto 129 without loss.
You've got to think, what's a harder shot to play? Is it through the offside, over extra cover, through those, or the sweep shot? Now for me, for both of these batters, you want them sweeping. So you bring up your square leg and put someone back. It's just annoying me now.
Dilhari to White Hodge, who's going to swing the ball into the leg side. It's actually quite a long chase for the two fielders. Oh, it's very good work out there in the deep. There's a couple of runs are saved in front of the Holly stand. It's now England's highest opening stand in an ICC Women's T20 World Cup game, surpassing actually the highest opening stand in T20s, I believe. This will feature certainly in that list. We'll have a little look and check that, because it's interesting to see. Dilhari, as this is slashed away towards short third. Alex is whacking the TV, and in fairness, it did come back to life briefly. End of the over, 13 gone, 132 without loss. Alex, you've done this sort of thing before, and we ended up going off air. So just...
Yes, but there are no red buttons, and we've got an engineer here who can quite quickly help us.
Well, I know.
Maybe it's going to help with the TV. He is going to help with the TV.
There we go. Oh, there we go.
No, it's not.
Well
done, sorted it. We're in. We're back.
We're in. Martin emails tms@bbc.co.uk saying, I'm out of work, I'm on the train home, cricket's on the radio and it's sunny. I'm looking forward to the World Cup, not that footy nonsense, with you all. Got tickets for the second semi-final, taking an American friend to her first cricket game, so I hope we haven't cursed it for a washout. That'll be fun. You won't, well, it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
No, washouts. Summer of cricket. It was raining all morning, and now look, blue sky, sun's out. I'm a bit worried for Manchester, but let's just ignore that.
It never rains in Manchester.
Never rains in Manchester, ever.
Oh, more days of rain in Sydney than Manchester, genuinely.
No, I know. I tell everybody that.
I know. We're going to see Malki Madara, who opened the bowling way back when at the start of this game. Right arm over, seam bowler, bowling to White Hodge. He plays the ball on one leg, and it goes back past the bowler up towards long on for a single. So England moved to 133 without loss. White Hodge on to 72, and this is going exactly as England would want it to.
It's been the perfect start to this T20 World Cup.
Nice burble and hum around the ground as Next delivery, we'll see Jones clattering that ball out towards deep cover for the easiest of easy singles. She moves to 53. Kaplonk. That was a plastic bottle being put down because somehow Catherine Sciver-Brunt has wandered in and seemed to have created some sort of artistic pattern of
carnage.
Of carnage using a few plastic bottles that vaguely resemble 10-pin bowling, and also managed to cover the entire TV screen.
It was my fault. I moved it, so she tried to put it down, but her mic was faded up, to be fair.
Next delivery, we'll see Wyatt Hodge looking to find the gap on the leg side. She'll just get one, though, as a fielder who is standing pretty much exactly in line with the enormous shadow from the floodlight, which stretches right across from our left to right towards the Holly stand. Finishes about halfway up, I would have said. Sun beginning to set, but we're almost that time of year, Alex. Almost at longest day.
Oh, that's sad though, because it means it gets darker quicker.
Jones in the air, should be out. Yeah, I think it is. Amy Jones caught it mid-off by a weary captain from Sri Lanka, Chimari Atapattu, and an excellent innings comes to an end. Amy Jones gone 53 from 38, gets the applause of Edgbaston, her home ground, and a ground where she has helped England to a fabulous start. 135 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think she'll be too disappointed with that. Amy Jones turns around straight away. Decent catch taken from Atapattu, who's finally showing her teammates how it's done. Bit of a dismissive throw back to the umpire once that catch was taken there from Atapattu. But fantastic from Jones and Wyatt, a lovely partnership on her home ground as well. She'll walk off. Yes, she might be frustrated with herself a little bit for getting out there when, you know, it felt like it was so easy. But she was just trying to go up and over mid-off, couldn't quite get hold of it. And Sri Lanka finally have a breakthrough.
Well, drinks are being taken and coaches are passing on messages. Charlotte Edwards, I'm not sure actually is out there, is she? I think messages have been taken out from one of the other members of the coaching staff, but I can see Jamie Siddons, the Sri Lanka coach, in a very animated discussion. Something to do with probably why you're fielding plans like this.
Why are you doing it like this? You need to have a cover for Danny Wyatt Hodge.
Nat Sciver-Brunt, the England captain, comes to the middle, having recovered from the calf injury that kept her out of the 2 series that preceded this, and played in the warm-up matches that were the more informal games against Australia and India, and looked in good touch.
Yeah, second game in particular.
Yeah, well, first game not in good touch, second game in good touch.
Yeah, but I think it's, you know, it's we were all like, oh well, Nat will be back and she'll score loads of runs. And first game, obviously, under a little bit of pressure, failed because it's the first time she's batted for such a long time in a game. But we all hold such high standards for her because she is so good. And then the second game, she's obviously gone, right, I need to put my head down and learn from it, and gets 57 of just 45 balls against India, and England win the game. So it's so good to see her back. We're not going to see her bowl in this World Cup, but I don't think that's a bad thing. England have got a lot of strength in their bowling. It's their batting that has worried me throughout the last 6 or 7 months watching this team develop and grow. So the fact they add to their batting with the skipper back is only a good thing. Well,
we've got a wicket at last for Sri Lanka, with England 135 for 1, but still to come. Sciver-Brunt, Capsey's been in brilliant form. Heather Knight, Freya Kemp, Danny Gibson, the most expensive domestic player in the draft at £180,000.
90.
190,000. Well, what's 10 grand at that point?
Yeah, well,
you know.
Potato. Is that the right word?
No, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
Tomato.
Let's call the whole thing off.
What?
That's the song.
Oh.
Yeah. Potato. I'll play it to you when we're off air.
Yeah. I'm off in 2 balls anyway. I'm going to get myself some butter chicken.
Oh, yes. I've heard rumours of the butter chicken. 135 for 1.
I've put the mockers on Nat here, really, haven't I? I've bigged her up. But what she does love to do, and Sri Lanka need to be better than this. They need a mid-wicket, because she loves to knock the ball into the onside.
Get herself in. Malky Matara bowls, and the first ball comes off the bat with a lovely sound out towards deep cover for 1. And a single is taken. So, England 136 for 1. You've got 1 ball left to offer pearls of wisdom. What have you got for me?
Finally, Sri Lanka have got a deep cover to Danny Wyatt-Hodge. Yes, it's a seamer. They need to learn and have that for a spinner. But I don't think things could have gone better for England so far.
Ball whipped into the leg side. I'm not sure it's going to be 4, but it will be a couple of runs. And Nat Silverbrunt and Danny Wyatt-Hodge do get through for 2. Over comes to an end with 6 from it, but the wicket, crucially, in there as well. It's 138 for 1. 14 overs gone. After a good low catch taken by Chamari Atapatu. And Alex Hartley is going to depart. And with a bit of a bang and a thump. And here comes Catherine Silverbrunt.
Hello.
One Silverbrunt's out there in the middle, the other one's up here in the commentary box.
Yeah.
What have you made of things?
Oh, I hate commentating on her. Stressful.
Well, even
It's because I have to watch.
you do, yeah. That is sort of part of the deal.
Slight downside.
I know, but
I'll just guess. What a great shot off the back foot.
well, I can. Well, that's my job to describe it. In fairness, this will be an interesting test. Here is start of a new over. It's a very well bowled, honestly, a Yorker from Mitali, who's this Lasith Malinga-like giddy action, and it was right on the toes, and nicely clipped into the onside by Silverbrunt for 1. 139 for 1.
She's pointing to the side screens, and that ball's come from about 2 meters lower than where she normally would be looking for the ball. So, bit of a good one actually for your first ball from that seamer.
Here comes Vitali again, running in, and this is chopped into the turf, and the keeper doesn't pick it up cleanly, so there's no threat of the run out at the non-striker's end. And the score moves to 144-1. That was some partnership at the top of the order from the England duo, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been such good running as well throughout, not just the big shots, but they've run so well together. Communication was brilliant.
It's a low full toss, which is pushed into the offside towards short cover for 1 more. And the score moves to 141 for 1. Now, that was a partnership worth 137. Highest opening partnership for England in the Women's T20 World Cup, and their highest for any wicket in the history of the competition. So that's a good effort, hey?
Not a bad start, is it?
Take that. Italian again. This is drilled down the ground towards Atapatu, who stumbles a little but does stop it cleanly. She's taken the catch that has seen the only wicket to fall. I think she'll be quite frustrated, but I also think that some of the situation they're in does fall upon the shoulders of the skipper with the field placements.
It does, and this is... she'll be thinking about her batting innings at this point and how much she's got to do.
Next delivery is full and defended by Nat Silverbrunt, showing respect to a good delivery.
She's getting these rather useful Yorkers, isn't she? And I think Nat might be thinking about a little paddle here because there is enough pace on the ball. She's looking in that direction as well just now, so we'll see.
That was very well bowled. Final ball of the over, the 15th, with England 142 for 1. Giving yourself a bit of room. Goodness me! Listen to the sound off the bat. Look at the speed of the ball. It goes racing through cover for 4 runs. I want, whatever that bat is, I want a piece of it, because that has gone so quickly. Goodness me. 146 for 1. 15 overs gone. England are flying with 5 overs left of the innings. Let's leave you in the capable hands of Catherine Silverbrunt, to be joined by Alison Mitchell.
I can sort you out with the bat, Henry, don't you worry. I'll get you a number 3, which is pretty much like her number 1.
That's
so.
absolutely fine.
Yeah, I'll let you take the pick. But it's been a good start. I think I'm glad she didn't listen to me then, to be honest. Going through the paddle, she just decided to get deep in the crease instead, open up the arms and take care of that full ball. Obviously, she was confident with that Yorker. She went to it for a 3rd time. Nat used her head used the crease and scored a boundary from it.
Hello, Catherine. He's Kavisha, and here is Wyatt Hodge making a bit of room and lofting it high behind square on the leg side. It drops safely with two fielders chasing after it. Gets picked up inches inside the rope, and they're running it back for a third. Is it? Yes, Siva Brunt makes it back. The throw at the non-striker's end. Well, wide of the stumps, they both made it home. Pressure running.
Well, let's hope Nat's calves all right after that. It was the fastest three she's ever done. But like I said, their running's been so great tonight, and I don't want to jinx it. I'm going to touch many wooden things, so to speak, and I'd love to see this carry on, because it's normally the one thing we criticise from the start is the confidence and the running and the communication.
Siva Brunt awaits here. Oh, very fine edge past the keeper. A sprawling stop on the edge of the circle. They want another one. It's picked up and thrown back into the keeper, who's spilling it all over the place as well before she picks up. But the 150 is up for England here in the 16th over. They're on for a big total. They're the only team to have ever made 200 in a T20 World Cup match.
Well, let me tell you, they're on for plus that, because we know who's to come. I think at this point they will promote Freya and Danny Gibson, so see.
Hitting for fun. Wyatt Hodge making some room again, gets it over the infield just behind square on that leg side. Back for two again. Siva Brunt stumbling a little bit as she turns to go. And then comes the throw to the keeper. And so they are really pushing. This is some reintroduction to T20 international cricket for Siva Brunt, because it was July last year when she last played in this format in a competitive match, obviously the warm-up match.
Danny Wyatt is rather red in the face, so she should be after scoring 82. She's done a lot of running.
82 off 50. Kavisha in again. She goes for the reverse this time. Doesn't get a connection. The keeper standing up is there.
I would have loved that, because when do you see Danny Wyatt playing a reverse sweep? But that just tells you how she's feeling in
the form of her life
head.
at the moment.
She's thinking, I can probably do something I've never done before.
There is a fielder at the cover boundary, but that would have gone much squarer. Down the track this time, carving it hard out to the covers. That won't be stopped. It's hit too well. Another boundary for England, who are flying here under the sunlit evening of Edgbaston. 156 for 1 now in the 16th over, building off the back of that record opening stand of 135 between Wyatt Hodge and Amy Jones. The runs keep flowing and Sri Lanka have no answers.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving the amount of confidence flowing through her at the minute. She's basically going to every shot in the book, because she knows that she feels that she can do anything at this point.
She's got 200s under her belt in this format of the game internationally. Hit into the turf and hit down to the boundary, square of the wicket. 4 more for Wyatt Hodge, 4 more for England.
She can literally do no wrong. Wherever she wants to hit this ball, it will find the boundary. And I've just been and had my dinner, and I was sat up there watching the screen and thought, she's going to get 100 today. And I hope I've not just done a commentator's curse, but she's that kind of player who's so capable of them. She just churns them out, doesn't she? And I was out there in Australia for the WBBL with her over the Christmas period, and she looked so great there, and I was like, please maintain that form up until the World Cup. And even though she's obviously had the birth of the first child,
she doesn't look tired out there.
No, I mean, tell she is. She had 6 days away from Daisy, so she's been able to sleep. But no, if anything, it will spur her on. I think she said she's found this newfound inspiration and a new level of appreciation for what she does. So, which is fantastic, because at the tender age of 34, 5, 6. 35, you know, you need that extra push when you're still trying to keep going at the very best.
What about Serena Williams and her comeback in tennis? Chamriata Patu continuing, bowls this one short into the pitch, and Siva Brunt pulls it along the ground out towards the holly stand. It's fielded in the deep, and she goes through for 1. So England 161 for 1 at the start of this 17th over. Danny Wyatt Hodge is now 90 not out off 53. We could get the first 100 of this tournament in the first game.
Yep, our first half century, Danny Wyatt Hodge. Our first 100, I hope, will be an English woman. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? And something for the crowd to keep cheering about.
Would propel this tournament and this team into their headlights. Bang short again, sived out through the covers. Extra cover, a fielder is there. Parries in the field but saves the boundary. Back they come for 2. Throw comes into the bowler's end. It is fast, scurrying running between the stumps. Wyatt Hodge on to 92 now. 163 for 1, England. Plenty of time here to reach the magical 200 mark. 2 fielders push back into the deep on the leg side. White Hodge on 90, another one short by Atapatu. Bottom edged into the ground, behind square on the leg side. They go through for another one.
There's definitely no doubt behind the amount of swinging from Dani. She's not going to die wondering, is she? She definitely doesn't want to do this in singles.
She's in the groove, a shot a ball and looking for the boundary every time. Sivabrunt on strike, the field up on the offside. She makes some room, she goes leg side, backward of square. There's a fielder there but can't cut it off. A boundary for the England captain.
Yeah, she's been inspired, hasn't she, by Dani Whitehodge. She knows that she has the freedom here in which to just go for it. There's going to be no knocking about. When you've got the likes of Freya Kemp and Danny Gibson coming in who can score 30 off 10 balls, you can't sort of chew up those balls, do you know what I mean? Even though they're in a great position here and can effectively stop the game and bowl at Sri Lanka, they want to see just how far they can go.
Atapatu in again, off the back foot this time, stroking it out towards point, a dot ball, fielder is there to pick up. I'm now starting to already look at how many centuries there have been in T20 World Cups on the women's side. There's only been 6 in the history of the tournament, going back to 2009. Atapatu in outside the off stump, drilled hard to short, extra cover, hits the fielder. Needed to be a metre or so either side. A dot ball. End of the over though, the 17th over is gone. 8 runs coming from it. Sivabrunt 13 off 10. All eyes on Dani Whitehodge, 93 off 55 balls, as England have 3 overs to see if they can get to the magical 200 mark. They're 161 for 8. And it's just been been run machines out there. Whitehodge and Amy Jones, who came into this with a good batting average at Edgbaston, of course, as being her home ground, and in T20 internationals she averaged 40 here, and she batted above her average, 53 off 38, so an excellent start, and in partnership with
I'm
Whitehodge.
so pleased for her, because I do feel, and I have felt for a long time, she's the key sometimes to this squad, because it's the one that you always she gets underestimated a lot.
She's a quiet personality, isn't she, and a quiet keeper.
She can get to 50 off 30 balls, and you've gone, Amy's on 50 off 30 balls, whereas you wouldn't blink an eye at Dani doing that, because it's what we all know she does all the time. So, but Amy is certainly that type of person, but she's so good at opening bowling, the best in the world.
Yeah. Heather Knight is the only England player to have ever scored 100 in the T20 World Cup. She did that in the 2020
I reckon
edition
we've had
against
a lot
Thailand.
Of 90s. I think there's been some nervous 90s.
Whitehodge on strike on 93. A dance down the track, but doesn't quite connect as she wanted to. But for Justin, it's a single down the ground to long on.
This is going to be a 6 over extra cover, Ali.
Well, the field is up, isn't it, on that side of the ground?
They've got a wide,
long
off, but that will put her off.
That's
We just
Dasanayake.
need the length for it.
Left arm spin, so the right-handed England captain, who goes leg side, a firm pull in front of square into the ground, and taking a single, jogging through to the striker's end.
I can confirm there's no way she can hit that for 6 over extra cover. She bowled that so flat and into the wicket. If she'd used the feet, she would have had no chance. But she is trying to create room to the leg side, though, which Dani also will do.
Whitehodge on 94, Dasanayake in, she uses her feet, but a smear and bottom edge into the ground. Keeper picks up, throws at the stumps and misses, and Sivabrunt is home, a scampered single. Looking to put pressure on Sri Lanka at every opportunity.
That was also an excellent single. So tight. There's been no hesitation. They've been off the mark. The decision's been made. They almost don't even have to communicate. It's just done, and she was well home.
Left arm spin again. Sivabrunt hooks this high into the leg side. There's a fielder running in from the boundary and spills it. Came forward to try and take the catch. It's another drop. Through they come for 2. That's the 3rd miss. Amy Jones was dropped twice on 12 and 48.
Yeah, I think
Sivabrunt dropped on 14.
De Silva running in there from deep cow, but it was a great effort. She ran the whole way. She kept her eye on it. She made the dive forward. She just released it on impact with her elbows to the floor, and they are never easy.
Sivabrunt again goes leg side. This has been hit harder, flatter, but one bounce and then fielded inside the rope. Fielder's just in the right spot that time.
She's certainly trying to get out. She's also she knows this. She understands this. the assignment. The assignment is to get 200 and make a statement, and she will try and do that no matter what.
Danny White-Hodge on 94, around the wicket, a left arm spin, squeezes this one underneath the bowler in her follow through, threw herself to the ground to try and save the single. White-Hodge gets through, so she is on 95. End of the over, England 175 for 1 with 2 more overs to go.
We sometimes, don't we see, I say sometimes, actually a lot of the time, we see when there's a big opening partnership, the ones that come in next, they're like, you know, and then you sort of have 5 wickets, don't you, in the space of 3 overs, because they've just taken all that, you know, whereas if they'd have come in earlier, they would have been allowed 3, 5, 6, 7 balls to have a look, whereas you coming in,
feel like you need to go
you've got to go
away.
And then you lose 5 wickets and you're like, oh, suddenly we're only, you know, we were going at 10s and then we were going at 5s for the last 5, so it's great to see that they've not done that.
It's been a real continuation.
Yes, but it would be a shame, wouldn't it, if we didn't get to we're going at 9.72 and over, so we need to maintain that now.
White-Hodge on 95, up against some slingy pace and off bottom edge, past the stumps into short fine leg.
And do you know what it feels
through
like?
For 1.
It feels like Danny's so tired she can't swing her bat anymore.
Oh, she's got on to 96. A well-worked, high pace.
She'll be so frustrated.
Innings.
She's not managed to hit the middle of her bat for 2 overs, has she?
96 off 59 balls. What we don't have right in front of me is the quickest T20 World Cup 100.
She's actually scored 6 runs off her last 9 deliveries. So.
Italian now to that's Siva Brunt, plucked off the off stump, driven along the ground. There's a chase here for deep cover to field. Sweeps, and that's Siva Brunt while she's sprinting back for the second. Well run again. Throw came in. I think the keeper actually had the sun in her eyes a little bit.
Yeah, it's got to be flat. Another two that Danny White's run. She is actually the fittest in the squad, so this is, and she doesn't need to open the bowling, so this is a good scenario.
Well, that is probably one of the reasons of batting only. She knows that she can put everything into this. Siva Brunt then on strike. England 177 for 1, sets herself for the scoop neatly over the wicket-keeper's head. How smart and well executed is that? Wonderful bit of batting, which the crowd absolutely love.
I did ask for that, didn't I, Ali? The previous over, and she stepped away actually and crunched it through the offside. So I thought, fair enough, but no, it's nice to see her do that, because I know when she plays that shot, she's feeling confident, having spoken to her before. So it's good to see her, you know, doing that, going to it, feeling like that. So yeah,
she set herself so well. Siva Brunt on 23. Someone's had a sneeze. Bless you. Slinging again outside the off stump. Drilled down the ground for 4 by Siva Brunt. Through very fine mid-off. Power and timing.
She's absolutely smashed that with disdain, hasn't she? Atapatu at mid-off in the ring. Didn't even move. She was just like fair dues. Absolutely crunched.
England 183 for 1. The captain stepping up. She hasn't had much cricket because of the calf injury. Missed the 2 series leading into this tournament. Back to lead the team. She won't be bowling, but she's certainly batting. 27 off 16. Fine partner here to Danny White-Hodge. Faces up, uses her feet, turns into a low full toss, pulls it. Will it go for 4? 2 fielders coming in, and they've done well. Almost is going to bisect them. White-Hodge is pushing for a second, and she gets back. Again, good running, because she had about half a pitch's advantage on Siva Brunt then, and she absolutely just turned and sprinted back and caused the captain to run back to the safe end.
I do believe, you know, that obviously Danny's stuck on 96 at the minute with 7 deliveries left of this innings, but Nat will give her the opportunity if she has to. She will.
Partnership 53 off just 31 between these two. Some width, reaching for it wide is signalled. Another one to the England total. It takes them to 189 for 1. And still one more ball then to come in this over. Yeah, a half-century partnership, because it backs up exactly what you're saying about the momentum has just kept going with the fall of the wicket after the opening stand. Which
I do feel is quite rare sometimes with such an opening, stand.
Mitali into Siva Brunt. Goes a little wider again, crunched through extra cover for 4. That ball is racing across the turf. Well, the runs continue to flow. And England are now 193 for 1. They are 1 over and 7 runs away from scoring 200 in their opening game.
What a lovely shot that was, and I hope that whoever actually got to see that with their eyes, and I'm sure you can watch many replays on the BBC somewhere, will see that's Nat at her best. So good sight to see, encouraging signs for England. This is brilliant, and we have one more over to go, and Danny White-Hodge will be on strike with 6 balls to score 1 boundary. So I am praying that she converts this, because there's nothing worse, right, than coming off and you've got 96 in the opening game of World Cup, but you can't appreciate it because you didn't get.
She deserves. She deserves.
Do you know what I mean? I don't want her to have that. And Danny, Georgie White-Hodge at home will be not able to watch at this point.
Just looking at the field now, is there a time violation here? Because there's only 3 out in the deep. I think they might have just had to call one fielder up inside the ring.
Yeah, that's a good shout, Alison.
So, Danny White-Hodge on 96. Last over of the innings. She steps away to the offside to make some room, waits for the ball, places it round the corner. It's a sprawling stop on the edge of the circle for 1. She's not on strike. Sciver-Brunt on 33.
It's quite possibly the worst thing that could ever happen, but a sensational bit of fielding there. Can't actually see who it is from thousands of miles up into the comm box, but it was a great dive to her right, full length.
I think it was Matali.
Yeah, full length, and that's brought Nat on strike. And
well,
in essence,
she
should be looking for 5 boundaries in a row, but let's hope she hits it for 1.
England 194 for 1. Sciver-Brunt faces up here. Oh, it's down the leg side, and it'll be a wide into the gloves of the keeper. Maybe some nerves getting to Malky here as well, the opening bowler, Malky Madara. So England 195 for 1. Nat Sciver-Brunt is the leading run scorer for England in Women's T20 World Cups. And she's building on that here. Of course, at the other end, Danny White-Hodge is England's overall lead T20 international scorer. Use of the feet, takes one hand off the bat. Will it be 1 or 2? It's fielded in the deeper long off. They're coming back for the second. White-Hodge has to hurry up, and she does. But again, Nat Sciver-Brunt keeps the strike. Any wry smiles between the two? This would just, surely, it's a no ball. It's a no ball. Well, this helps England towards 200. The 200 mark. Oh, Chamriata Patu is covering her face with her hands. She can't believe her bowler Malky has overstepped at this point of the innings.
Well, it's more acceptable for a seamer to do it than a spinner.
Yeah. It offers a free hit to Nat Sciver-Brunt as well. England are 198 for 1. And Malky moves in over the wicket to Sciver-Brunt, who heaves it down the ground, wide long off, and there'll be no stopping that. Goes for 4. Great use of the free hit. She didn't have to worry about being caught, but she didn't have to send the ball that aerial either. Hit the boundary, takes England past the 200 mark in this opening game of the World Cup. What a statement they are laying down. 202 for 1.
Yeah, and I think Nat's now 1 run away from scoring 3,000 T20 runs, so a lot of firsts here and a lot of milestones going on, and what an epic day, what an epic evening here.
Oh,
Birmingham, it's brilliant.
Putting down a marker. England are doing just that here. Malky over the wicket in the sunshine. It's down the leg side, wide again. So Sri Lanka rather
oh my God.
Just becoming undone in this final over.
Please drop and run. I don't care.
Malky Madara, 25 years of age and playing in just her 13th T20 international, is finding the pressure getting to her here, and the weight of runs that England have hammered past Sri Lanka. This final over has yielded 10 already, as England are 203 for 1. White-Hodge at the other end on 97, can't get on strike at the moment. In comes Malky, dancing down the track. Oh, lofts this beautifully over extra cover. Has it gone all the way for 6? It has. That is sublime. The returning England captain is bang on form.
That's a sublime shot. I can't believe that went for 6, because she barely touched it. That was just pure timing and placement. And if I thought the shot in the previous over was Nat back to her best, I now take that back. And that is back to her very best. That is right out of the screws.
A dance down.
Just purely lofted, Alison.
Yep, beautiful timing over extra cover for 6. You can't ask for better than that.
Now please drop and run. Please.
England are 209 for 1. There are 3 balls still to come in this over. Malky moves in. Sciver-Brunt launches behind square the leg side. There's a fielder there. Saves the boundary. Fields it on the bounce, and it is the single that brings Danny White-Hodge back on strike. And you can hear the acknowledgement of the crowd. The bananas are on their feet, hailing, I think, Sciver-Brunt for keeping that to just 1, or maybe hailing the Sri Lanka fielder for ensuring it was just 1.
Yes, actually, again, number 9.
So
with another piece of great fielding there. Just what England wanted, actually.
Danny,
even though I'd always want a boundary for that, this is what I want more.
This is the moment, isn't it? The opening game of the World Cup. And listen to this crowd really whipping up now, because Danny White-Hodge is standing with her bat resting on her shoulder, surveying the field. She's on 97.
It's a wicket aura for her, isn't it, Alison?
Can she do it in one stroke here? 2 balls left in the over. White-Hodge on 97. Steps away to the offside to make some room.
Yeah!
Has centre stage. What a moment.
A lovely embrace by those two as well, to recognise just how special that is. These moments are so rare.
101 not out of 61 balls, and on strike again, some width this time. Wide. Yes, it is a wide signal. Yes, another one for the England total.
Don't let me down, Jackie. Yeah, that's
Jackie Williams, the umpire, stretching her arms. Well, this has been a horror over from Sri Lanka's perspective to end with, because it's gone for 22.
Like we said, they are young. They've got a lot to learn. I thought they opened up well, but it's not always. It's how you finish too. So they've got a lot to learn.
England 2-17 for 1. The bowler's pulled out of her run-up. Yeah. So I've got a discrepancy here. The scoreboard versus, I'm going to go via the TV score, which says 215 for 1. The scoreboard has gone to 218, so I have to make sure that is clarified, but we're going to go with the television score of 215 for 1 for the moment, unless anything changes. White-Hodge on 101. Should be the last ball. Launched high! This has gone miles in the air. Has it got the legs? No, it hasn't quite. It's dropped inside the boundary, but a sky-high hit for England to close out a record-breaking 20 overs in this opening T20 World Cup match. They have reached 219 for 1, the highest score ever recorded in a women's T20 international, and Danny White-Hodge at the centre of it, unbeaten on an outstanding, towering 105 not out off just 62 balls. That is a statement and a half, Catherine Sciver-Brunt.
Yeah, we can forget about the 2 warm-up games, Australia, India. Some people just need a bit of pressure and a bit of, liveness, a bit of something on it. And Danny's turned up today. She had those 2 no scores in the warm-up games, probably feeling quite down, but this is exactly the sort of environment that she needs. And as we know, great cricketers, they either thrive or they go within themselves, and she thrives with this opportunity. Don't be surprised if she's the highest run scorer of this whole tournament. That was fantastic. Yes, they were let off the hook. Yes, they were handed some confidence early on, but you've got to cash in too. So I love that for her. I absolutely love it, because she's a great girl. She works really hard, and what better way to start things off for England. 3 people there who can sort of pat themselves on the back.
Well, stepping up when it matters most, Danny White-Hodge, the most experienced player for England in this format, the leading run scorer for England in this format, and now doing it on the world stage to set alight this opening match. And just quietly, Nat Sciver-Brunt unbeaten on 46 from 22 at the end as well.
Yeah, so that's big for her, because she always worries about the strike rate within the team. She knows there's Freya and Danny behind her, and she doesn't want to waste that opportunity. She wants for them to come off the back of her doing the same thing. So she'll feel great about the pace she went at it, rather than the number of runs scored.
Yeah, it was. I mean, talk about a confidence-boosting win. I mean, that was it feels like England won the match already, doesn't it? I mean,
it does.
There's a run chase to be had, and actually, that England total has been adjusted on the television here. They've finished with 221 for 1. So they've marmalised their own record of 213 for 5.
Love that word from you, actually.
Well, that was in Cape Town in the 2023 T20 World Cup against Pakistan. So they've done what they needed to do.
Yeah, there's so if they had a to-do list, they would have ticked everything off. I'm almost a bit scared. Returns. I want to see some failures. What would you like to see from them
in this fielding performance, and they've got all these runs behind them, but you want what's the word? Clarity.
Yeah.
Clinical.
Yes, correct. And that's it. You can't be clinical in one half of your game, can you? There's no weak spots. If you're going to be the champion of this tournament, you've got to have the least amount of weak spots. And I know people have criticised them for their fielding and fitness a lot over the last couple of years, and so they've worked very hard to correct that. And they're not perfect, but they're certainly getting there. I think the last game they were so improved, and luckily none of these games are going to go into the pitch black. So it's on their side.
There's a bit of a delay here. We're waiting to hear from, I'm sure it's Danny White-Hodge, is hidden behind a screen at the moment. But we are going to hear from her at any minute now. We'll find out how tired she is now after.
Lucasades, an ice bath and a change of clothes.
She's only been out there for 62 deliveries.
She's just sprinted about 600 ones.
She has. To bring up some of the details of her innings for you while we wait. 219 for one, just a breathtaking, jaw-dropping way for this World Cup to launch. And we keep saying that it is a tournament that's had so much build up, so much put behind it, which is amazing. When you think of the journey that this T20 World Cup, the women's game, that the backing it gets from the ICC has come to put it on this sort of stage. But it is still, up against a football World Cup, which is, going to be over-dominating in so many territories around the world.
Yeah.
So it's an emphatic statement, which will grab headlines.
Yeah, I've been asked
in such a way
quite a lot. How can they take it to the next level? How can we be better than 2017 and all that? And that's it, just like that. It's winning games of cricket, winning them emphatically, and doing it with bravery and skill, and that's what we're watching is what they're capable of all the time, no matter the wicket, no matter the country. And it's 70% of this game is all in your head, and it's sometimes
Danny White-Hodge, what a statement you've just
let's have a listen to
this
Danny
World
White-Hodge
Cup.
now.
105 at quite a clip too. How does that feel?
I still can't believe it. Really, always a really nice wicket here at Edgbaston. Batting first game, obviously a few nerves around, but we really wanted to start well, and we did with 220 on the board. Can't ask for more than that. So I can't wait to go out there and field now.
Yeah, it's a very decent total. Talk to us about the opening partnership and how that set up your innings.
Amy has been batting really well over the last few weeks, and we know how good she is. She's had a few different roles in this T20 team, and she's shown she can bat anywhere in the lineup, and she's so chill and calm, doesn't really say much. So we just said make the most of the power play and plan really well, which we've done the last couple of days, and try our best on the night.
Well, it has all paid off. Congratulations on your innings. Some beautiful tributes to Daisy there as well. I know she'll be watching at home. Congratulations. Enjoy the second innings.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Laura McGoldrick with the questions there to Danny White-Hodge. So 13 boundaries, 1 6 in that innings from her, and then that's Siva Brunt 6 4s and a 6 as well to absolutely light up this opening game. We're going to have the Sri Lanka's run chase coming up for you very shortly. They've been set a mammoth 222 to win this match, but to see how close they can get and what sort of a emphatic statement England can put on the match, that will be their intent as they go about defending this total. I can see Charlotte Edwards now walking off with Danny White, the England coach, giving her a big pat on the back. So many smiles all round to have just seen the way England have started this tournament. Right, this is then the opening match in a tournament where the organisers hope it will leave a legacy for the women's game, not just in this country but throughout the world. And if ever there was an innings to inspire, we've just seen it in front of our very eyes. Now, the ICC are meeting straight after this World Cup to discuss how to spread the game further, and the status of the Afghanistan refugee women's team, should say, is among those issues on the agenda. Their funding runs out after the tour of England they're undertaking very shortly, and indeed they'll be attending the final of this World Cup, and we will catch up with them during the tournament. But the chief executive of the ICC, Sanjog Gupta, is here at Edgbaston, and he spoke earlier with Matt Henry from the BBC Sport website about a range of topics, starting with what he was expecting from this Women's T20 World Cup.
It's an adventure, and it's an adventure of a lifetime, because we genuinely see this event as a seminal moment for the sport and for a broader socio-cultural movement that women's sport has become. We've seen tremendous acceleration in the growth of women's cricket to an extent where we now believe that this event in England and Wales could potentially be one of the two biggest women's sporting events ever. Not just the biggest women's cricket event, but genuinely one of the two biggest women's sporting events ever. Some of that confidence comes from what we saw last year with the Women's Cricket World Cup and the growth that we've seen in the levels of interest and affiliation for women's cricket over the last 18 months or so. I think the team at ECB has done a tremendous job of building hype and buzz for the event in the last 4 weeks. We've seen ticket sales break records even before a ball is bowled. It's now the highest selling T20 World Cup ever. We believe the attendance is now tracking towards 250,000 for the event. Our ambition is to go beyond that and have more than 300,000 attend the event in our stadiums. And our aspiration for it is to not just be an event which breaks records and has a significant impact on the sporting landscape, but an event which also contributes significantly to the momentum for global women's sport.
What would a successful tournament look like for you? As the other person who's ICC CEO, what does a success in the next few weeks mean for you?
It's not just about the sport, it's also about representation, and it's also about a very large population that perhaps has not seen itself being represented on the field as widely as it should have been. And I think that's what our ambition was. On one side, we definitely want to expand the accessibility of the event and the sport, but we also want to deepen the affiliation that the event and the sport have in this country for sure, but also around the world.
Because in this country, as you mentioned, you've got some big acts to follow in what we've seen in football and rugby union for the women's teams with the Lionesses and the Red Roses in recent years. Can you follow on from them?
I think we certainly can, and I think the impact of this event should not be measured only in terms of what it does or what it delivers to in this country, but actually what it delivers in Thailand or in Japan or in Brazil. This event should inspire more girls to play, more communities to support those girls who want to play, and also inspire broadly more young audiences to associate themselves with sport. The legacy of this event will not just be in the attendance figures that we record at the end of the event or the global viewing figures that we have. It'll truly be felt in terms of the spurt in participation that the event drives on a longer term basis, and how it can get more kids and families to fall in love with the sport.
Changed like 3 times. Well, that was the ICC Chief Executive Sanjog Gupta speaking to Matt Henry of the BBC Sport website. And again, well, Catherine Sivabrunta alongside me and Alex Hartley, 2 World Cup winners. When it comes to the inspiration piece, seeing it, the visibility, the breadth of coverage now will have so many young players when it comes to inspiring that young audience. So many young girls will have watched that, will hear about it, will go back and watch it, will watch clips on the BBC Sport website and now say, I want to do what Danny Wyatt-Hodges can do.
Yeah, and I think there's been some inspiration also from the other sports. So the Red Roses, correct me if I get their nicknames wrong, the Red Roses and the Lionesses.
That's it, yeah, rugby and football.
They've inspired our players. So it almost is like other CEOs and other, the ICC and the BCCI, they look at these other sports being mega successful and they see what that snowballs into, like the participation levels go up or the attendance, etc., and then the funding comes in and all that and the backing, and they go, wow, oops, they've just gone ahead of us now. And it's like this tit for tat, isn't it? And then cricket's like, no way, we're going to be ahead of you now. And that's what's happened also in the women's franchise cricket. So you've got the the 100, and then the WBBL, and then the WIPL, and it's like, right, who's going to have the best tournament? And do you know what? The WBBL, what used to be like this standalone franchise tournament, is so far at the bottom for me in terms of attendance, and it's a great tournament, don't get me wrong, but
being overtaken.
Yes, and the 100 is huge, and those at the IPL, they're competing massively. And I feel like with the Red Rose Lionesses and us girls, it's just sort of like, and I love it because they keep edging above each other, and the ceiling is just getting blown off. And who's going to have the most successful sport? But that's great. We want every girl in this country to pick up all three.
And have the opportunity to play whichever sport that...
Yeah, it makes better athletes in whichever one they finally go into. Yeah. It just does.
And should say that if anyone is listening and wants to come to one of these T20 World Cup matches, there are still tickets available. So don't think that because we're talking about it and it's been so big and that record ticket sales already, which have been achieved, means that the matches are sold out. There is room because we're playing in big stadiums, which is different again. And so tomorrow a match is moved to Old Trafford. We've got every ball, of course, for you here on the BBC. Scotland taking on Ireland. So that's a significant match for both of those countries in this T20 World Cup. Then move on to Hampshire down in Southampton for West Indies, New Zealand. That's tomorrow as well. Edgbaston here sees India and Pakistan play each other on Sunday. There's so much opportunity to go online, go to these different grounds. Headingley, Leeds as well. See where the tickets are available and jump in and be part of this party and part of what we've been told from the start. It's more of a moment, it's a movement. Alex Hartley, I'm going to leave you with that thought. Danny White-Hodges with her England team in a huddle on the edge of the boundary, and the Sri Lanka batters are poised as well. I can see Vishnu Gunaratne and Chamari Atapattu, and Henry Moran is about to join you for this Sri Lanka run chase.
There's a huge... Hello? Am I on? Yep. There's a huge... Hello? Can you hear me? There's a huge game at Old Trafford tomorrow. Australia start their campaign, but they start against South Africa. So that's a massive game. You know, that's a welcome to the tournament. Here's one of your hardest games.
That's a treat, isn't it?
Yeah.
For the fans.
Yeah,
people
absolutely.
To watch. I'm definitely tuning in.
Yeah, me too. Well, I'm working on it. I have to. But this one here as well, you would imagine Sri Lanka don't really get anywhere near the 200 that they've been set. But I think for England now, what they have to do is what we were talking about previously when they played New Zealand and they played India. Judge yourselves on how you bowl at the best. So England need to judge themselves on how they bowl at Chamari Atapattu, not against everybody else. And Pereira's not playing. We were shocked by that actually, weren't we? Because England could quite easily bowl Sri Lanka out for anywhere from 80 to 140. But for me, it's how they bowl at their best players will determine how comfortable they will be for the rest of the tournament.
Hello.
Matthew.
I think it'd be really interesting to see how Sri Lanka approach this. Do they go for it, or do they think let's try and survive the 20 overs, net run rate, etc., etc.?
I don't feel like anybody's ever looked at the whole net run rate thing. It's always the win, isn't it? And I'd be so disappointed in them if they didn't try and go at 10 and over from the off. So, yeah, I think the best thing for England to happen here is to make such an explosive total that it takes it out of Chamari's capabilities.
Yeah, I mean, surely 220 off 120 ain't happening.
You never say never, but it's like the absolute ideal thing to do to make you feel as calm as possible. So the bowlers at the top of their mark here will be feeling like they're just in the nets at their local cricket club. They will not be feeling any pressure at all.
Had England got, I say only 170, had England have got 170, you go, okay, well, if Chamari can get 80 off 40 balls, you never know, it gives them the opportunity. It's going to take something spectacular for Sri Lanka here.
Well, I'm up for seeing the positivity. You and I are starting things off, Al.
Of course.
Here we go. Sun is still shining, but the shadows not so much creeping across Edgbaston as making pretty rapid progress. It's fabulous evening, though. Few clouds dotted around. They're moving quite quickly. It's a blustery old day. It's been quite chilly, isn't it?
Yes. Well, no, actually, I just agreed to you there because I wasn't listening to you. It's 25 degrees in the car.
Did you have the heating on?
No, at the outside temperature.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Where would you come from? Magaluf?
Manchester.
Oh. Here is Lauren Bell then. At the end of her mark, she's going to be bowling from the far end, the city end of the ground. And at the non-strikers end, Chamari Atapattu in her 155th match. in T20 international cricket. She's played in all 10 T20 World Cups, an extraordinary record. And the ICC's second highest ranked bowler, Lauren Bell, who has taken 60 wickets across 42 matches and has looked an increasingly impressive figure for this England side, I have to say, Alex, and is a real threat with not just the inswing but the outswing as well. So here we go, Sri Lanka's target 220. You're listening to Test Match Special, and here comes Lauren Bell, slip in place. Oh, it's spooned off a leading edge immediately. Vishmi Gunaratne getting in a bit of a tangle. That was a really impressive innings.
Was so impressive, wasn't it? Danny Wyatt-Hodge just steps up to the big occasion. You know, she's got so much experience. She's played so many T20 games for England. She's played in World Cups. She's played in crowds like this before. There was also that big stoppage of play at the start. You know, there was so much going against that opening partnership, so I was really impressed with that. But Danny Wyatt-Hodge, exceptional.
Next delivery is nicely pushed up towards mid-off, and Sophie Eccleston, who slings the ball in. England in their red with the blue sleeves.
You teased us.
Bit of a throwback.
Didn't you? You said on air during the India series, I know, or I feel, or
Yes.
I've heard rumour that England are going to be wearing different colour trouser, because that trouser didn't go, did it?
No, because they were wearing the blue trousers during the T20 series that preceded this. They've gone for the red trousers.
It's so good. It makes the kit so much better.
Makes it pop, I think the phrase is. Here comes Lauren Bell. Runs in from the far end, right arm over, and that's defended into the offside. And the required rate is 11.28. 3 dot balls to start things. Part of me would quite like it if they just blocked it.
Blocked it?
Yeah.
If they block it for 20 overs,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get 14 overs in
Yeah.
and leave.
You're not.
I am. You're gonna have to find a replacement. Can't block it.
No, they won't do that. I'm being silly and facetious.
I'd like them to try and chase it down and be bowled out.
Yeah, absolutely. Driven away through the offside for 4. Nice shot. It goes out towards the Holly stand and beat the dive of, well, it was a valiant effort from Alice Capsey at backward point, but the ball just enough on it to get away through that offside. 4 without loss.
Yeah, lovely shot for Vishmi. Outside the off stump, beautifully driven. I think she's got away with it, actually. I think she was looking to go more extra cover and a thick outside edge as she's opening the face of the bat. Just comes off a thick outside edge. Aerial, but between those fielders at point and backward point.
Speaking of Danny Wyatt's innings, which we were, the 100, the brilliant 100, that wagon wheel, I've just seen a picture of that. It is all over the ground. It wasn't just like one slog shot that kept coming off. It was a brilliant innings. Here is Lauren Bell again in the sunshine, runs in, and oh, that beats Amy Jones. It's come off something, the hip possibly, down towards the fielder Freya Kemp, who slings it in from down below us, running round from deep third, and there will be a bye taken. I thought we were waving. Bye.
Bye.
5 without loss.
Felt like that had to have come off something, to be honest with you.
I think it came off the hip, didn't it?
Yeah.
Umpire Jackie Williams at the far end of the ground. I'm pretty sure that deflected. I'm not sure it would have everted the arms of the keeper for some reason. Something's happening though. Chamari Atapatu. Who is this? It tends to be, particularly in big run chases, that Chamari Atapatu has just so much responsibility. Oh, first ball gets onto the pads and the left-hander will whip it away down to fine leg for 4. It's a nice shot, good way to get off the mark. In fact, it comes off the thigh guard, I think, and so it'll be 4-leg bye. So an over that only sees 4 against the name of Lauren Bell, but 9 to Sri Lanka, who are 9 without loss after 1, chasing 211 further runs from 114.
Just a little bit leg side there from Lauren Bell. The right left-hander just means as a opening ball, you've obviously got to change your line of attack. And England turn into their left arm spinner, as they probably will do for a lot of this tournament, in Lindsay Smith.
Well, Lindsay Smith's going to bowl from the pavilion end here.
Ranked number 1 in the world.
She's had a brilliant return. She was part of the England squad that was in that World Cup in T20 cricket in 2018, latter stages of that in the West Indies, and then drifted away from international cricket. And I think there was a very realistic prospect she wouldn't be a professional cricketer again. You can read much more about Lindsay Smith, by the way, on the BBC Sport website. Article there. She's in now, round the wicket. That's not a great ball. Full toss outside the off stump. Heather Knight picks up, throws, misses, and there is one scrambled run, 10 without loss. But she's, yeah, a great success story in terms of a return to international cricket.
It just shows the domestic structure's right. It doesn't mean it's the end of your career if you do lose your contract like it has been in the past. You know, she's gone away and played domestic cricket, found the love for the game again.
Atapatu with a slip in place. Lindsay Smith to bowl to the Sri Lankan legend. I don't think we overstate that as a word. Atapatu, left-hander, will swing the ball towards Nat Siva Brunt at mid-on.
I like her having a slip in for the left-hander. Lindsay Smith staying around the wicket, so trying to push the ball right across Atapatu, and if she drives the ball into that offside, it will bring slip in play.
Smith again round the wicket, comes in now, and oh, that's a good looking shot. It goes over the infield. Oh, well, somehow it is plugged, and I don't know how. The ball stopped dead at wide long on. I thought it was going to be 6. It had to be 4, and the backspin must have been astonishing.
Well, on this ground is actually where, when it rains, it floods. Just in that little bit down there, that's all the water tends to like sit in that part of the ground, and it is, as you say, Henry, stopped dead in its tracks.
Well, that one is hit cleanly once more, and it's going to be runs down the ground, but it stops again. And they'll only get, in the end, a single. And Chamari Atapatu must be thinking, well, what have I got to do?
Hit it harder. Hit it harder.
Little shake of the head.
I mean, that's 2 in a row. The ball's just plugged. The sand wedge came out on both occasions.
Honestly, if you were trying to lay it up just a couple of yards from the pin, it'd be absolutely perfect. Here is Lindsay Smith round the wicket. Vishmi will clip the ball towards short mid-wicket, where England captain Nat Siva Brunt crouches in the sunshine to pick up.
There's been one thing about Lindsay Smith's game that has been so impressive over the last couple of years, and that's her consistency.
Vishmi, the right-hander, waits. It's hit back towards her. That's hit nicely. Down the ground it goes. Again, an England fielder will get round. It's Capsey, so it's just a single. And the score at the end of a dramatic over with 5 from it is 14 without loss. 2 gone. Required rates gone back up towards 11.5 and over. 206 needed from 108.
5 coming off that over, but it could have quite easily been 15.
Couldn't it?
Yeah.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a strange old over. It wasn't the best, actually. I was saying Lindsay Smith's known for her accuracy and the way that she manages to just put the ball on a 50p pace time and time again. That over there was a little bit of everything.
It was, wasn't it? Well, Lauren Bell, who has been an England international now for 4 years. It's her 3rd T20 World Cup.
She only played cricket for England for 4 years, but played in 3 T20 World Cups.
There's a lot of them, though, aren't there?
It just shows that they're every 45 seconds.
It's a Champions Trophy next year.
Yeah.
Here is Bell. Oh, big appeal for LBW. They love it and they get it. Vishmi's been given out LBW. She turns, hoping she'll get a little word from Chamari Atapatu saying, well, that was missing everything, but I'm not sure that's the nature of the conversation. I think it's more, is this worth wasting a review on or not? And the DRS counter taps down. Yeah, they're going to check it, but everyone in red was convinced. Amy Jones and Lauren Bell, with the best view of it, were straight up.
Yeah, been given out by
umpire Williams.
Sorry, I didn't know if we were getting that or not. By umpire Williams, and to be honest, I don't blame her for going up. She came a little bit down the track. It's not hit her outside the line. We can see leg stop. It is going to be out.
Well, unless she's hit it and she doesn't know about it, because if you do hit it, then you would immediately refer it.
Yeah, no, that's going to be leg before wicket.
I see what you did. I think it's probably missing off and missing leg. and clattering straight into middle would be my guess. And indeed, wickets hitting, review lost, England get there first. Sri Lanka 14 for 1 with Gunaratne gone, 6 to her name, and a good decision from the umpire.
Yep, good decision. It looked out, didn't it? It looked really out. I think she's gone upstairs because she did come down the track potentially thinking it could have hit her outside the line, but nah, it was stone dead. And a little cameo for Vishmi there, just showing that she can hit the ball down the ground. I think against other teams she could potentially be a dangerous player.
Yeah, it was a stroke of ambition, but once she'd missed it, there was trouble. And we see coming to the middle, Mr. Delani, hoping to try and do something to get this Sri Lankan innings going. I mean, it's very difficult when you're chasing a massive total. I mean, you'd have been in dressing rooms, Alex, when at the halfway stage, you know, what do you say?
I've been in dressing rooms at the halfway stage where we've been chasing 200, and we've had Danny White at Hodge and we've done it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know you have. But
so it's that thing where you go, okay, you have to believe you can do it. Someone has to put their hand up. Obviously, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Sri Lanka against England because of the disparity within the two teams.
Right-hander waits still for a delivery that goes well down the leg side, and immediately Lauren Bell turns around and keeps jogging back to her mark. She's got that wrong. That's a wide, 15 for 1.
But if you don't believe you can win, there's absolutely no point putting your pads on and going out there.
No.
You might as well just forfeit the game and say, well batted.
Indeed. And 15 for 1 the score early on in the third over. They're showing ambition, Sri Lanka. Here is Lauren Bell, and that is tucked off the pads down towards fine leg, where Lindsay Smith will run in from the boundary to pick up. Anisha Dalani is actually pretty good nick. 3 half centuries in 4 innings against Bangladesh earlier on this year. She's somebody who I think will certainly get runs in this tournament. I saw them playing in one of the warm-up matches at Derby this week, Sri Lanka, and I think Sri Lanka are a side that can be dangerous. I really do. I just think today England have had such a good first innings, scoring 219 for 1, that it's pretty hard to fight back in the game. Atapatu will look to try and do that. She just pushes the ball with an angled bat towards the offside, where Lindsay Smith will run in from the boundary once again. The light beginning to fade, but the holly's still bathed in sunshine.
Yes.
The bananas have disappeared.
Ah. Maybe they put their pyjamas on.
They might have done. They just seem to have split. I've made that one already. I can't do that joke again.
The fielders on the offside are really making me chuckle, and I can't stop watching them because they're all shielding the sun from their eyes, but they're walking in with their hands in front of their faces.
Giving herself some room. Down the leg side it goes, and Amisha trying to manufacture the room, rather put off Lauren Bell, who loses the radar, and it's another wide. The left-hand, right-hand combination just making things a little awkward for Lauren Bell.
Yeah, and this is when I was talking about you've got to judge yourselves on how you bowl at the best. If this was Australia with their right-left-hand combination, could be a different story.
Bell will try again for the far end, kicking up those heels. Tall figure runs in now. It's short and wide and punished through the offside for 4. Whacked away in front of square and to the boundary. 22 for 1.
Short, wide, great shot through the offside. Didn't get up at all. I don't know if Lauren Bell was trying to bowl the bouncer there. It just didn't get up, or if it was just a poor delivery. It was a little bit of a nothing ball from Lauren Bell. I'm pretty sure she's tried to bowl the bouncer and just got it slightly wrong. But the batter rides the bounce really nicely, plays the ball with both feet off the ground, so it looks fantastic on the old photos.
Yeah, there'll be a lovely photo of that somewhere. Lauren Bell again. 2 balls left of this third over. And that's well bowled. Top of off stump, defended by Amisha Delani. And Sri Lanka score remains at 22 for 1. If you want to see the best of the action, BBC Sport website and app will have it for you, with highlights throughout the tournament. Every ball of every game. Alex, we'll be bringing you. You're in Manchester tomorrow?
Yes. Early start tomorrow.
I'm back here on Sunday, India, Pakistan.
I've already pushed the call time back. I won't be there at 9, Sal.
22 for 1 the score. It's defended again, high up on her toes is Amisha. You due in at 9? Yeah, it's going to be late night tonight. It's already gone. Oh, it's 22.
I won't be home till 1.
No. 22 for 1. 3 overs gone. Sri Lanka need 198 from 102. Danny White-Hodge having scored an unbeaten 107 off 62 balls.
Just for the listeners, I will be there for the start of the game. I will be there at 9:45. We're on air at 10:15 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and I reckon, bear in mind you've got a floodlight named after you at Old Trafford. It'd be disappointing if you didn't know your way there.
Yeah, I'm on the Shoelace Express though, aren't I?
The what?
No car, Shoelace Express.
Oh.
Trainers.
Are you?
I've got to walk everywhere.
Yeah. What a thought. Charlie Dean, England vice-captain with the off-spin. Round the wicket to bowl to Chamari Atapatu. A little bit of turn there for Dean, who fields nicely off her own bowling. And the crowd again up and enthusiastic. England have got 3 of the top 4 bowlers in the ICC rankings. It is their real strong suit. Here is Dean again. It's gone very high in the air. Now, is there trouble here for Chamari Atapatu? Oh! Danny White-Hodge, that is a brilliant catch. Over the shoulder and safely pouched, running back on the leg side. It's 22 for 2, and White-Hodge, having scored an unbeaten century, has just taken what will surely be one of the catches of the tournament. It's such a difficult skill, swirling in the sky up above, dropping down, and safely into the hands of the England opener. It's a brilliant catch.
Yeah, sensational from Danny White-Hodge, running over her shoulder. They are the hardest catches to take, but she's such an athlete. She's run so many miles in the first innings to get to 100, so many 2s. She was out there for the whole innings. But Atapatu going for the sweep shot against the left-handed Charlie Dean. A thick top edge goes flying into the sky. Danny White-Hodge, sensational.
Well, England's total in the first innings, a brilliant one. Danny White-Hodge registering England's second highest of all time in the format. It's also the highest total by any team in the ICC Women's T20 World Cup, beating their own record from 6 years ago in Australia, in 2023. And Danny White-Hodge leading the way with the bat with 107, leading the way with the ball and in the field, as here comes Charlie Dean into bowl to the left-handed Harshita, who comes to the middle, Samara Wickramer. We see a replay of that. This one is worth seeking out on the BBC Sport website and app. It's because she's wrong-footed at the last minute. It drops awkwardly. Here comes Charlie Dean. Pushed away into the offside. No run so far. Dot, wicket, dot, dot.
Yeah, not forgetting Charlie Dean has just come off the back of captaining England in 6 T20s in the lead up to this World Cup as well.
Here's Dean, round the wicket with the off-spin, driven through the offside. Good shot that. Samara Wickramer with a very classy drive through extra cover for a boundary. 26 for 2.
Yeah, lovely shot. Lovely shot. A little bit of width from Charlie Dean, just searching for that spin outside the off stump. Harshita adapts really nicely, drives the ball through extra cover. Holds the pose as well.
Lovely shot. 26 for 2. Charlie Dean again. Moving in to fuller delivery. That's very late. Playing it so delicately down towards deep third. Chase on for the fielder. And Sophie Eccleston will just about get there before it reaches the boundary. Long chase towards the city end of the ground of the scoreboard. 28 for 2 after 4 overs. What have you seen?
Nothing, I was just adjusting.
Oh, right.
Adam Mountford very kindly got me a high chair, so I don't like sitting on those low ones because I can't see, I'm on the little.
You like to be master of all you survey.
Yeah, but the thing is, they really hurt my back. So I've got terrible posture, you see. I sit like a prawn, a corporate prawn. That's how I sit. I need to shoulders back.
Josh asked the question, how much confidence, Alex, does it give to a bowling attack when the batters do their job as well as that? And you see that demoralisation of the team when they have to come out. But I suppose it depends how they start, I guess.
Yeah, but it gives you so much confidence. You know that it gives you a little bit more leeway. If you were playing Australia, Australia, India, South Africa, you probably wouldn't be as confident because you know that, you know, you've still got to do the job. But going into the second innings here, England will be so confident, but they can't be complacent. There's a difference. You know, they can't just presume they're going to win. They've still got to do the hard yards.
Here is Sophie Eccleston, left arm spin into the attack. Very nice shot from Amisha, who's just paddling down towards the boundary below us. And once again, the outfield is slow-ish. And 3 runs are taken, well run. With Sri Lanka 31 for 2 now, needing 189 off 95. Now, Neil in Pontefract has emailed tms@bbc.co.uk and says, "It is a daunting thought going to any event alone, and it's very rare I do such a thing, but I've taken the plunge and bought myself a ticket to the England-Scotland game next weekend. Headingley weather forecast for the day leaves a lot to be desired, but hopefully it'll be completely wrong by then, and as long as I'm able to watch some cricket, the weather can have all the hissy fits it wants." Good for you, Neil. I love going to the cinema on my own, don't you?
No, I'm like Neil, I get a bit anxious going anywhere on my own. I don't even like going out for a run in a new city.
Sophie Eccleston bowls a quicker ball that goes through to Amy Jones. I'm always encouraged by my friends that I should go out on my own.
Yeah. They always say, go on your own.
Go on your own, you're going to love it. We're going to the pub down the road. You're going to have a great time on your own down that one. Here is Sophie Eccleston. Oh, there's a little sweep attempted. Top edge. It's going to run down towards the boundary below us. Lauren Bell with the long sleeve jumper. Picks up below us. 2 taken, and tells a story about it's a bit chilly in the shadows down there now. 33 for 2.
In all seriousness, good on you, Neil.
Yeah,
if you feel
fantastic.
uncomfortable and you've bought a ticket and you're going to go, you'll make friends at the cricket. Everyone's there for the same reason.
Yep. Here is Eccleston. Round arm action, driven through the offside, beats everyone. Harshita Samarawikrama repeats the trick from the previous over and gets 4 more, 37 for 2.
Well, it's something we've seen as of late, that teams have started attacking Sophie Eccleston, which we haven't really seen in the past, have we?
No. And is that because she is bowling less well?
I think it's because when teams used to get hold of Eccleston, the rest of the bowling attack used to panic a little bit.
I don't think they do so much now.
No, I don't.
Eccleston over the wicket.
Oh, it's turned.
Very nearly gets through. Very late on the ball is Harshita.
That's just turned a country mile from Eccleston there.
It's a great response from the England left arm spinner, who's a wonderful bowler. I've seen it for years and years. So long. Top of the rankings in both white ball formats. She continues to dominate. Here she is now to conclude her first over, and it's the mix-up of pace that makes her so effective. 37 for 2 as it goes through to Amy Jones. 9 from the over. Sri Lanka need to get more than 2 runs per delivery. It's 183 needed from 90 balls. 37 for 2, 1 over left of the power play. And here comes Alison Mitchell to join you, Alex Hartley.
Yes, I don't necessarily think it's because Eccleston's got any worse. I think teams have probably seen from the likes of Australia, who've really set the standard, that she's human. You know, you go after her and she's probably going to feel it in her bowling as well. And I think the rest of England's bowling attack sort of stay calm now because they have been so successful.
Hello, Alex. A little bit more Lindsay Smith here with the final over of the power play. 37 for 2, Sri Lanka. So Lindsay Smith has bowled the second over and now the 6th over of the innings. Number 50 on her back as she moves in to bowl. Oh, it's a reverse attempt, missed and into the gloves of Amy Jones. Mesha Dalari looking to squeeze it down towards a deep third. A big gap there. On backward point. Around the wicket she goes. Up more flight this time on the drive, but finding Heather Knight on the edge of the circle at mid-off and no run taken. Everything's got a different pace to it now, doesn't it, in the innings? Everything is... It's very sort of calm out there, and England in control with the 2 early wickets. Still such a stiff breeze rippling the players' shirts into the pitch a little shorter, attempt to reverse again, but almost could have bottom edged that back onto her stumps.
Please don't sweep Lindsay Smith. Like, it's such a hard shot to play. She's such a skiddy bowler. She goes underneath the bat. The way to play Lindsay Smith is exactly how Sri Lanka did in the first over. Yes, it only went for 5, but back down the ground.
Yeah, it's more a left arm swing, isn't it? Oh, firm sweep to square leg and caught. Well, Lindsay Smith strikes. Well, struck firmly to Freya Kemp, who held on cleanly. And Amesh has gone for 7. England taking the third Sri Lankan wicket inside the power play. Sri Lanka slumping to 37 for 3.
I'll tell you what, this is a great catch from Freya Kemp, because Amisha has absolutely nailed it, crunched it to Freya Kemp, who's taken it very, very cleanly and very well, but it has flown to her. She steps outside leg, she goes outside off, she plays that sweep shot, and anything that was a metre either side of Freya Kemp, then it would have raced away for 4.
It was one of those where she went fingers to the sky, didn't she? And it came to her at shoulder height, and actually the force of the shot as she took it in her hand, sort of, you can see her cheeks puff out like poof, as the force of the ball kind of just sent her shoulders rocking back as she absorbed it. Very well held, and she made it look much easier. And then it was nonchalantly taken almost. So 37 for 3, England comfortably in charge here. Harsha Tassama and Wickramanathan not out batter stays there, 12 from 9, but so far England have removed Vishmi Gunaratne, the opener. She lost a review on her way out, LBW to Lauren Bell for 6. That was 14 for 1. Then Chamriata Patu, the captain, to a stunning running catch by Danny White-Hodge. Who else? Who's having the game of her life in this opener. Wicket for Charlie Dean. She was running back from square leg, took it over her shoulder, tumbled as she went, held on, beautifully done, a slog sweep attempt. So Atapatu out for 4, and England knew if anyone could have been a game changer for Sri Lanka, it would have been the captain, Imesha Delani. Now well caught by Freya Kemp at square leg. A wicket to Lindsay Smith and gone for 7. So
yeah, it's a great catch from Kemp, and England have been good in the field in the series beforehand against New Zealand, against India. I noticed a real change, not in attitude, because the attitude's always been there in the field, but the commitment and the fact that they were saving more boundaries, diving in the outfield, just looked more confident in the field. And that catch there to Freya Kemp looks really simple because it was hit straight at her, but it was hit with some heat.
Yeah, and something about the intent. I think that warm-up game against India in particular, you're right, it felt as if things were coming together on the eve of such a big tournament. So a new batter has come out to the middle. Hansima Karunaratne is taking strike to face up to Lindsay Smith. 2 fielders in the deep on that leg side, and still having to shield their eyes from the sun. There's just a few shafts of light squeezing through some tall buildings across that side of the ground behind the building site, the crane and the houses and the trees. And a few people in the holly stands as well have the sun right in their eyes when they're just a little bit more elevated, but down on the pitch it's in full shade now, and I think a little bit of a pause, probably waiting for television to rejoin after the fall of the wicket. But 37 for 3. Karunaratne is 32 years of age. This is her 20th T20 international, but made her ODI debut, a T20 debut for Sri Lanka all the way back in 2016. Right, are we ready to go?
Nope.
Not yet.
Yay, now we are.
Now we are. So 4 inside the circle on the offside. And Karunaratne facing up Lindsay Smith with her left arm spin/swing from around the wicket, eased up towards cover, and there is no run. Well, you just wonder what Sri Lanka will try to get out of this now. We've gone 3 down early. You've got to somehow keep some belief and just try to take this match as deep as possible. As Smith really floats one in, it swings late, and that's found the gap. Lauren Bell chasing back. Look to sweep it in, pulls it in from the edge of the boundary. They're running very quickly for 2. Think about a third, they don't. Probably wise. The throw then comes in on the relay. But running very hard between the wickets. End of the power play, 39 for 3. In pursuit of that unlikely target, 220 after England's power play. Alex, they were 51 without loss. I mean, it's a very stark difference, and England, they want to be clinical, and they have been so far.
Yeah, they absolutely have been. The fielding, they've been so good in the field, haven't they? That catch from Danny Wyatt-Hodge was exceptional. It will definitely be up there with catches of this tournament. It looks a simple catch, doesn't it, when, you know, she makes it look so easy, but they are so hard to take.
I don't think she had the sun in her eyes.
No, she didn't. She was on the right side of the ground. But we can pretend she did. You know, she's having one of those days. The sun
It
was
was so
either in her
difficult.
eyes.
I couldn't see a thing.
Hardest thing ever.
Ball was coming at me, silhouetted. Right, Sri Lanka have it all to do here. Amy Jones is standing up to the stumps here, and Danny Gibson is entering the attack for the first time in this T20 World Cup. It's Harshita on strike, carves it wide of backward points down towards the deep third boundary. It's picked up, and just a single is taken. So many conversations were had, weren't there, at the start of or in the lead up to the tournament about whether it'd be one all-rounder or two all-rounders, which one of Freya Kemp or Danny Gibson would play and who would have to miss out. But the way it's all unfolded, both of them.
I thought if Sophia Dunkley was firing, then it would have only been one of them that plays. But because Sophia Dunkley wasn't scoring runs.
Gibson over the wickets, worked again down towards fine leg this time by the right-handed Karina Ratner. Just the one. Throw comes into the keeper.
That decision has sort of been made. You feel for Dunks, obviously, because England's opening batter, she was given enough opportunity. She just looked a little bit sticky.
And she's had her own journey, hasn't she? Out of the side, then working her way back into the side. But now for a World Cup here, missing out in this opening game. Who knows what will happen as the matches go on. Gibson in against the left-hander. Pulled away gently. Down to Alice Capsey at fine leg, who picks up, sends the ball back in. Sri Lanka moving on to 42 for 3 in this 7th over.
And you only have to look at how Charlotte Edwards has built her domestic teams and franchise teams. She loves all-rounders. You know, they make such a difference to a team. And Freya Kemp and Danny Gibson in particular, you know, we saw Kemby get 40 off 13 balls in one of the games leading into this World Cup.
Gibson bustles in a shorter ball. It's hooked in the air down towards fine leg. One bounce, can't be saved. Over the rope it goes. Lauren Bell, tall figure, of course, down there on the boundary, but it was a leaping, sort of diving effort from her, and she couldn't save the 4. Very welcome for Sri Lanka, and it's got some Sri Lanka flags flying in the stands. We haven't seen too many of them, but there are a number here, and they've got cause to be waved now with some enthusiasm. Tell you what, Lauren Bell, I think, has been having a bit of fun down there with the crowd in the stands.
Has she?
Bit of interaction, a bit of cheering for her, I think it has been. Gibson over the wickets. Oh, and there's appeal here. Amy Jones behind the stumps, but it's a wide down the leg side. It was a half shout. Interest very quickly fading
Amy
away.
Jones just slyly tapped her thigh then and went, it's come off thigh, it's not wide.
Jackie Williams disagreed. 47 for 3 then. 2 more balls to come in the over from Danny Gibson, who herself has got a lot of cricket to look forward to, as has all these players across this whole summer. Over the wicket she goes, outside the off stump, and worked through the gap out towards deep cover. And a single is taken. That massive price tag she went for in the £190,000 she went for in the auction. That all to come after this T20 World Cup, and quite a number of international players, of course, stay on in England.
There's so much money.
It's
So
mind-boggling,
much
isn't it? Mind-boggling.
But there's a few players that pre-signed that feel hard done by, you know.
Gibson a leap at the crease, gently dabbed down towards deep third. Lauren Bell chasing after it. Can she stop it? No, she can't. Didn't quite time the dive. I think the ball actually maybe beat her, but it was a really delicate dab, taking 13 off that Danny Gibson over. So 7 overs gone. Sri Lanka are 52 for 3, having been set. 220 by England, 219 for 1 they made. Record score in all of the Women's T20 World Cup history, beating England's own record that they set in the 2023 edition. Do go onto the BBC Sport website and the app and watch how Danny Wyatt made an unbeaten 105 off just 62 balls. Catherine Sciver-Brunt, mother power is that from Danny Wyatt-Hodge.
Yeah, it's a new lease of life, isn't it? A new reason, a new purpose, I guess. Yeah, it's what you need sometimes in the back end of your career. Yeah, just a little bit, a bit more of a reason why. So it's definitely, Nat said it as well. It's a bit more of a spark, a reason why, and a reason to carry on and actually improve.
Improving in front of our eyes even, still doing it. Here's Charlie Dean, chipped up in the air. A bit of hesitation in the single there, be chased back by Nat Sciver-Brunt to mid-wicket and throw back into the gloves of Amy Jones. Well, that is the thing, isn't it, that you can't even imagine. I mean, I was telling you earlier today, I found the brochure from the 2005 World Cup in South Africa, where you made your World Cup debut. Was that your ODI debut, wasn't it, in that tournament?
Yes, I believe it was. I mean, terrifying.
The idea then of players having, well, the sort of salaries they have now, the contracts they have now, as Dean is a little bit quicker this time. Shot. Lovely up and over extra cover from Samra Wickramer. Coming back for 2, though. Protection in front of the Holly stand, but a lovely opening of the face of the bat to ease it over the infield out to the deep. Moving on to 20, 55 for 3. But the idea of that players would have maternity clauses and be able to become mothers and have all the support that they have. In plenty wouldn't have even thought about that at the time. Cut away towards backward point, fielded securely by KF Freya Kemp. No run.
I was like, whoa. Who now?
Freya Kemp at point, ladies and gentlemen. Awaiting here. Floodlights have been turned on at Edgbaston. Around the wicket a little bit quicker, swept firmly. Protection at deep backwards square. Waiting for it to come to her is Danny Wyatt-Hodge. Sends the ball back into the middle.
I like what I see from this youngster. That's some lovely shots there. That shot over extra cover, the timing, sort of grace of it, the placement. She has something to work with, a bit more power in her game, and blimey, she could be a good player.
Backward of square this time, placed, but a sliding stop by Kemp. A push for 2. And they're running between the stumps so far. These two are looking busy together. 6 off this over so far. 1 more ball to come, 58 for 3. Partnership 21 from 14 so far, coming in after Imesha Delani was caught by Kemp at square leg, pulled really firmly to her at shoulder height off Lindsay Smith. Charlie Dean, over the wicket she goes. Now struck on the pad. Dean likes it, an instant appeal, and the finger eventually goes up. And Hansima Karunaratne is on her way, or is she going to review? Sri Lanka have lost 1 review of their 2 already on an earlier LBW.
I think considering how long they're taking to discuss whether they should refer it or not suggests to me that there wasn't any bat involved, and her partner agrees. Otherwise, I mean, even though we're a million miles up in the air here, Alison, I could look dead for all love nor money.
Yeah, we're not completely behind the bowlers, we're not far off, but I trust the Charlie Dean. It was struck. Yeah.
There is somewhat something to say about where it impacted. It's outside the line or not, but I'm confident that
probably with the finger having gone up, maybe enough of the ball.
Yes,
it could well have been umpire's call. I don't think it was fully outside. But it would be interesting to see that on replay.
Yeah,
11 off 8 though is the score for Hansima Karunaratne. Sri Lanka 58 for 4 after 8 overs of their reply. That they were chasing the ball all around the ground earlier when Danny Wyatt-Hodge was batting. So a few fielders, you had to put a few runs in the legs as well.
And good signs here now for the bowlers, gaining lots of confidence going into the tournament, and then into the the business end. They need to build and build and build. And Charlie Dean already here, 2 for 12. There's lovely line in length and a bit of purchase there for her. That'll make her feel great. It's probably nothing better. It's like when I have the ball and I had a bit of seam movement in, instant confidence. So I imagine as an off spinner you get a bit of purchase, you're like, ooh, I'm in.
I like that.
So yeah,
Kavisha Dilhari,
new bowler,
the new batter, and a change of bowling. Freya Kemp is picking up duties from Danny Gibson
and Nat Sciver-Brunt.
And here is Kemp then, left arm over the wicket. Heaved high towards the Holly stand, plenty on it to clear the boundary for 6. Well, harsher to Samra Wickramer. You talked about her power, Catherine Sciver-Brunt. She has just launched that leg side.
I need to take back what I said. What I said was her timing and placement, and she played with grace. And I said she could even improve more with a bit of power. Next minute, Freya Kemp's first ball, she's banged it in slightly short, but she's back foot clubbed that front foot pull for 6, about 75 metres, and she's 4'11", and weighs about 20 kilograms. That was obscene. Love that.
I think Sri Lanka are working on making sure that Atapaja isn't the only batter that they can rely on for big hitting. Kemp over the wicket again with Jones standing up. He takes it down the leg side and whips off the bails. Wide signalled. But yeah, she was going for a stumping.
That was exceptional glove work from Amy Jones there.
Very quick.
Oh, I'd love another look at this because she did sort of lose her balance and her foot was in the air for a fraction of a second. And obviously it's just how it works out. You can be as fast as you like, but it's got to be at the same time. So,
and Jones is really completely unsighted down that leg side, isn't she?
Yes.
She whipped off the bails and the bat scrambled back. Kemp in again, pulled low. Could have bisected the fielders. Well, some good teamwork on the boundary. There's some hesitation in the running here. The throw comes into the keeper's end and they recover. And Harshita makes it home.
Yeah, I'm so impressed by this youngster. I can't. Obviously, you guys back home can't see what I'm seeing, but some good quality cricket being played here. Lots of bravery, actually, considering the enormity of what she has to do right now.
Yeah. The non-strikers end, Dilhari is yet to face a ball. Happy to watch Samuel Wickramer, who's one of the more experienced players, waits here as Amy Jones stands up to stump again. Bowls her! Freya Kemp bursts through the defences.
Yes,
and
that was
dangerous. Samuel Wickramer has gone for 29.
That'll be exactly what she just had a conversation with Nat there, who's fielding for her mid-on, and there would have been that conversation of I haven't quite got the length right. Now I need to match my length with my line, and I actually think on a second look, we're going to have another look at this, but I do believe it just came back in.
She found a little bit of movement. Yeah, I mean,
it actually went away. Sort of. So the angle of it was out of the arm, was sort of coming, sort of directing into her on this line, and then as it touched the surface, just nipped away enough. It only has to be, as you know, like half an inch to be enough. And yeah, that was a lovely line length from Freya, round the money, especially a good comeback after being clubbed for 6 and nearly 4. Yeah, so yeah, that's good.
So 67 for 5, England making excellent headway, having set Sri Lanka that daunting 220 to win.
Yeah,
we're into the 9th over.
I think seeing the back of her is now going to be somewhat, I think, a bit of a rollover. I don't see. We'll see. It depends how they go about it. But if they go about it how they should, trying to win, they'll be all out, I believe, for under 100. But you know, some people like to have time at the crease, etc. Run rates.
Well, there might be a little bit of fun with Nilakshika Silva in. She's played over 100 T20 internationals for Sri Lanka at 36 years of age experience, but she's sort of almost reinvented herself in recent years as a more explosive batter. But I think even this is well beyond her. But could there be a bit of fun in the meantime? Oh, missed the first one, and Amy Jones again whips off the bails from behind the stumps, beaten past the outside edge, but batted firmly within her ground. Floodlights are on. It's been a beautiful evening here at Edgbaston. Just a little hint of sort of violet in the clouds at the moment, with the sun sinking lower. What are you seeing on the replay,
The more I
Catherine?
look at it, the more, yeah, it's Fox the batter and me.
That was the dismissal. Freya Kemp is in again here. A little bit of width on, dropped at point. Well, it's a diving effort.
I think it would have been a specky, wouldn't it, Alison? I believe.
Well, Danny White-Hodge has done no wrong. I mean, she's scored the unbeaten 100. She's taken one brilliant catch, and here at point, she's dived full length.
It was hit
into the hands and out.
Right out the middle. She gave her some width and fuller of a length, and yeah, it would have been a screamer, one-handed to her right, full stretch. She's actually thinking she should have had it, to be fair.
Not to be. I think by her standards, she should have had it. A couple of runs taken. This is Kavisha facing her first ball to Freya Kemp. A tumbling stop at mid-on to end the over. So 11 runs coming from it. Freya Kemp whacked for 6, but then recovered with the wicket. 69 for 5. Sri Lanka having faced 9 overs so far.
Yeah, that's really important for the youngsters, for Kempy bowling that over, because when it comes to playing the bigger nations, you know, your Australias, your South Africas, Indias, is going to be a lot of that. There's going to be a lot of making your good balls look average, and so you've got to have that resilience to be able to come, right, what do I need to do now, skip, or I think I need to do this, and then execute. So yeah, it's good to have that back and forth now and experience that.
Sophie Eccleston is back for her second over in these middle overs. I think England just continuing to wanting to keep striking, keep taking these wickets, finish this match in an emphatic fashion if they can get these last 5 and make an even bigger statement than they already have, make a statement with the ball as well as the bat. Eccleston flights it in, forward on the drive to mid-off. Siva Brunt with a tumbling take, eyes that ball in strongly back to Amy Jones. 70 for 5, Sri Lanka now in this 10th over. Should tell people that if you're listening to this and you're thinking, I want to get involved and watch this England team in action, the next game is against Ireland on Tuesday in Southampton. Something is distracting the striker. Is that Sophie Eccleston is looking back towards the sight screen beneath us with her arms out, aeroplane style, as if to say, come on.
Yeah, they're frustrated now because it's just a recurring theme from the same end as well. So
yeah, delay at the start of the match, wasn't it? Around the wicket, Eccleston there. No, it's a full toss. Whipped her wristily down to long on. Brings Capsey in off the boundary and a single is taken. After that then Leeds, which is England-Scotland.
Leeds.
That certainly stoked up a bit of interest when that fixture was announced. I think a lot of people will be coming across the border.
Yes, I've got a bit of Scottish in me as well.
Have you? Around the wicket goes Eccleston, nearly beats her, nearly bowls up. Did she get any bat on that? It's running away down towards the very fine leg boundary. Back they come for 2. It's picked up inside the rope.
I think she had to have had bat on that because otherwise how on earth is she not bowled? It was a lovely ball, flighted nicely, wasn't it?
Oh, somehow, yeah, off the...
It was the length where you don't quite know whether to go forward or back. She decided to go back, which was the wrong decision. But luckily enough for her, she got an inside edge.
Kavisha settling over bat again. A little bit quicker, flatter from Eccleston. With a flat batter down towards Capsey at long on.
Clearly favouring the back foot.
Another single taken. Yeah, just trying to, I guess, create a bit of time to Eccleston. 74 for 5 in the 10th over. What's your Scottish link then?
Scottish.
Around the wicket again, flighted, full toss into the ground and out towards deep cover. Lindsay Smith is there to field, one taken.
Part of the Gunn clan actually is Brunt. My dad's side, so his parents from Aberdeen.
Ah, okay. Have you been there?
I have. Honestly, so many years ago. Not been for ages.
Eccleston floats it in, launched high over the top of mid-off. Siva Brunt is chasing back to the boundary. It's rather plugged again. They come back for 2. In comes the throw to Eccleston to close out the over. So we've had 10. We're at the halfway stage. 77 for 5, Sri Lanka in pursuit of that unlikely 220. England making really good headway. I'll leave you to your Scottish thoughts. And, perhaps
I'm going to talk in Scottish
now.
Well,
perhaps a thought about Scotland at this World Cup and what it would mean to them to be playing England at Headingley on such a stage. And Henry Moran is joining you.
Yeah, I love it. It's such a good cricket wicket, and you know, luckily for Scotland, it's the furthest north one we're going to play at, so it's almost ideal. And they have actually got a good squad. There's some exciting players in there. The Bryce sisters are always good. Kirsty Gordon obviously moving from England back to her roots, back to Scotland to help them out. One more World Cup for her, and Catherine Fraser, I'm excited to see her actually. Very good player, very good youngster, played for Yorkshire, so she'll be familiar with Headingley.
77 for 5 as we see Danny Gibson at the far end, 13 from her first over. She comes running into bowl and that angles in towards the right-handed like Shika. I like what Danny Gibson does. Very simple, up and down, wicket to wicket, try and do something with that.
Yeah, do you know what? Like, this is what Cap does.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to downplay what Cap does, because a short run tries to keep it simple, line of length, at the wickets.
Exactly what she does again. Dropped into the offside, but only for 1. And, you know, nothing wrong with economy when the required rate stands at just shy of 15 and over.
And then she tries to offer that seam movement, so she's predominantly always going to go for that wobble ball, Danny Gibson, because she's never really given the new ball.
Yeah.
Obviously, Cap gets the new ball. She's allowed to swing that in and create the wicket ball with the one that comes back in. But, yeah, this is predominantly what she's going to do, and what Nat would do, actually, if she was given the ball. So yeah, it's quite simple really. We just need everybody to just do their bit.
Gibson bowls it a bit shorter. Oi! Put down by the bowler. Oh, could be a shot. Run out. That is some throw from Eccleston. They'll look at it, I'm sure. Well, maybe not, actually. Umpire Williams is just going to pick up the ball, I think, and will they have a look at this? No, maybe not.
Bit of double play there, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was
Would have
fun.
been a specky catch off the bowler.
Yes.
One-handed, I think, jumping in the air on her. They're actually reviewing upstairs on the run-out.
Okie dokie, so we are going to have a little look at it.
Yeah, she parried the ball to Sophie Eccleston at mid-off. She ran in, threw the stumps down, took the stumps. There was a good dive from the batter, but we believe she's in, don't we? But
I think so. It's a great throw. Oh, yeah, back comes
Ooh.
down. Well,
Ooh,
no,
wait there.
No, it had bounced.
Did it?
Yeah, but once you've put your bat down.
No, but her bat's in the air.
No,
it never touched down over the side, over the line.
It did, I'm afraid.
I don't think it did.
Well,
Did it?
The umpire does.
Yes.
And that's kind of all that matters.
Scrape my eyes out.
Because it used to be the
It's
case
not
that if your bat bounced up,
Yeah.
you could still be out.
I thought it.
Oh, hello. What's going on here? Jackie's seen something. Umpire Williams, as Gibson was on final approach, ready for landing. Oh, it's an issue with the scoreboard.
Again.
Is there? No, not the scoreboard, the advertising board.
They're getting a very good time on TV there.
Yeah, well, indeed.
Doing it on purpose.
We need to pause and show the advert. Why is it an issue though? Because it's the advert screen, the big
it's not
screen.
bothering me.
That is all that matters, really. It's the advert screen at deep extra cover, so it's not in the batter's eye line when they're batting. Do you know? I think it's the first time I've seen an umpire in a snood.
Yeah. Jackie's freezing, bless her.
Ah, what's going on here?
Oh no, there's someone walking across the sight screen just to really.
Oh God.
Honestly.
Wake
The
up.
villageness of it.
Doesn't even spot. Carrying a tripod, little wonder. Don't mind me. Honestly, cricket sometimes just baffles, doesn't it? 78 for 5, and Danny Gibson throws her head back in frustration. Come on, everybody, let's get on with the game.
Yeah, anyone else?
Anyone else want to do something? Mess about? Here comes Gibson running in from the far end. And that will be a dot ball. It's another one in the over.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
where's security when you need them? Because they're obviously dotted every
I think
4
that was
metres around the boundary. Yeah, and I was just going to say, wait, it actually is them.
I think that
making
was
the
security.
mistake. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't actually win.
Oh, hold on. What's going on here? What's Jackie doing? Oh, she's testing the zingers. Okay. So umpire Williams, who's had a good game, is
Danny.
just spotted that the stumps at the non-strikers end are a bit wonky.
Wonka.
So there we go. We're ready to go once again. There's a huge... Hold on, I'll tell you more in a moment. Oh, there's a huge shot down the ground. Lovely swing of the bat from Kavisha. Down the ground it goes. One bounce. And 4 runs through long on. That's lovely. 82 for 5.
That was lush. That was pure. She just sort of helped it, but it sounded so sweet off the bat. It was clearly out of the middle. Yeah, that was beautiful transfer of weight. Good shape. Nice.
In comes Gibson. Shorter this time, pulled away out towards the deep. That could be 4 more. As Lindsay Smith runs round, does brilliantly. That's really good fielding. So limits it to 2 with a bit of relay work between she and
that's one of the
Charlie
reasons I love her in the squad.
Yeah, 84 for 5 after 11.
She's like Usain Bolt round that boundary.
Yeah.
For such a little, and she scampers round there faster than anyone, I reckon.
Well, I always used to enjoy watching you field, Catherine, because you'd give it absolutely everything.
Like some sort of raging bull.
Well, no. Look, you...
I didn't want to say, but
yeah.
Honestly, she does. She's like, she gives it all. She'll stop that ball, and it's rare when you've got someone who is able to dive full length forward with arms out extended. It's quite a hard skill to do because all you can think about is wearing it in your teeth or hurting yourself. So yeah, she's very good at that. Maybe height close to the ground, it's slightly easier, I don't know.
Charlie Dean Ready to bowl, England's vice-captain, who's got 2 for 12 so far from 2 overs, to the right-handed Nilek Shikha on 4. This is dropped into the turf in front of her. Sri Lanka, by the way, need 136 from 53. If you might have to forgive us not necessarily mentioning the equation all that often, because it's a pretty unlikely one. Here comes Charlie Dean with the score at 84 for 5. In once again, this is walloped down the ground. It'll drop short of Capsey, who made the decision early not to try and take the catch. You would have gone for it.
Yes. Oh, if I was going to pull out, it would be a hell of a lot later than that. He's almost on the shin, would have been.
What I was going to say is there's a huge vapour trail across the sky. It's catching the light quite beautifully.
It's moving quite fast as well.
They do. In comes Charlie Dean.
Nice.
As this is chipped in the air towards Heather Knight, who did go for it, then misses it. And it was one of those that actually just seemed to die a little bit. They'll come through for a couple. Stumps.
Yeah,
shattered by
she
Dean.
wasn't confident with that. From the off, she decided not to go for it, and then it was more of a, I think I should probably go for this, and then in the end it sort of fell quite close to her and through the legs, unfortunately.
Happy birthday, Janet Hopper, by the way. Thanks to the email, Annie. Sister's birthday today. We're coming to Edgbaston. We're listening to TMS. And a supporter of England. Yeah, she make my sister's day. If Alex Hartley could wish her a happy birthday, well, I'm afraid.
Happy birthday!
There you go. Janet, happy birthday to you. You're wearing apparently a birthday hat and a badge. In comes the next delivery from Charlie Dean. It's gone in the air once again, and there has been a rather charmed existence for this duo in the over, with 3 that have gone very high and then dropped safely. 88 for 5.
One for me was a certain Alice will never know.
Never know.
Never know.
Well, they are going for it, Sri Lanka. They've not held back in this innings. They've just been facing a target of the biggest score ever in World Cup T20 Women's World Cup history. This is pulled into the onside. Nat Siva Brunt lets Freya Kemp do the work from the far end. She slings it in. It's a brilliant throw again, but hits the stumps. I can't remember a team hit the stumps as often as England do. They're really so good at it.
I know, we used to have this thing back in the day where we literally could not hit the stumps, and Australia never missed.
Yeah.
And hence we became quite bad at running between the wickets, because we were like, we're just going to get out. It's quite frustrating actually, why they were so much better.
Charlie Dean bowls. This is along the ground, so it won't be a catching opportunity. It'll just be the 1 run. So end of the 12th, 90 for 5 is the Sri Lanka score. They need 130 from 48 balls. England set for a winning start in this tournament, brought about by a brilliant innings from Danny Wyatt-Hodge earlier on today. She played a sensational knock to score 107 not out from 62 balls. You can see the best of the action on the BBC Sport website and app. So England making 219 for 1, which is a record in Women's T20 World Cups. England's second highest T20 score. It was some performance. And so at 90 for 5, Sri Lanka, it's a case of when not if England win this game. It might go to the remaining 8 overs that we've got. We'll wait and see. Freya Kemp bowls and Amy Jones whips the bails off. No run up to the stumps. Oh goodness me, it makes a difference having a keeper that can be up to the stumps.
It does. It definitely does, especially if you've got a slightly slow surface and you just feel like, obviously when the batters are looking for some momentum, they use their feet a lot, don't they? So yeah, it's crucial, and she's so good at even you don't have to feel worried about bowling, bounces and throwing it wide, things like that.
Here is Kemp. It's been skewed up in the air. Can a fielder get underneath it? Oh, put down by Wyatt-Hodge. Took an absolute belter running from that position at backward point earlier. Today just misjudged it though on this occasion.
Yeah, I can't really rinse her, because even though she should have took it, it's one of those when it's swirling, and it is swirling because it's on an angle, it's backward a point, and she's turned on it in the wrong direction, so she's already messed herself up. And then obviously if you add the lights into it, not the best combo, but she would be disappointed.
Freya Kemp again, tall figure, runs in now, bowls.
Catch
This is
that.
hammered away into the leg side, but straight to the hands of a very grateful Lindsay Smith.
Very reliable Lindsay Smith, exceptional fielder. I'm going to put it out there, and she, for me, is actually the best all-round fielder in the world. I have to, like, we're talking speed, hands, braveness on the ball. She has all of it. Hitting stumps. She doesn't really get that opportunity much being a boundary sweeper, but honestly, for me, she's the best fielder in the world. I'm just going to put that out there.
Caught at square leg, Kavisha goes 19 off 15. It's 92 for 6. And Freya Kemp strikes for a second time. With 9 balls of her spell gone, she's got figures of 2 for 13. Sri Lanka need 128 from 45 balls. 4 wickets remain in the hutch.
Yeah, I think this, having Freya and Danny Gibson bowling like this in the middle, I think a lot of people, they're sort of bowlers where, because they're not like world-class bowlers that move the ball sideways and things like have 13 change-ups, well they actually do, but I think they'll be underestimated a lot during this tournament, and the latch people will take them on, so you're going to see a lot of catches, a lot of stumpings, things like that, and I think that's going to be good for England.
Yoshini is the new batter and defends the first ball. The wicket keeper just keeping warm out there, a few little jumps up and down and swings of the bat.
Freya just run back to her mark there. I wonder how we're doing for time, and I can't believe they're thinking about penalties because it really doesn't matter.
Next delivery from Kemp. Oh, bowser! Well, the question's being asked by the batter as to whether it's gone directly onto the stumps or whether via the gloves of Amy Jones, but I think the signal from square leg is, I'm afraid, you've just missed it.
Yeah, it sounded clean to me. It sounded like there wasn't a gap in time, between it hitting the stumps or it crossing the stumps and going back. So, yeah, clean bowled for me. Middle stump, line and length, perfect. It actually looks superb, actually. I think that's top of off. Yeah,
it
maybe
is.
Even, I'd like to see it front on. There might be even a bit of movement there, even at this stage in the game. Lovely.
Yeah, well, that's a really nice piece of bowling for a 3rd wicket for Freya Kemp. This is excellent work.
Yeah, girls getting into some good rhythm here, even though, this could have been done in 10 overs, everybody out, because they're just, really going for it. But as they normally do, they take their time about it when sort of they know the game's gone, which is also allowing our girls to get some overs under their belts, gain some rhythm, which is really important. It wouldn't have been good for this to be done in 10.
Do you not think?
We need the girls to bowl overs and feel it under lights, under pressure, on TV with the crowd, etc. You've got to get used to all these feelings as soon as possible.
Well, 2 wickets in the over. In comes Freya Kemp once again. Oh, it's another! Oh, goes right through, and she's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, she's on 4 for 13 off 2 now, and that is the end of her over. So will she get another opportunity to get that hat-trick? We don't know, but it was erring on leg stump. She's tried to play around it. It's gone off the pad onto the stumps, and she's just absolutely delighted to be opening up her World Cup with
3 wickets and 4 balls.
5 for and a hat-trick would be delicious, wouldn't it?
Well, she may not get the chance, but
no.
Was another fine piece of bowling, full and straight, and just kissing off the pad and into the stumps.
If she doesn't get the chance, I will be having a word with Nat later on, and that is savage.
Well, yeah, I think that would be be a little mean, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But it's another wicket, and England are now coasting towards a mighty victory. And I think that those that are writing the stories and reports, I think a lot of people are going to say, England made a statement. It's a statement, isn't it?
Headlines, yeah. I'm almost worried they're playing one of their best, most complete and clinical games that they've played in such a long time. And we can't downplay the opposition. Everybody's got the opportunity, but they have played so well, and I hope it keeps carrying forward.
Here comes Lindsay Smith. Took a catch in the previous over. She's now looking to add to her solitary wicket from 2 overs. And this is angled away towards backward point, where Lauren Bell, who it feels to me that has spent an awful lot of time diving around in the field today.
Yeah,
hasn't she?
She has to go down a long way.
Maybe you notice
to
it
reach
more
the ground.
because there's such a sort of long way to go. Yeah.
They're trying to hide her as well. She's that short third to the spinner, so they're trying.
Smith with shirt untucked runs in round the wicket, and that's nicely pushed into the offside by the new batter, Malcolm Badara, who will just push towards deep cover where Wyatt Hodge fields. I imagine that's who we'll be speaking to after
Oh yeah.
the game today. You'll be able to hear a Test Match special podcast, as you will right throughout this tournament. At the conclusion of this, it's in the air, but it's going to go past Lauren Bell at short third, down towards the boundary. She's going to dive again. No, she doesn't have to. On this occasion, the ball slows up.
Damn.
And it will be a couple of runs. So we're getting through this over, and surely Freya Kemp will be bowling the next one.
Yes, please. Just don't get 2 wickets off this next 3 balls.
96 for 8. Sri Lanka need 124 off 39. Well, there's going to be 4 there, I fancy. The ball goes out towards a deep ball, maybe not. Oh, it's a good piece of work from Wyatt Hodge again, who you mentioned earlier with new baby Daisy is exhausted. Well, she scored 100 unbeaten off 62 balls.
And she ran 765,000 singles.
Yeah, and
still plenty left in the tank.
Still plenty left in the tank. I think possibly she will sleep well tonight.
Yeah, and then tomorrow Daisy returns.
98 for 8 the score. Lindsay Smith round the wicket, and that's clattered out towards Wyatt Hodge again. 1 ball left to the over.
Feels like Lindsay's bowling wide on purpose to almost give Freya another go.
You don't reckon? No. 99 for 8. Which is not a very generous way of sharing an ice cream.
What will make me laugh is if she bowls on the stumps and gets a wicket.
Lindsay Smith bowls on the stumps and doesn't get a wicket. It's defended back up the track, and the over comes to an end. Now everyone's looking towards Freya Kemp, and actually I think Charlie Dean... What?
Come on. Oh, it's drinks, is it?
Keep calm, everybody.
Oh, I hate drinks.
Well, it's necessary. Tomorrow, by the way,
not.
3 matches. We're bringing you every ball of every game of the tournament. 10:30 tomorrow from Old Trafford, Scotland, Ireland. That's a big game, that, in Group B. And then Australia, South Africa follows it. A couple of real humdingers at Old Trafford. And tomorrow in Southampton, tomorrow evening, West Indies, New Zealand. So the game times, just for your reference, 10:30 a.m., 2:30 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. And that is tomorrow's offerings. And then on Sunday, there's plenty more to bring you, including a double header from here and some really exciting cricket too, because it is a big game. It is India against Pakistan.
Yes, sold out.
Yeah.
And so it should be. It's going to be loud as hell and such a good atmosphere.
So we've got Bangladesh, Netherlands first, and then it is India, Pakistan. And it promises to be quite the afternoon, I think.
Yes.
It's fair to say.
I'm really looking forward to that New Zealand-West Indies game, because they're the 2 people who are confusing me the most, and it'd be nice to see how they bring it in the tournament itself. I know we've got all the warm-up games, but they sort of didn't really give me much of a picture. I'd really love to see that game, see how that pans out, who's looking stronger than the other. But there's some fabulous games. That Aussie game, that's going to be an absolute belter.
Ding dong. I think you've done it, Bronte. She's not. No, she's not. She's got to stay.
No.
Sorry.
Hoping for a cup of tea and digestive.
Afraid not. So Freya Kemp, we're waiting to see if she's going to be on a hat trick.
We're looking to see if she gets the ball. She's taken her hat off. That's always a good sign.
Alex Hartley's with us again. Al, what have you made of what we've seen? 99 for 8.
Otherwise no one's ever going to hear me. Actually, the fans will probably want that. Keep her turned off. A load of rubbish she is. What did you ask me?
What have you made of the performance?
Oh, it's been exceptional from England. I think it's the perfect start to a World Cup. You know, they get 219 on the board, and then don't allow anybody from Sri Lanka to get going. I think they've bowled brilliantly well, and obviously getting the wicket of Chamari Atapatu so early on just changes the game completely, doesn't it? She was the second wicket to fall with that top edge, and fantastic catch from Wyatt Hodge.
So Freya Kemp is on a hat-trick. She took 2 and 2, which followed
This is
a wicket
always
earlier.
the worst situation, isn't it, where you've had chance to cool down, they've just had a drinks break.
You're not really on a roll.
No, like, you're not on a roll. This ball could quite easily just be shot and wide for. Because she's also turned, like they're going from left-handed to right-handed.
It's the set batter.
It's quite annoying. It's the set batter.
Chica.
She's probably just going to forward defend it and bore me. I don't want that. I want the biggest swing she's ever made.
Does it doesn't feel like a hat-trick, does it, when you're in this situation?
No, it doesn't, but it still is. It's a hat-trick ball, 99 for 8. And Freya Kemp, the crowd know it. Here comes Freya Kemp on a hat-trick, runs in. And the bails are whipped off, and Amy Jones was always going to do that. Whether she had the ball in her hands or not, she knew that igniting those stumps would see the crowd erupt.
It's like one of those crowd catches, isn't it? When the zinger bells go off, that's the end of that.
I love a zinger bell.
I know.
I think you should have them in Test cricket myself.
Do you?
Yep.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Spice it up a bit.
Freya Kemp again. Sri Lanka 99 for 8. She runs in and drops the ball into the onside, doesn't it, Akshika? A little bit of hesitation in the running. We've got 4 balls left of the over. Sri Lanka require 121 from 34.
I want this to be a cake ball. So if it's a wicket, I want someone to send me in a cake. I like Victoria Sponge the most.
That is quite an urgent plea.
When's your next commentary gig? England's next game?
I look like I've been fed recently, but I still want a Vicky Sponge.
99 for 8. In comes Freya Kemp, dashing towards us, down the leg side. And Amy Jones again whips the bails off, and umpire Eloise Sheridan, why is she whipping the bails off?
Freya's just conned me out of a wicket there. She's done.
She's conned you out. It's the cake you're disappointed about. I thought you were disappointed about the wide.
Actually, with a wide, it carries forward.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does. It does. This is another cake ball. Look, because we've got to repeat.
100 for 8. Kemp is in. It's gone high in the air. It's dropping safely away from Alice Capsey. There could be a run out of the non-strikers then. Throw comes in from Jones. No.
That would have counted though.
You make the rules. I don't know. Give me my cake.
Give me my cake.
You know what? Because you want a Vicky Sponge so bad, I'll bring you on.
Yeah, I'm happy to go and
sound like Augustus Gloop, don't I? Desperate for cake.
You can do it, Bruce.
I want cake.
Bruce.
Here comes Freya Kemp, swinging the ball away into the leg side. I will. How about this? Here's a deal, Catherine. If there's a wicket by the end of the over, I will bring you a cake to Lexa. I will bake it myself.
Yes. You're going to have fans emailing in saying you're going to turn up to England's next game
saying he's
You're not going to be able to
17
move.
cakes.
You're not going to be able to move for
Can't
Victoria
move now,
Sponge.
to be fair. I'll have to give some to Theo. No, you shouldn't give sugar to the 1-year-olds.
Here comes Freya Kemp. Running in. And that's nicely played off the back foot. It's almost as if Malcolm Idara is hearing what's going on in the commentary box and thinking, can you not just keep a bit calm?
She's mugging me off, isn't she? I mean, you only need 600 off 3 balls.
116 off 31.
Yeah. It's more like it.
Freya Kemp is on 4 for 18 from her 3 overs with 1 ball left off that third over.
22 and a half needed per over, and we're just going to drop and run to the offside. It's not what I was expecting, Alex.
Right, here we go. Freya Kemp rushing in once more. Bowls dropped into the onside for 1. Calm has broken out in the middle. I'm going to get out of the way, and I'm going to leave this absolute madness here alongside Paul Hollywood and Mary Berry. The score is 105 for 8.
Which one am I? I've got to be Paul.
I'll be Mary. I'm happy to be Mary.
Paul, have a
Stop it. Stop it. Well, England can't take this game seriously anymore. England obviously so on top of this game. The run rate it got out of hand before the second innings really got started. I think England did such a good job. Had they've got 170, it gives Sri Lanka just a tiny sniff. But getting above 200, Sri Lanka never really had a chance, did they?
No.
There hasn't been a sniff.
I did actually say they'd be all out for 100, so I'm quite disappointed. And do you know what? If they'd have played more shots,
probably
I would have A, got my cake, and B, I would have. My prediction would have been spot on.
I'm going to ask you to explain cake ball in a minute, but Eccleston is bowling first of all. Thick outside edge down towards deep third. Well, Hodge is after it. Might trickle to the boundary. Does get there. 4 runs for Sri Lanka. 109 for 8 then in the 16th over. So can you, before the next delivery, explain cake ball?
As if you don't know cake ball. It's like the most famous ball in the whole history of cricket.
I'm just
all
putting
around
it out
the
there that there's probably a lot of people listening who might not be familiar
obviously
with.
everybody knows cricket can last a long time depending on the format, even T20, and to entertain yourself you come up with certain bowls. Cake ball is generally cake, but it could be for other items.
So if there's a wicket on the ball you call cake ball, everybody around you has a piece of cake.
Eccleston around the wicket again. Angles it down leg side. It's pulled towards short fine leg. Bell is there to field, no run.
And it became a massive thing during the 2017 World Cup. And famously, Danny Wyatt-Hodge called 3 in the final.
Really? Can you remember what the moments were?
No.
So you basically.
But what kind of cake?
You
Do you
could be
remember
at
that?
cover and you just shout cake ball, and
On the
everybody,
field.
even the batters, can hear you and they know what it is, and you're like, oh.
Eccleston in, use the feet here. De Silva getting to the pitch and driving a single to Capsey at long on.
I've never been on the receiving end, as in being a batter, when somebody's just shouting cake ball and you're going, oh God,
It wasn't in 2017, just as Jenny Gunn was getting underneath that one
I
on the
reckon
circle, was it? Surely not. Surely
that
not.
could be the reason why. We've figured it out.
110
Poor Jenny.
for 8.
Can everyone stop that now?
She's in Australia, isn't she, Jenny?
She gets therapy for that.
Around the wicket again, Eccleston, beaten past the outside edge. Beautiful turn away from the right-hander into the gloves of Jones. She's taken the bails off a lot this evening, hasn't she? Very clean behind the stumps.
She's enjoying that. And she's being really annoying as well.
Asserts her presence to the batter. Eccleston starts her run-up. It's from directly behind the umpire, who's waiting to check something.
That ball was too good for nearly everyone, but not quite Amy
The batter
Jones.
barely gets the sight of Eccleston. She comes a little bit flatter, going back deep in her crease. Skids on that one.
She'll feel hard done by tonight, Eccleston, because she's going at 8 and over. But she's bowled some really nice deliveries within that. That one, the previous ball turning outside the off stump, that one, the arm ball going on with the arm.
She'd love to get a wicket here to help finish things off. A little bit quicker that time, plucked off the off stump towards backward points. Fielded no run.
The whole shebang here, Eccles. She's bowled. She's gone through a whole
repertoire in one over.
Repertoire, that's the one.
Got some good news for you.
Oh, go on.
My mum's just text. I'm going to make Catherine a cake. I'm only good at Vicky Sponge. Fresh cream.
Yeah, that's it. It's fresh cream. None of that buttercreamness. I understand if it's got to travel, you've got to go for the buttercream, but yeah, there's nothing better. There's nothing
Not
better.
a fruitcake fan? It's 110 for 8, by the way. 4 overs to go.
Yes, sorry guys
Or 2
about
wickets.
this sideways chat.
It's as if we're on the field and you're wanting to call cake ball.
Everybody in the whole country that's ever played cricket will know what I'm talking
But you only get 3 cake balls in innings.
Per person? So it's a bit like a DRS.
Yeah, you can't just
certain
say
format.
it every delivery.
Well, gets a bit silly, doesn't it?
This game's mainly for the people who get bored easily. Me, Danny Wire.
Me.
But what else if it's not cake? What else if it's not cake?
You can have a beer.
Lauren Bell from the city end to try and finish off Sri Lanka here. Bowling to Nalachka, who moves across to make some room, and it's a beautiful Yorker. Brings her back down just at the last moment. Out the back of the hand as well. Floats it in.
The death
So
ball.
skillful.
Oh, that was...
You sort of drop like a stone on her toes.
Her slow balls are evil because they're like 30 k's or less at least. They're so much slower. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end. They'll go way above the eye line.
Bell kicking her knees up as she runs towards the umpire and then bowls another slow ball, waiting for it, pulls it into the ground out towards deep mid-wicket. They're setting off for the first. Fielded halfway back to the rope. Throw comes in, one taken.
This was spoken about a lot actually, about death bowling. It's always, it's such a hard thing to do, especially if you've got people in or there's momentum with the batting side. But the skills you bring out at the death are generally the hardest ones. Yorkers out the back, so hard to do. So it's always something you've got to be sympathetic with. But I think with England, we were discussing, do they bowl that slow ball too much?
So it almost becomes predictable?
Yes, instead of that being the wicket ball, it almost becomes the stock ball, and then the the bouncer or the Yorker becomes the shock ball. But I've noticed, if I was 6'1", you will see me bowling one bouncer and over.
Because you've got the height.
All of my overs the whole tournament. And when I'm not sure, but yeah, it was such a good ball to bowl.
Bell moves in a leap at the crease, tickle down towards fine leg here as they set off for one. Lindsay Smith making good ground around the rope to pick up and make sure that it's kept to one.
Yeah, and it's different from men's cricket to women's, because in women's cricket it's bowled, a fifth of the time, and obviously slower. But when you're that tall and you can bowl it on a fuller length, it does become sharper and it's harder to read. So there'll be certain wickets as well where it'll be really good to bowl.
Bell's got 3 more balls in this over, 4 in the ring. On the charge, and she parries it away. It was hit hard into the ground and then parried away towards mid-off, where it's fielded on the edge of the circle. Bit of a scramble for Eccleston. And they've run one. Hit hard back at Lauren Bell. I mean, that was a bit of a stinger on the hands. She talks about sometimes getting a broken nail the way she grips the ball. Again, it sort of came out the fingers, that ball, and burst through the hands.
They either stick or they don't, and you follow through. They're so hard to catch. There's a fine line of trying to get out the way of it so you're not going to get hit. And
that felt more like just evading than trying to catch.
Yeah, keeping the head out of trouble. In she comes, kicking up her heels. Again, waiting for it and working it into the offside. Protection on the circle. Daniel Wyatt-Hodge brings the ball back in, ricochets off the umpire even. One taken, 114 for 8.
Nice, another nice slow ball. That one coming out on a lovely length. Yeah, I think she goes between the leg cutter and the one out the back, but favouring predominantly the one out of the back, which is always so much slower.
Is that harder to pick? Easy to pick?
Yeah, it's harder to pick because your action almost, it's the same speed.
It's the arm speed, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bangs that one in shorter. Or at full
Praise
pace
the Lord.
outside the off stump into the gloves of Amy Jones, and Nilakshika didn't lay bat on it. I think that's still stinging the fingers from the previous caught and bowled attempt. 114 for 8 at the end of that Lauren Bell over. So I guess it's a matter of who will take these last 2 wickets to kind of cap off a night for England, and bowlers that haven't got themselves anything in the wickets column would really like that to. We're just looking at the replay of that ball bursting back through the fingers. She's still blowing on the tips of her fingers there. I think that's hurt.
You sometimes get this in the joint bits of your fingers where it just goes really purple really quick, and then it feels like you've broken it for like 20 minutes. Then you come off and you've told everyone, I think I've broken my finger, and actually you're fine.
Yeah. But it doesn't look like there's a break, just to allay anybody's fears.
Touch wood,
just blowing on those fingers.
She's fine, but it'll be cold out there. I think there's a bit of a wind.
It's her left hand as well, so it's
freezing. Yeah, right on the end of the finger, not pleasant.
I was going to say I want to see Lindsay Smith back into the attack.
Yeah, and she is as well here from the pavilion end. Swings one in from around the wicket, out towards deep cover, a single taken. So she's picked up the 1 wicket so far, that of Amesha Delani, with the hard catch to, say hard, hit hard, like it was hard when it reached her, but yeah, a tough take, so it was hit firmly to Freya Kemper's square leg.
I've only just noticed that the floodlights here at Edgbaston are an E.
Have you only just noticed that?
Literally just noticed.
They are an E.
Nice. I didn't know if that was sponsored. Didn't want to
E for Edgbaston, I'd say.
Yeah.
Just drops a little bit shorter, Lindsay Smith, and stroked out to deep cover past the point fielder. Protection on that cover boundary as they come back for the second. Amy Jones over the stumps again, knocks off the bails. They're gleaming with the LED flashing now as we're at almost full darkness. The sky's got this sort of violety, dark blue, indigo tinge to it at the moment. Smith with ball in hand moves in past the umpire, bowls on off stump, launched over long on, could be a chance here. No, it's way over Capsey's head for 6. Oh, out of nowhere, Nilakshika is taking things into her own hands, saying, well, we're going down, let's go down swinging. 31 from 27 for her.
I love that for Nilakshika, just taking Lindsay Smith on. We spoke about how I was getting frustrated that the top order batters were trying to play Lindsay Smith square of the wicket. The way to play it is to play her straight back down the ground. Nilakshika there uses her feet, gets to the pitch of the ball and bonks it straight over Alice Capsey's head. It's such a sweet shot.
Well, it's the highest score in the Sri Lankan innings now.
Wish she'd tried that 10 overs ago, I'm not going to lie. It's a bit late for the heroics.
Yeah, if you know you can do it.
Yeah, that's what I always want to see, teams going for it and be all out in 10 overs. starting to play freely in the 18th over.
Only 5'4" is Nalakshika as she waits again. Hits this one into the ground on the drive. Finds Heather Knight there on the edge of the circle at mid-off. And a dot ball.
What do you mean, only 5'4"?
Well, I'm just in comparison to standing near Lauren Bell, you know.
Okay, fine. I'll let you off.
I'll tell you out.
5'4".
That's not normal. I'm over average high.
Around the wicket again, a little bit shorter, chopped away towards deep cover, going through for one.
I might even be 5'3" in a bit.
Yeah, defo.
Some of the best batters in the world are what you'd call compact.
Pocket rockets.
That's it. 1-2-4 for 8. Smith in again outside the off stump, off the back foot, punched away past point. No run taken that time, no single taken. That is because we're at the end of the over. So is that the idea of Nalakshika says, well, give me the strike for the start of the penultimate over and let's see what I can do. 1-2-5 for 8, 2 overs to go. If you missed any of the action earlier, there was a lot of it, and you can watch it all back on the BBC Sport website and out. There are highlights there of England powering 219 for 1. Danny Wyatt-Hodge, 105 not out off 62 balls. Just jaw-dropping stuff. A really emphatic way to light up this opening match of the Women's T20 World Cup. So England on course for a hefty victory. They've got 2 more overs to go. They would dearly love to bowl Sri Lanka out and make it, if you like, a sort of complete performance.
I would dearly love for a fifer as well. Here comes Freya Kemp.
Yeah, Freya Kemp here, left arm over the wicket, sets up for the ramp, over the wicket-keeper's head. Well, Nalakshika, we've seen a powerful shot down the ground to the spin, and now using the pace to deflect it. Comes back for the 2, so on strike again. 1-2-7 for 8.
Yeah, there was some slight moment there where I thought she'd lobbed that straight to Lauren Bell at short final leg, 45 almost. And
she was chasing back, wasn't she?
Freya's keen to get on with it. The batter's not ready.
False start. Kemp's being sent back. Nalakshika on strike again, tries to make a bit of room, but followed by Kemp to the leg side. Smears it away towards Lindsay Smith at deep square leg. Throw comes back in, and Nalakshika sort of thrown her head a little skywards then, and is frustrated, I think, to be down the non-striker's end with only a single. So brings Malky back on strike.
Here comes opportunity 1. Freya Kemp.
Looking for a fifer in this opening game. So she's got the batter that she wanted to bowl to.
I'd like to see a slow ball, actually. She's got a very good slow ball in her.
Another one out the back of the hand, isn't it? In she comes. It's full. Driven back up the pitch into the hands of Kemp.
But that's, to be fair, that's a lovely ball. That's perfect. That's got to be her all day, every game of this tournament. Smashing it into the wicket, top of middle. But now the follow-up, after bowling her best ball at a decent pace.
Where does she then go? Yeah.
The one out the back here would be great, but she hasn't really got the feel for it.
Malky waits as Kemp moves in. It's full again and keeps the batter tied down. Dot ball after dot ball.
I wonder if there'll be a change in field now. I think Nat is lingering near her to see if...
Yeah.
Do you want me back? Do you want me back for that potential catch? But I do think if she bowls a slow ball here, even though she hasn't got, mid-on out or a cow, it's okay, because I believe it would be lobbed up within the ring anyway. So
there'd be still somebody there to catch it. 2 balls left in the over. Kemp moves in, some width taken by Jones outside that off stump. Batter's foot was planted back inside the crease, but she's kept tidily tonight, Amy Jones.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to be a recurring theme of ours when we speak about her, isn't it? It's always she's that good. It's rare that she's never really on it.
So much better up to the stumps though, but still so good back.
Less time to think.
She's so good up to the stumps.
Fine leg has come up here and long on has dropped back, tickled into the leg side. No run taken.
Ooh.
To the end of the over. Nalakshika will be on strike then, and Freya Kemp has bowled her 4 overs, 4 for 21. So it's a fine effort from Freya Kemp, and she was on a hat-trick at one moment as well. Took 2 in 2, but in that over, 3 wickets in 4 balls previously. That was the 13th over of the innings, and Sri Lanka slumped to 92 for 8 at that point. This partnership, 35 off 37, so it's been a sort of merry little flurry. Nalakshika, the prime batter, with 33 off 30 in this partnership.
Yeah, absolutely. She's done well, Nalakshika. She's gone at a run of ball, just over a run of ball, and had a little flurry, hasn't she? I would have liked to have seen her play a few more shots, knowing that she can, seeing that she can. Been a little bit more aggressive. But the fact they've got 130 against England.
The last over here from Eccleston, launched out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's too good. That has really been timed well. And there's protection on that deep mid-wicket boundary in front of the Holly stand, but really timed beautifully for 4.
There's a bit of helicopter-esque about it. She just whipped those wrist rounds and just hit it where it wanted to go.
Teams are so much more confident against Eccleston at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a lot of years now, haven't they, to get on with it and figure her out. And Danny White-Hodge even said that when she plays against her.
Eccleston in use to the feet again, hitting this loftily down to long on, should be out, and it is taken. Alice Capsey with the catch in the deep. The 9th wicket falls. Lalakshika shone bright for 31 balls. She's gone for 37. 32 balls make that. And Sophie Eccleston picks up a wicket in the final over. Can they now finish Sri Lanka off? 1-3-1 for 9. Lalakshika on her way for 37.
Well, she's timed it nicely, but she's gone straight down the ground. She's absolutely furious with herself. She's punching the air. She's probably thinking she wanted to get that a little bit squarer into the same pocket that she went with the ball before, but this time it's just gone straight to Alice Capsey, who takes a pretty simple catch in the deep. And a half-decent cameo from Lalakshika comes to an end. I'll get there eventually.
Yeah, well, I think she's given a glimpse, hasn't she, in this T20 World Cup of what the intent will be given the chance. And she's been around for quite some time. Made her debut all the way back in 2013. And at the age of 36, she's got all that experience under her belt. And wants to enjoy herself this World Cup when given the opportunity.
Just heard a big sigh of relief from Eccleston there. She's just like, oh, thank God for that.
She's got a wicket, 1 for 26.
She has been somewhat unlucky. The first ball was a great shot, and the previous over she was unlucky.
Mitali, the new batter, it's a low full toss, bounces in front of point.
Has to say that she was a low full toss. Thanks, Soph. Back to it, please. I'm going to call running past it stumped. Just like to do those ones.
4 balls to come. Eccleston outside the off stump, beautiful ball that turns, beats the bat into the gloves of Amy Jones. How that didn't quite take the edge, or
and how she didn't
drag
down
the batter out of the ground. Yeah, Amy Jones again clean with the take. Eccleston a whirl of arms as she moves in. Long blonde plait driven past point out to the deep. Lindsay Smith moves in and a single taken. England inching closer to the closure of this match and notching up the first 2 points of this T20 World Cup.
And a lovely net run rate.
Very healthy net run rate. That is all important as well if teams end up tied on points in this group stage. Eccleston around the wickets, chopped away,
Caught behind.
Caught behind by Amy Jones, a very thin edge. But
yeah, very low key.
Have we had the signal of out, though?
Been given not
I think
out.
it's now being reviewed. So England have reviewed this. It was given not out on field. The appeal was a fairly quiet one from behind the stumps.
Sophie couldn't be any more relaxed and not any emotion whatsoever. Amy was pretty excited and happy that that was just out.
So we have gone to the third umpire, which is Claire Polisak, who's checking for the catch behind.
Did it hit stumps?
So
no, surely not.
They'll have to get an ultra edge on it to see if the ball took the deflection.
Whatever it is.
Here we are. We're having a look
very
now.
Faint.
There's an ultra edge. The ball is passing the bat, and there is a spike. The crowd have now heard the voice of Claire Polisak. England have already started to high-five each other and hug each other out in the middle. And with 1 ball remaining, England have bowled Sri Lanka out. Malki is out for 7, and Sri Lanka all out for 132. England have won this opening World Cup match, the T20 World Cup match, by 87 runs. Thanks to Danny Wyatt smashing 105 not out of 62 balls. What an emphatic way for England to open their campaign in front of a crowd here at Edgbaston of 14,865 under the floodlights.
Love that.
Catherine Siller-Brunt, Danny White-Hodge and this England team have lit up the World Cup on that day 1.
Yes, they've done. Charlotte Edwards, like I said, will have had that to-do list today, and the girls have managed to tick off absolutely everything. I'm not even sure there's anything I would like to add to what they've done today to give them the feelings that they need moving forward in this tournament. It's been an awesome day. It's exactly what was needed to set this World Cup alight. England have, been the star of the day. They've absolutely hammered Sri Lanka. It's always questionable. Will they ruin the day for England or not? Will Chamari score a ridiculous ton that she's capable of? But no, it went completely the other way. It's just been one great piece of something after another. You couldn't have written it any better, and I'm just so happy with how it's gone, because there's so much build up for this, and I just didn't want it to be like a gasp of air that just goes
a deflation.
Yeah, it's been a great show. It's been exactly what this tournament should be about, and hopefully what's to come from everybody else too.
Well, England have got off to a record-breaking win in the opening game of the Women's T20 World Cup. I'm Alison Mitchell here at Edgbaston, alongside former England fast bowler and three-time World Cup winner Catherine Sciver-Brunt, and fellow World Cup winner Alex Hartley, who won alongside Catherine in 2017. I mean, talk about a curtain raiser. England winning this match by 87 runs against Sri Lanka. We had a performance during the build-up after the toss from the West End show Wicked, but cricket was the star attraction, and Danny Wyatt-Hodge stole the show. An unbeaten 105 off 62 balls to power England to a record T20 World Cup total. They beat their own record they set back in 2023. No one has ever scored more in a T20 World Cup. England 219 for one, setting Sri Lanka the daunting, almost impossible, turned out to be impossible task of 220 to win. Amy Jones 53 off 38 balls in a record opening stand for England in T20 internationals, and Nat Sciver-Brunt, the captain, who hasn't played in this format in an international since July last year, 46 from 22 to keep the momentum going when she joined Wyatt-Hodge out in the middle. Catherine, Alex, talk about a curtain raiser. What a way to start the show. Showstopper from Danny Wyatt-Hodge.
I mean, they've set the bar high, haven't they? I mean, follow that, and people will. I don't know if they'll quite do that, but I love that, because people, trust me, every game, every team is what, even if they're not a cricket badger, they'll be watching, because they've got to. You've got to follow it, you've got to keep up with it, and they're thinking, we didn't expect that. There's a little bit of something there, and I love that, because it's going to just plant those seeds of not necessarily doubt, but they can. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I love that. I love what that's created.
I think for me it's the first game of the World Cup for England to win so convincingly, for Danny Wyatt-Hodge to be as good as she was, and then also backed up by Amy Jones and Sciver-Brunt. That both of them go under the radar and unnoticed, but Amy Jones gets 50 off 30 odd balls, and Sciver-Brunt has a strike rate of above 200 at the back end. I mean, it's the perfect performance with the bat in hand. And look, going into the second innings, we knew England were going to win, but it's always a case of, could something happen? Could somebody get some runs? Could there be a little flurry from somewhere? But England kept taking consistent wickets throughout that innings, and the pressure was on throughout. I thought the spinners, Lindsay Smith, Charlie Dean, exceptional, but Freya Kemp, to say she bowls a bit sometimes, then she's rested because she's recovering from her stressy. I thought she was absolutely fantastic today.
Yeah, Freya Kemp, I'll just fill in the details. 4 for 21, Freya Kemp, from her 4 overs. Took two wickets and 2 balls at one stage. That was an over where she took 3 wickets in 4 balls in all to really get amongst Sri Lanka. We'll be able to hear from Danny Wyatt-Hodge in just a moment. She is, of course, the player of the match here at Edgbaston, under the lights, in front of a crowd of 14,865. Let's have a listen in.
Yeah, it was great fun out there. What a crowd. Firstly, really enjoyed playing in front of this amazing crowd here at Edgbaston, and what a start.
Let's talk about your batting. It looked like you enjoyed the offside, but talk us through your thinking.
I mean, it's always great to get off to a good start in a World Cup as well. I really enjoyed playing out there with Amy, and then Nat just does what she does best at the end there, just hitting it to all parts.
Well, you were hitting it to all parts. Let's talk about your celebration. You have a new little one, Daisy, coming through. Talk us through your celebration.
Yeah, that was for Daisy. I hope TV got it there. A little cradle. yeah, that was for Daisy.
Amazing. And just finally, your team starting in this manner, how important was it for you?
Yeah, we said how important it was to start well, and we did that tonight. It's always a really nice pitch here at Edgbaston, and then our bowlers did incredibly well as well to keep them to that total on a really good pitch. And yeah, off to Southampton we go tomorrow and play Ireland on Tuesday night, and hopefully we can do it again.
Well, Danny, well done today. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Ebs.
Danny White-Hodge speaking to Ebony Rainford-Brent. England have the 2 points then to carry into their next match against Ireland. Then it's Scotland, West Indies and New Zealand. Yeah, just to sort of reflect that, the bowling effort for England before I talk more about Danny White-Hodge. Freya Kemp 4 for 21, a wicket each for Lauren Bell, Lindsay Smith, Charlie Dean with 2, Sophie Eccleston picking up 2 towards the end. Danny Gibson, the only bowler not to pick up a wicket, her 2 overs went for 20 runs. England wanted to be clinical in the field after putting such an awesome batting performance together from Danny White-Hodge, and she took a blinder, Danny White-Hodge, in the field, missed a couple as well. We perhaps can't blame her after that much time running between the wickets, but England ultimately did the job with the ball. Danny White-Hodge, you both know her well, you've played with her. She seems extremely chilled in that interview for someone who has just performed an extraordinary feat.
I think she's just not great at interviews, to be honest with you. She away from the camera, she'll speak so well about that innings and how much it meant to her. But yeah, look, an exceptional performance, and the fact that, you know, she celebrated for Daisy, her child that got to be what, she's 2 weeks old now, 3 weeks old. Yeah.
Have you seen the video, by the way?
I have. Her wife's put on it. It's really sweet of her rocking Daisy as
standing in front of the TV
as
in the living
Dan's
room,
rocking the bat. Yeah, it's sweet. Yeah, an exceptional innings. It'll mean the world to her, and all of her family and friends, I'm sure, will be pretty emotional after that.
Yeah, the significance of England starting this World Cup in such an emphatic manner will send ripples through probably others in the tournament, won't it?
Absolutely, yeah. They'll be talking about that. And you know, the one thing I'm going to take from it is that I would have said before this tournament that England won't post a score like that without the help of Freya Kemp and Danny Gibson. I would put, you know, my life on that. And so teams, watch out. That was done without them too.
So you're saying you didn't expect Danny White to pull off something like that? Not quite single-handedly.
Everybody would be lying if they thought Danny would come out here and just score a ton straight off the bat. Bosh.
I think,
and 2 batters to be strike rates like that. Bosh. No wicket was lost cheaply or without a massive strike rate, and you got 220. Without the help of our 2 biggest hitters with the biggest strike rates in the team.
England's record-breaking score, the record-breaking score in the T20 World Cup.
It's so good as well, because Dan proving her experience, her wealth, everything she's good at. She missed 6 T20s leading into this World Cup, or missed 3 T20s leading into this World Cup because of the birth of her child. So she's not played the whole series, you know, all the games that are there for her, and she had a little bit of a lean patch. She looked a bit scratchy. She was trying to play the ball off the stumps. We all know that she loves to dab the ball into the offside to get off the mark, but today she wasn't doing that. She was hitting the ball, she was striking the ball with power, and that's what worked so well for her. And look, I'm really pleased for her. You know, starting a tournament like that in the way that she has, it will give her so much more confidence.
I made it sound like I didn't think she was capable, but I know she is. She's more capable of scoring 100 than anyone in this tournament. She just is. She's that kind of player.
England's all-time leading run scorer in T20 internationals.
Exactly. It's more the team total. It's not Danny. It's how did they get to T20 without the help of them two?
Well, that's what I mean. How her innings helped Amy Jones and Nat Sibber-Brunt alongside her.
Yeah, because people would also underestimate the speed in which Nat and Amy can bat. They also think they're more, you know, people that come in and calm the ship and just tick things along at a nice 100, 120 strike rate for a bit and then have the capability to do it. So, yeah, it's been nice. It's been nice to change people's opinion for once and not have an evening full of just sort of, what do you call it? You know, comments of negativity. I guess it's just all been quite positive and refreshing.
There's no room for
Is there anything?
Can you think of anything? There's no room for negativity.
Absolutely, just nitpick at the most ridiculous thing, but we're not going to, because that was just great across the board.
The feel around the ground as well when Danny White hit the shot that brought up the 100. It was a wave of noise, which just showed you perhaps how this tournament and this team can grab the imagination if they put in performances like this.
Yeah, I think that just has, and obviously they're going to go to town on that now, aren't they? There's going to be so many repeats, so many highlights, so many Instagram reels. It'll be off the chain, and so I think from now on, I wouldn't be surprised if every game from now, definitely the England games are sold out. That's what I think will happen from that performance.
England also have to sort of get better as they go. I mean, the opposition gets stiffer as they move through the group, doesn't it?
It sort of starts quite easily, doesn't it? They've got Ireland next, then they've got Scotland.
We'll pause because Chamari Atapattu, the losing Sri Lanka captain, is speaking to Ebony Rain for Brent.
And all three departments, and we are not doing our best, so that's why we lost today game.
In terms of bowling, first of all, what are some of the areas you're going to look to improve through the tournament?
So most important thing is tack the stump is most important thing, and especially spinners. They're bowling different lines, different areas, so it's not enough. And so we need to improve our bowling.
And in terms of batting, what are some of the things that you want to look to do in the next match?
Actually, we need to play our positive cricket, fearless cricket all the time in the middle. And we lost a couple of wickets in power play, and we are missing our momentum. And we'll actually batted really good, but we need to improve our batting as well.
And two big games back to back. You have New Zealand next. How will you prepare for that one?
Actually, next game is New Zealand, so tough team again. The big two teams. We play in the first two games against the big teams. So we need to execute our plans, and we're going back to the classroom and decide what we can do. And we have to plan a few things, and we will bounce back in next game.
Brilliant. Chamari, thank you for your time and good luck for the next game.
Thank you.
I'll call over Nat Sivert-Brunt today, the winning captain. That started all right, Nat. Dream start.
Massive. What a way to start off the first innings, especially. Danny and Amy looked so composed in what they were doing, and obviously built a huge platform for us to explode there at the end.
Let's talk about you for a second. You've come back in from your calf injury and you were sprinting up and down, but it looked like your form was there.
Danny had me running from the first ball. Really happy to find the middle. Obviously had a couple of innings in the warm-up games, but I suppose nothing compares to being out there. It was really fun today.
Charlotte Edwards has been calling for you guys to be ruthless. That seemed like a ruthless performance today.
Yeah, absolutely. Really composed and I think thought about the game in a really good way. And then obviously in the second innings, starting off with 3 wickets in the power play is going to make it difficult to chase a score like that down. So a massive win for us, and really happy that first game is done.
Well, Nat, congratulations on a good win, and thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
A very happy England captain, Nat Sivert-Brunt, and Catherine, you obviously know her better than all of us. You're her wife. That difference between being past fit by a physio, netting, training, being ready, and then actually having to do it running between the wickets in a match situation. Just how different is that when you've been carrying an injury?
It's been so up and down the last few months. It's like, it's just a small injury. Then you have an MRI. And it's a bit more than it's an awkward. It was an awkward injury. It wasn't a bad one. It was very awkward. It was something that could have become very bad had she risked it. If that was the middle of a World Cup, you carry on and you risk it. But so it was like, okay, we're going to sacrifice all of your build-up. Is that okay? Okay. And then you look at the makeup of all the other players, and she's so lucky that there's so many bowlers. We've never had such depth in our bowling. Australia used to be so jealous of 8 bowlers. Everybody can just sort of relax a bit, and now we have that, and so it took the pressure off a bit. But then if you just keep coming back, you had something like 5. Who has 5 MRIs in a month? And it's to check the progress.
Yeah.
Every few days it felt, not because normally you'd go, you get a stress fracture, you never have an MRI, you come back 3 months later, how's it progressing? But this was every few days. They were on it so much, exactly. And so this is how detailed it's been, the rehab, the miles travelled on the road to get right. She has been at her most vulnerable, very stressed, very anxious, was really nervous about this game. Not going to lie, that warm-up games are what they are, but like she said, nothing can replace this and the feeling of it. So that will be such a load off, and also as a captain, with how her team has performed, can just give her a lot of confidence in which that She doesn't have to stress about controlling everything because they seem to have it under control. Touch wood.
Well, they had it under control with the bat and some to post that record score. And then with the ball, I mean, what a day Freya Kemp had, 4 for 21. She's been speaking to Henry Moran.
Well, Freya, that ticked about every single box you could wish for it to, that game. I mean, what is your reaction immediately after?
Yeah, obviously the girls set it up so nicely with the bat. Amy and Danny at the top. Danny's outstanding and so is Amy. And then obviously Nat came off and finished the innings off with Danny really nicely. But yeah, I think it gave us really good momentum coming into the bowling innings. And yeah, obviously really happy with the win.
We'll get onto your bowling shortly, but that innings from Danny Wyatt-Hodge.
Yeah, she's a legend of the game, isn't she? It was amazing to watch, and she's just such a great person around the group and for the team, like on the pitch and off the pitch. So I'm so happy for her, and it was lovely to watch.
Talk to me about what she's like in the dressing room, because I still think of her as a very young player, but of course she's been playing for years and years and years and still seems to have that energy.
Yeah, definitely. She's got so much energy. She's such a positive person around the group, and obviously, yeah, just very happy for her. And I think, yeah, she's such an experienced player. I think we can all learn so much off her, and yeah, she's just an amazing player.
What about with the ball? You being back as an available bowler again after injury makes such a difference to this side. How much are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving it. Honestly, being out with the girls, it's just so fun. And yeah, I think nights like this, it's just I was trying to take it all in, and it was an amazing crowd here at Birmingham, and yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it.
What about that hat-trick ball then? What was going through your mind? Because you had to wait a while for it.
Yeah, it was obviously, I think we had drinks, and then I came on after drinks. But yeah, I didn't even hit the stumps, so I think that was a bit of a shame.
Well, don't worry about that. I think 3 wickets in 4 balls is pretty good going. This England team looked ruthless. That was a strong performance.
Yeah, I think we speak about being ruthless, and yeah, I think we're very happy with that performance. I think we were amazing in the field, and yeah, it really set the tone with the batting innings, and then followed it up with the ball really nicely. So yeah, I think we want to be described as ruthless, and I think that was ruthless tonight.
And just finally, how do you now spend the next few days? What's the plan of action?
We go down to Southampton and then travel tomorrow, and then we have a few training days, and then we play on Tuesday night.
Enjoying it?
Yeah, loving it. Obviously being injured, I think it gives you great gratitude for just being out, and yeah, I'm just loving being back with the girls, and it's really, really enjoyable.
Well played today. Many thanks. Cheers.
So Freya Kemp with Henry Moran. Yeah, Danny Wyatt-Hodge, just reflecting again on her. I mean, it's her third T20 International 100. She scored a century when she was first promoted to Open in 2017. And then her highest T20 International score, the 124 off just 64 balls, which was chasing a big target against India in Mumbai. So this 105 not out slots in between those two. She made her debut all the way back in 2010. I mean, so much experience, and you think there's just the 3 players, aren't there, remaining from your World Cup winning team in 2017 that are here now, Heather Knight and Nat Sciver-Brunt and Danny Wyatt-Hodge, and just all of that experience wrapped up, and having, you know, ridden the journey that she's been on. How much will that overall help the team?
I bet it makes her feel well old for a start. You know,
35.
Yeah, when these young girls are saying that they were in the crowd watching and inspired by that 2017 World Cup. But look, Dan's been in situations all around the world. She's played franchise cricket, WPL, World Cup. She's won World Cup. She's done everything. But the fact that she's still as good as she was is credit to her and the way that she trains. And you know, I'm guessing she's still the fittest in the team. She always has been.
Was she? Did she always win the?
She used to do.
The yo-yos.
That was the proudest moment of my life.
She used to do the.
What was that?
I said I beat her once.
Oh, well done.
She used to do the yo-yo, and then once Catherine stopped as the second, she'd go, all right, well, I beat her, so I might as well stop. She never actually went to the death that everyone else did, because, you know, she's so fit and healthy. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, credit to her and the way that she's able to push her body, and she gets the results for it.
Yeah, and her presence in the dressing room, in terms of, you know, Henry was referencing her personality there. Yeah. What is she like in the dressing room when she's not on the pitch?
She's actually, for me, has improved over time. She's definitely a fine wine.
When You're talking about her cricket or or in the dressing room?
Both, in every facet, really. Like, she's a dark horse. People underestimate her intelligence. She's actually very smart underneath that, you know, joker, and that's what we loved about her. She's very relaxed. She doesn't take anything serious, including her cricket. She's somebody that, when you describe someone as being brave and ruthless and going for it, that's Dani in a bubble, and you wish you could sell that. You wish you could give that to other people. She has no fear, and I love that. And that's where hundreds come from. They don't happen by chance. So, yeah, with Dan, we were saying, I've seen her obviously her whole career and been with her for nearly all of it, and she has absolutely got better, and she is not declining. She's holding that level of skill. What she's worked so hard for. I think it was mainly a mental thing. It was almost like people were sort of saw her as not a very good opener, and she was very scratchy. And then all of a sudden, this person around 2017 came out from within her. People started believing in her more, which made her believe in herself. And then this is the Dani we see now. But it took a long time to get to that. It took 7-8 years of hard work.
And that's the hard work that isn't making the headlines and isn't propelling you onto everyone's TV screens.
And it's the fact that she's been in and out the side as well. You know, it's everyone. You think of Dani White-Hodge and you think of that she's always opened the batting front, and she hasn't. She found herself out that T20 side for a while, worked really hard, got back in, and look, at the age of 35 to still have the motivation to do what she's doing is pretty incredible, really.
Yeah, and we know that the baby behind that, Daisy, proving a massive motivation as well. There's a beautiful video of her wife Georgie just standing in front of the telly watching the 100 celebration, and then as she sees Dani White rock the bat, she just rocks baby Daisy in motion as well to mimic that. A final thought from you both, as England then will move through the tournament. We mentioned their matches, they meet higher ranked opposition the deeper they move through their group. Remember, it's 2 groups of 6 with the top 2 from each group going through to the semi-finals at the Oval, with the final at Lord's on July the 5th. So England play Ireland next, then they have Scotland, then West Indies and New Zealand. Are you happy with the balance of this side? This will be England's side for the remainder of the group games unless some injury happens and they're forced to make a change.
Yeah, this is their strongest 11. The only thing I would change potentially if they came up against India in a semi-final is if you play Lindsay Smith or another seamer. But this is their best 11 for the group stage of this tournament.
For me, it'd be pitch dependent. I mean, Lord's is lovely, seam-friendly wicket, but that's where I think we're quite blessed at the minute with Freya and Gibbo. They are capable. We've seen Gibbo bowl on that Lord's pitch before, obviously with her home team being the Spirit, and moving the ball sideways at Lord's is what happens. It's known. It's actually getting a bit of a reputation actually as actually being harder to bat on. So yeah, it's I don't know.
Have
for
one
me,
group
it's pitch
game
dependent.
there. One group game there against the West Indies at Lord's before finishing against New Zealand at the Oval.
Not surprised if everyone's fit. This is the team all the way to the end.
Well, England have begun their T20 World Cup campaign with a bang. Dani White-Hodge, the star of the show. England a world record T20 World Cup score, and Dani White 105 not out.